Chapter 1. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto Uzumaki was bored. He was sitting in the back of the classroom, listening to Irika-sensei drone on and on about the historical and geopolitical climate of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, and the founders of the village Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Naruto was not a fan of history. He enjoyed science, math, ninjutsu, and chakra theory, as he spent many hours sitting in the Konoha library reading books on these subjects. But these subjects at the academy were so boring, he wanted to do something fun. It had been a year since the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enrolled him in the Ninja Academy. The Sandaime had told him it would be the perfect place for him to become strong, as it was the place where all the strong ninjas in the village had gone. After being in the academy for over a year, Naruto started to doubt what the old man had told him. They hadn't even learned any jutsu or started taijutsu training yet. Naruto thought he'd have to improve his training regimen to have actual growth during his time here rather than letting his brain rot from learning a bunch of useless nonsense over the next couple of years. But right now, he was stuck in this boring lesson with no way to escape. He glanced at his two friends, Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara, who were sitting next to him. They looked just as bored as he was. Choji was munching on some chips, while Shikamaru had his head rested on the table in front, trying to get some sleep as Irika continued with the lecture. Naruto smirked. He had an idea. He took a piece of paper and a pencil from his backpack and started drawing. He drew a picture of Irika-sensei, with a big lip, squinted eyes, and a pair of donkey ears. He added some details, like a speech bubble that said, "I love ramen," and a heart-shaped sticker that said, "Hokage-sama is my senpai." He chuckled to himself. He was proud of his masterpiece. He showed it to Choji, which caused him to laugh, who then showed it to Kiba, who was to the right of Choji, who also laughed. Their fun was short-lived as Irika, noticing the laughter, turned around towards the boys and said, "Mind explain to me what's so funny?" The boys' faces paled up when they looked up to see their sensei staring at them. "Nothing, sensei," Choji said, trying to hide the picture. "Yeah, and nothing, Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed with a dumb look on his face as he crumpled the drawing and threw it on the ground to get rid of the evidence. "Man, what a drag," Shikamaru mumbled as he put his head back on the desk. "By how loud you were laughing, there is something you find funny," Irika said as he walked to the trio. "You need to focus. This knowledge is necessary to become a great shinobi of the leaf." He faced them as they were seated. "This is no time to be fooling Arrow." He saw a crumpled-up piece of paper under the desk. "What's this?" Irika picked up the ball of paper and began to straighten it out as Choji, Kiba, and Naruto looked at him with apprehension. Irika took a couple of seconds to register the image before a massive tick mark appeared on his forehead. "Which one of you did this?" Irika exclaimed as he held up the rendition of himself. Many students saw the picture and started to laugh amongst themselves. "We don't know, sensei. We found it on the ground." "I swear," Naruto shouted, afraid of what would happen to him if Irika found out who was behind this. "How did it conveniently end up over here? I didn't see it before and sure as hell didn't hear anything being thrown," Irika yelled back at him. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, the bell went off, signifying the end of class and the end of the school day. "Thank God," was the collective thought of Naruto, Choji, and Kiba as they used this opportunity to escape the clutches of their sensei. "Oh no you don't," Irika said as he grabbed the three fleeing children by their shirt collars. "I still have to figure out who was behind this. The rest of you are free to go home." The rest of the students left the room, feeling sorry for whoever was responsible. The three boys were placed in front of Irika as he held up the drawing. "It has to be one of you. The paper was near your desk and no one else had seen anything on the ground. So, whoever it was, come forward," he said with a stern face. Choji and Kiba looked at each other before pointing a finger at Naruto, who sat between them. "Sensei, why don't we stop the hunt for the culprit?" Naruto said as he shot his hand up. "So, it was you, Naruto," Irika said as he punched Naruto on the head. "Ouch! That hurt, sensei." Naruto said as he rubbed the top of his head, feeling the pain from Irika's punch. He looked over to his left and right to see Choji and Kiba laughing at him. Come on, Naruto. If you want to be a ninja, you need to focus, Irika shouted. Maybe if your lectures weren't so boring, I would pay attention, Naruto refuted. Who cares about history? It's so boring. When can we get to the good stuff and learn cool jutsu? Irika sighed. He had seen the potential in Naruto and wanted the best for him. But the kid rarely showed up, would constantly slack off, and had no respect for those in positions of authority, especially those older age. He could also be annoying. Irika looked down at the white-haired boy and stared into his eyes. Naruto had on a light blue sweatshirt that had a red swirl on the back with black shorts and black sandals. His eyes matched the color of his sweatshirt and almost seemed to reflect the color of the sky. There was something about those eyes that freaked Irika out. They were too blue and seemed to hold tremendous power, which scared him. Irika didn't let this fear make him hate Naruto. He had subdued the hate in his heart for Naruto a while back. Now and then he did feel anger towards the boy. The attack of the nine-tailed demon fox, the Kyuubi, a beast that had ravaged the village on the day of Naruto's birth, had caused so much pain and destruction to the village. The beast had killed many shinobi and civilians that day. Amongst them were Irika's parents, causing him to be orphaned at the age of 10. It was only natural for him to hate Naruto, but he just couldn't. How can he blame a boy who was born on the same day for the destruction inflicted by the Nine-Tails? Ever since that day when he and Kakashi saved Naruto from Takigakure, village hidden in the waterfall, spies, Irika had made a promise to himself to not let the hate consume him and to be the best teacher he could be to Naruto. That's not the point, Naruto. Having a large arsenal of jutsu doesn't make you the strongest. Having the wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence to know when and where to display your jutsu is key. A ninja's greatest tool is his ability to keep his cards hidden until the perfect time. Do you understand? Irika said with sincerity in his eyes. Naruto looked at Irika with a wide smile. Hi, sensei. You three can leave now. All I ask from you is to apply yourselves and become great shinobi, Irika said. The three boys got up and ran outside the classroom door. Irika sighed as he went to meet with the other academy teachers. Hopefully, my words will reach them one day, he thought as he walked to the teacher's lounge. Hey Naruto, are you okay? Choji asked as they walked down the halls. That punch from Irika-sensei looked like it hurt. He must be mad at you. Naruto rubbed the top of his head, still feeling the pain inflicted from Irika-sensei. I'm fine. He's always getting on my case. I'm just trying to have some fun and lighten up the mood. It's just so boring having to sit and listen to him all day. We never do anything cool. It would be nice if we learned some jutsu or did some sparring. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kiba replied. I want to learn how to fight with Akamaru. I'm probably going to ask my mom to show me and Akamaru some cool techniques. Shikamaru sighed. You guys are so troublesome. Why can't you just follow the rules and listen to him? It wouldn't make sense for students 1 year into the academy to learn the flashy stuff. Besides, ninjutsu and taijutsu are not as easy as you think. They require a lot of chakra control, stamina, and intelligence. You have to learn the basics first before the more advanced stuff. I suppose you're right, Naruto responded. It's just that he makes class so dull. It would help if Irika cracked a joke once in a while. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into Naruto's head. He dashed ahead of them and exclaimed, You know what? One day, I'll become a teacher in the academy and make learning fun again. I'll make sure my students laugh and have fun and make prank pulling mandatory. You'll see. Naruto grinned, his blue eyes sparkling. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. Keep on dreaming, Naruto. He put his hands behind his head. Also, what made you want to be a teacher? And much less believe that you have the traits to be a good one, he asked. Naruto winked at him. I feel the desire burning in my soul. It's my destiny. Secondly, who wouldn't want to be my student? Naruto said as put his arm over his friend. My charismatic nature and unwavering good looks would win any student over. Right, Choji? he said as he glanced at Choji, who was dying of laughter from his charades. Shikamaru shook his head. You're hopeless, Naruto. You don't have a clue about what being a teacher means. It's about being responsible, patient, and wise. It's about guiding the next generation and passing on your knowledge and skills. Shikamaru stated in a serious tone. Geez, Shikamaru, you're such a buzzkill. Naruto pouted, sticking his tongue. The boys continued to talk among themselves until they reached the gate of the academy, where they parted ways. See you tomorrow, losers, Naruto said, sticking out his tongue. I'm going to go to train so I can become an actual ninja. Whatever, Naruto. Don't get yourself killed, Shikamaru said, yawning. I'm going home to take a nap. I'm too tired to deal with you. Me too. I'm hungry. I need some chips, Choji said, rubbing his stomach. Bye, Shikamaru. Bye, Naruto. Bye, Kiba. Come on, Akamaru. Let's go for a walk. We need some fresh air, Kiba said, petting his dog. The boys waved goodbye to each other, and Naruto started to make his way to the training grounds. He could hear the laughter and joy of the other children as they embraced their parents with warm hugs. As he walked from the academy gates, Naruto noticed parents staring at him, putting their children behind them, and whispering amongst themselves. He could catch fragments of their hushed conversations, calling him a monster and dangerous, a familiar phrase they said to him every day. What are you staring at? Got something you want to say? Naruto said to them. The parents were taken aback, surprised that Naruto could hear them. Flustered and uncomfortable, they quickly exited his vicinity, leaving him standing alone. Naruto's eyes flickered with a mixture of frustration, anger, and sadness. He put his hands into his pockets and headed towards Training Ground 11. Konoha Training Ground 11. When Naruto arrived, he dropped his bag with weights, books, and rope. Naruto started to stretch and loosen up his muscles, preparing himself for the intense workout he was about to do. He stretched his calves, hamstrings, hips, chest, arms, and back, feeling the burn and the sweat. He knew that pain was the power price, and he was willing to pay for it to become the strongest. He started with a warm-up of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a series of calisthenics, such as jumping jacks, lunges, and burpees. He then ran around the training ground, dodging the obstacles and traps he had set up. He jumped over logs, ducked under wires, and avoided kunai and shuriken that flew from hidden contraptions. He moved with speed and agility, honing his reflexes and awareness. Normally, a child wouldn't be doing this at this hour, as they probably needed to get home before their parents would start to worry about them. But this wasn't the case for Naruto, as he had been alone for as long as he could remember. He used to live in an orphanage but was kicked out when he turned 4 years old. That was also when the villagers started to look at him differently. He didn't know why and stopped caring a long time ago. From what he could piece together, it mostly had something to do with the attack of the Kyuubi on his birth date. He had overheard villagers calling him a demon whenever he would walk through the village. In addition, anytime he tried buying food, clothing, books, or even just few items in a shop, the store owner would deny him entry or charge an exorbitant amount. The villagers would spit in his direction and look at him with pure disgust, fear, and hatred. They told their children to avoid the demon, so Naruto would often be alone. Naruto thought it was completely stupid. How could he be responsible for the destruction when he was born that same day? Anyone with a brain should be able to piece that together. Besides, from what Naruto had learned about the nine-tailed fox from the Konoha library, it was known that the beast was made from chakra and could not be killed. It was illogical for Naruto to be the reincarnation of the beast. All this did was make him hate the villagers even more for their ignorance. He had learned from the Konoha library that a human vessel, a Jinchuriki, was made to restrain the power of beasts such as the Kyuubi. These beasts were called Biju. Jinchuriki had massive chakra reserves, compared to the average shinobi, and in some cases they could even use the chakra of the Biju sealed inside them. However, It was also stated that Jinchuriki have unique chakra signatures due to the mixing of the Jinchuriki's chakra and Biju's chakra within them. The odd thing that confused Naruto was that he could sense any chakra signature that described the nine tails in the village. Even though his sensory abilities were weak and still developing, he had gone around the entire village searching for a unique chakra signature. But he didn't find anything, not even a faint trace. It was after this that he gave up searching for answers. He thought about asking the old man, but that would lead to a bunch of questions from the Hokage that Naruto did not want to answer. He preferred to keep his secrets, just like everyone else. Naruto sat down on a nearby rock, panting and sweating from his training. He took out a bottle of water from his bag and drank it, feeling the cool liquid soothe his throat. The sun hadn't set yet, so he had enough time to sit and rest before he headed back to his apartment. He needed to work on other skills such as chakra control, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, but he couldn't now. He felt a presence watching him from inside the forest. He had felt this presence before, ever since his sensory abilities awakened. He noticed two distinct chakra signatures following him throughout the village, observing his every move. He could tell there were two different people, but he didn't know who they were or why they were watching him. The only thing he could discern from their chakra signatures was that one radiated warmth while the other radiated coldness. He had assumed the warm one was the old man, the Hokage, spying on him. He didn't mind this as much since the Hokage was one of the few people who treated him kindly. But the other chakra, he didn't know who it belonged to. He assumed it was shinobi assigned by the Konoha Council to monitor him. He couldn't feel anything from this person, just coldness and emptiness. Ever since he could remember, the Konoha Council had been a constant source of annoyance for Naruto. He first met them after he was kicked out of the orphanage when he was 4 years old. Rumors had circulated about him being the Kyuubi reincarnate. In addition, staff from the orphanage reported to the Hokage that the other children were afraid of his abnormal blue eyes. The Hokage had ordered an investigation of Naruto's eyes, suspecting that he had awakened a dojutsu, a rare and powerful ocular ability. But they had found no signs or indications of chakra abnormality in his eyes. His chakra flow looked normal. This led to many accusations being thrown at Naruto and the Hokage, that the boy created this for attention, that Hiruzen was too soft with the boy, that this was a trick by the demon, and so on. Naruto had seen the pain in the Hokage's eyes as he defended him from the council's disdainful remarks, labeling him a monster and a mistake. Naruto formed a belief that they were all cowards, hiding behind their titles and positions of power. These baseless accusations and heartless judgments had fueled his distrust and distaste for the council. The Konoha Council was comprised of 3 sub-councils: the civilian, shinobi, and elder councils. They each had their roles and responsibilities in the intricate political landscape of Konoha. The civilian council was made up of the civilian business owners in Konoha, who produced clothing, food, labor, and other services. They could bring up complaints or requests to the Hokage to get funding, protection, or help for their desired projects. They also worked with the other councils in providing amenities to help the village and shinobi. Though they lacked political sway, they harbored resentment toward Naruto, blaming him for the 4th Hokage's death. They saw him as a burden and a threat, and they wanted him gone. The Shinobi Council, composed of clan heads and high-ranking ninja, wielded influence through their collective strength. They were responsible for bringing missions to the Hokage, working with him on planning the academy curriculum, maintaining order in the village, and producing strong shinobi. They were the backbone of Konoha's military and economic power. Yet, Naruto remained, in their eyes, a mere afterthought, a loud, childish, and arrogant brat. They ignored him and his potential and focused on their interests and agendas. The Elder Council, consisting of Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Yuditane, and Danzo Shimura, played a crucial role in governing Konoha. They were the advisors to the Hokage and worked with him to ensure that all decisions made were with the best interest of Konoha and its inhabitants in mind. The members of this council can give the Hokage their opinions and advice, taking into account all possibilities and perspectives, though the Hokage has the final say on any decision. They were the guardians of Konoha's traditions and secrets, and they had the power to shape its future. For now, Naruto lingered in their peripheral vision, unnoticed and dismissed as insignificant. But they had plans for him, plans that he was not aware of. Naruto wondered what they wanted from him. He couldn't fathom their intentions. Did they view him as a weapon or a pawn for their political games? The truth eluded him, buried beneath layers of lies. But he would find out the truth one way or another. He shook his head. He needed to get stronger before he could confront them. Naruto got up from the rock. His next steps were to find a way to hide from these prying eyes. It would help him achieve his goal and make him stronger, faster, smarter, and better if he could find a way to train in peace. He stood up and stretched his arms. He decided to go back to his apartment and take a shower as he couldn't work on anything serious if he was still being watched. He picked up his bag and slung it over his shoulder. He turned around and started to walk home. He stopped when he sensed a new chakra signature behind him. He frowned and looked over his shoulder. He was getting tired of this. Naruto decided to confront whoever was watching him. He saw a boy standing on a tree branch hidden in the forest, looking at him with curiosity and interest. The boy had black hair, pale skin, and dark eyes. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt with a funnel collar, white shorts, and black sandals. He had a red and white fan symbol on his back, indicating that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, one of the most prestigious and powerful clans in the village. Naruto felt a surge of annoyance and suspicion. Who was this boy and what was he doing here? How long he had been spying on him and what had he witnessed? He had seen him in class before, but they never exchanged a word. He shouted at the boy, "Hey! Come out, you creep! Who are you and what do you want? Huh?" The boy blinked and jumped down from the tree, surprised that he had been spotted from such a distance. He walked towards Naruto with a calm and cool expression, as if nothing had happened. He said, "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I was just passing by and happened to stumble across your training. That's all." Naruto was now intrigued. He had heard many good things about Sasuke and his skills. He could see the hidden potential Sasuke possessed. It made him excited, thinking Sasuke could be a great sparring partner and ally in the future. "Well then, Sasuke Uchiha, I am the great Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied, making a pose. "Were you awestruck by my greatness, or what?" "No, I've seen better," Sasuke stated nonchalantly. "You're not that impressive, you know?" Naruto frowned at his comments. "So, what are you doing here, huh? Training, I assume." But I heard some noises in the distance and thought I'd check it out." "And how did you see me?" "Anyway, I was about 10 meters away," Sasuke asked, confused, as he thought he was well hidden. Naruto grinned. "Well, that, my friend, is a secret that you'll have to find out," he said, winking. "A shinobi never reveals his tricks." Sasuke deadpanned at Naruto. This guy is annoying, he thought, and by annoying he meant infuriating. "I bet you were just thinking this guy is annoying," Naruto exclaimed, dying of laughter. I can see it on your face. You look like a grumpy cat." A massive tick mark formed on Sasuke's head. His blood started to boil, and his veins began popping out of his head. He was getting sick and tired of Naruto. He was ready to explode. Sasuke grabbed Naruto by the shirt collar. "Will you ever shut up?" he yelled, shaking him. Naruto smirked. "No, I won't. You'll just have to get used to it. Besto friendo," he said, mocking him. "We are not friends," Sasuke said, letting go of Naruto. "It was a mistake coming over here," he added before walking away. "Hey, wait, how about this?" Naruto said, catching up with him. "Let's race to that tree over there. If I win, you have to be my besto friendo. But if you win, I'll never bother you again. Deal?" Sasuke turned around and looked Naruto in the eye. "Are you being serious? So, if I win, you'll leave me alone? For as long as you live?" Yes, now stop being a baby," Naruto said. "We'll shake on it," he said, outstretching his hand for Sasuke to shake it. Sasuke reluctantly shook Naruto's hand and went to the starting position. He didn't trust Naruto but was willing to take the risk to never be bothered by this idiot again. This shouldn't be too difficult, Sasuke thought, as he got into a ready stance. He was faster and smarter than Naruto after all. Okay, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, I. Naruto started running. 3, he shouted already ahead. Hey, that's cheating, Sasuke exclaimed, frantically trying to catch up with him and escape this horrible fate. He couldn't believe he fell for such a simple trick. It was already too late as Naruto reached the tree, touching it with his hand and raising it in triumph. He had won the race. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you're my besto friendo now, Naruto yelled, sticking his tongue out at him. Sasuke looked terrified as he realized his new predicament. He had lost the race and his freedom. He was now stuck with Naruto. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Sasuke, what are you doing out here so late? It spoke. They turned and saw a tall young man there. He had long black hair, pale skin, and onyx eyes. He wore a black shirt with a funnel collar and gray shorts, and wore a metal forehead protector brandishing the Konoha symbol. He had the Uchiha crest on his back, meaning that he was Sasuke's clanmate. Oh, Itachi, I didn't expect you to be back so soon, Sasuke replied. I had gone out to train after the academy. I guess I lost track of time, he said, looking around and realizing the sun had begun to set. It's fine, Sasuke. Let's head back before it gets dark, Itachi replied gently. Naruto watched them with curiosity and awe. He assumes this was a relative of Sasuke's, probably an older brother, but he looked young. No more than 5 years older and yet had an aura that radiated power. Naruto could see it, and he noticed that his maturity surpassed his age. Wow, a 2-for-1, Naruto thought. He was glad he came out here today as he got to meet these extraordinary brothers who have incredible latent power. Naruto cleared his throat and said, Itachi Uchiha, older brother of Sasuke Uchiha. I presume your chakra and stature are quite refined for someone so young. You must be a remarkable shinobi. Thank you for your kind words. You are very observant and perceptive. You have the tools to make a fine shinobi one day. What's your name? Itachi asked. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied. Well, Naruto, it was a pleasure meeting you. Unfortunately, Sasuke and I need to get back before it gets dark, Itachi said. Yeah, okay. It was nice meeting you, Itachi. And see you later, my besto friendo, Naruto said before running off. Besto friendo? Itachi said with a raised eyebrow, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, he said, before heading off with Itachi. Konoha Ichiraku Ramen. It had been a long day for Naruto. He had met some extraordinary people who piqued his interest. I wonder if there are more interesting people, he thought as he walked through the village. His stomach rumbled, indicating his exhaustion and hunger from his training. Naruto decided to walk into a ramen stand. There was no one in here at this time of day, which was good for him. He needed to replenish his energy, relax, and forget about the prying eyes. He took a seat at the counter and waited. After a short while, the owner emerged from behind the counter, a welcoming smile on his face. Hello, how are you doing? Tucci, the shop owner, began, only to stop short when he saw the young white-haired boy sitting down at the counter. Naruto, bracing himself for the usual suspicion, shot back with an irritated tone. What do you want, old man? Tucci, taken aback by the boy's defensive stance, quickly recovered. Oh, nothing. I apologize for staring. I just rarely get customers this young, especially at this hour. You seem on edge. Is there anything I can get you? He asked, genuinely concerned. Surprised by the warmth in Tucci's demeanor, Naruto relaxed slightly. Oh, sorry. You're fine. I'm just tired and hungry, he admitted, his stomach rumbling. I'll take a large bowl of miso chashu pork ramen with extra pork and eggs, please. Tucci jotted down the order. All right. What's the name of the order? Naruto, Okay, Naruto, your ramen will be ready in a few minutes. Sit tight and I'll bring it out to you, Tucci said as he headed back to the kitchen. Alone with his thoughts, Naruto was pondering his training and how to become stronger when a voice interrupted his musings. Hey! A voice spoke. Naruto looked up to see a young girl with fair skin, dark brown hair, and black eyes. She was about his age, dressed in a white robe with folded sleeves, a dark blue apron, and a white bandana tied atop her hair. Her presence was both unexpected and intriguing. The girl approached with a friendly smile. Hi there, I'm Ayam. My dad said you ordered the miso chashu pork ramen. That's my favorite too. Naruto, caught off guard by her genuine friendliness, managed a small smile in return. Hey Ayam, I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. They began to engage in a conversation. As Tucci prepared Naruto's order in the background, the ramen stand transformed from just a place to eat into an unexpected haven where Naruto felt a glimmer of acceptance and warmth. They continued their conversation as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink that mirrored the warmth of their budding friendship. The aroma of simmering ramen filled the air, blending with the melodies of their laughter and conversation. As the day turned to night, their discussions ranged from dreams and goals to favorite foods and hobbies, exchanging stories and jokes. It's getting late, Ayam. It's time to close up shop, Tucci said. Please, Dad, can we stay out here a little longer? Pretty please, Ayam begged. Sorry, sweetie, we've got to get rest for the busy day tomorrow. Naruto also has to get some shut-eye, Tucci said, looking at Naruto. I'll stop by tomorrow, Ayam, Naruto replied. Okay, Ayam said. Bye, Naruto, it was nice meeting you, she said, waving at him. He waved back as Ayam went to her father as he closed up shop. Naruto headed on his way home. Maybe they're all not so bad, he thought as he walked toward the village. As Naruto got closer to his apartment, he noticed a group of villagers following him from behind. They crept behind him as he left Ichiraku Ramen, growing with every step. Wow, they just had to go and ruin a good day, he thought. He called out to them with his back turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Isn't it a little weird to follow a child late at night? I thought this was a village of love and peace, he said with contempt. Naruto turned to face the large crowd of villagers. They were holding pitchforks, broken bottles, and bats, looking to cause pain. Naruto smirked and decided to have some fun with them. Are you here to bow before the mighty demon? Or are you here to beg for mercy? Naruto taunted. The crowd grew enraged by Naruto's words, causing some to surge forward at him, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Naruto was too fast for them. Even going against a child, the villagers had no chance. He avoided their clumsy attacks and disappeared. A chubby villager who had rushed forward to impale Naruto with his pitchfork was left stabbing the air, wondering where he'd gone. Where did he go? Did you get him? Some murmured in the crowd. You shouldn't be so reckless, Naruto said from atop a lamppost. He was standing up with his hands in his pockets. I'm not the one who attacked your precious village, he said. Shut up, you demon, one of them shouted. You're the reason why we lost so many people, another said. You're the reason why we live in fear. You're responsible for the destruction of the Leaf Village. You're the fox reincarnated, they cried out. Ha! Don't make me laugh, Naruto retorted. I don't know what's stupider, believing that I am the fox or thinking that I'm the reason why your loved ones died. The only ones to blame for their deaths are you. The crowd got silent. If you were stronger, you could have protected them. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Assigning reasons and responsibilities for death are what those who are weak do, and Naruto said. You're weak, Naruto stated. That was the breaking point for the mob. They flew into a frenzy. They rushed at Naruto with a roar. They wanted to make him pay for their suffering with his suffering. Naruto dodged and evaded their attacks with ease, using his enhanced perception to perceive their attacks. These were villagers, not shinobi, so most of them lacked any real training. He laughed and mocked them. He was having fun toying with them. However, his fun was soon interrupted by the arrival of two Chunin ninjas, who had heard the commotion and came to investigate. They saw Naruto surrounded by angry villagers, who were trying to harm him. "What's going on here?" one of the Chunin asked. "Wait, that's him," the other said, recognizing Naruto. "The demon," he said, his eyes filled with hatred. "You're as good as dead, kid." They charged at Naruto, eager to get their revenge on the demon, responsible for the death of their parents. Dang it, Naruto thought. The villagers were nothing, but these were trained ninjas who were much faster and stronger. He was outclassed in every regard. He quickly decided to use his only advantage, his eyes. He focused them on the two charging Chunin and analyzed their every movement. He could see the attacks as if they were moving in slow motion, but he wasn't fast enough to avoid their blows. He tried to keep his distance, but the two Chunin were relentless. He took a punch to the gut and coughed up blood. Naruto attempted to throw a punch with his left, but it was easily blocked. Then his arm was grabbed, swung, and he was thrown into a wall. This was followed by several kicks to his crest, breaking his ribs and causing internal bleeding. They were determined to put an end to the demon once and for all. Naruto couldn't compete with them. "Ha ha 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 ha. Who's the weak now, brat?" a villager taunted as the mob cheered at the sight of Naruto's pain. Naruto, bloodied, bruised, and barely breathing, tried to get up and fight back, but he couldn't do anything. He was far too young and weak. He could perceive their attacks but couldn't capitalize on any openings due to the difference in speed and strength. He felt hopeless and angry at himself. One of them took a kunai out of his pouch and screamed, "Die!" as he hurled it towards Naruto's head. The sharp metal blade glistened off the moonlight as it flew through the air, heading straight to end his life. "Can't believe this is the end." Humph. Things were just starting to get interesting, Naruto thought. He braced himself for the end. However, something strange happened. Everything began to slow down around him. He had normally possessed enhanced perception, but this was different. Everything was frozen and he could see, hear, and feel everything around him. This was the first time this had happened to him. Just as this was happening, a voice echoed in his head. "Is this how you want your story to end?" It spoke. Naruto looked behind him and saw an older man with long white hair, with his fringes just reaching his eyes. He had a scar on the right side of his lip and wore a dark-colored haori. The old man had a stature that radiated confidence, dominance, and power. The old man looked at Naruto, revealing that he had the same eyes as him. "Show them your power," the old man commanded, his eyes glowing. At that moment, Naruto felt a surge of information flood into his mind. He instinctively formed a hand sign, being the half-tiger/ram seal. A wall was generated from Naruto, slowing down the kunai as it approached him. The speed of the kunai was infinitely decreasing the closer it got to Naruto, to the point in which the kunai looked as if it was suspended in the air. He was extremely shocked. Is this the power he was talking about? Naruto wondered. "Good," the old man said. "Use this power and your eyes to become the strongest," he said before fading away. Before Naruto could think about what happened, he felt a wave of exhaustion and dizziness. He had overexerted himself and drained his chakra from using this ability. He collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The villagers and the Chunin were shocked and terrified by what they had witnessed. They had never seen such a power before, such a power that defied logic and reality. They were frozen in fear and awe. Before anyone could do anything else, an Umbu squad arrived on the scene in a flash of smoke. They wore black cloaks and animal masks to conceal their identities. The Hokage had sent them as he felt a sudden spike in Naruto's chakra, indicating that the boy was possibly in danger. He ordered his Umbu to see what was happening and protect Naruto if necessary. The squad arrived to find Naruto lying on the ground, bloodied, beaten, and unconscious. They saw the two Chunin and the mob of villagers with their weapons in hand. The leader of the squad, Dog, stepped forward and said, "Tiger, grab the boy and take him to a private ward in the hospital. I'll report to the Hokage and meet you there." He looked at the remaining squad members and said, "Arrest the villagers and take the Chunin to the intelligence division to be interrogated." "Hi, Captain," they replied before carrying out his orders. Tiger picked up the unconscious Naruto and held him in his arms. Not before using Shunsin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and disappearing in a swirl of leaves before reappearing in Konoha Hospital, where Naruto would receive medical attention. Dog questioned some witnesses to get their testimony disappearing in a swirl of leaves, headed to the Hokage's office and inform him about what had transpired. Chapter 2. Konoha Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. He had been unconscious for an hour after his encounter with the villagers and his awakening of a new power. He was now in a hospital bed. Upon fully opening his eyes, he found himself bombarded with information. He could now see, feel, and hear everything around him, but it was unfocused and overwhelming. He could see the light rays from the lamp above him, hear the Hokage talking with the doctors in his room, and even feel the individual fabrics in his bed sheets. It was too much for him. All this information pumped into his brain caused immense weariness and fatigue. He tried to sit up in his bed but felt dizzy and weak. "Ah, my head," Naruto groaned. "Naruto, my boy, how are you feeling?" the Hokage asked, with a face full of concern and regret. He had failed to protect Naruto from the villagers' hatred once again. "I'm glad the Umbu got there in time. They found you in a terrible condition," he said. "Physically, I feel fine, but my head is killing me. My brain feels like it's melting and will drip from my ears," Naruto said, rubbing the bridge between his eyes. Hiruzen looked into Naruto's eyes, noticing the change in them. They were still blue, but they now had a peculiar glow. It felt as if they were staring into his soul, reading his thoughts and feelings. He wondered what happened to them, what potential power, if any, they possessed and what it meant for the boy's future. "You said your brain feels as if it's going to fry?" Hiruzen asked. "Could you elaborate?" Naruto looked at Hiruzen. "I've always had good eyesight, hearing, and perception, but this is completely different. It's like everything has been cranked up to 11. I can even see chakra flow now. It's too much. It feels like everything is flooding my brain, Gigi." He looked sheepishly at Hiruzen. "Does that make sense? I wonder if this is a new dojutsu. This isn't like anything I've ever seen. Is it similar to the Sharingan or even the Byakugan? We'll have to wait and see." Hiruzen thought for a moment before turning to the doctor. "Is there anything that can help limit the amount of information he's receiving through his eyes?" Hiruzen asked. "Maybe," one of the doctors answered. "I think I have something that can help. Excuse me as I go retrieve it," he said before leaving the room. "What happened to those who attacked me?" Naruto asked. "The civilians were arrested and jailed for attacking a minor and talking about classified information. As for the shinobi who attacked you, you will not see them again," Hiruzen said. "Good," Naruto said. "I hate those cowards. Don't even have the guts to take me head on." Hiruzen sighed and made a mental note to address Naruto's hate later. The doctor returned a few minutes later with round, blacked-out glasses. "Here, try these on," he said, handing the glasses to Naruto. Naruto inspected the glasses before putting them on, surprised he could still see through them. "How do you feel, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, curious and hopeful. "Great. I feel not as tired as I did without them," Naruto replied, smiling in relief. "But can you see?" Hiruzen asked. "They are completely pitch dark after all." Naruto looked at the old man. He could see the chakra flowing throughout his body. It was large in quantity, and he could see his tenketsu points as well. Naruto could also vaguely make out 5 different types of chakras flowing through the old man. "I can't really see you, but I can see your chakra flow. I can also make out 5 different chakras flowing through your body. You've got a lot of chakra too." Naruto smiled. You really are strong, Gigi. I see, Hiruzen said. So, even though his eyes are covered, he can still see chakra similar to the Byakugan and also see the amount of chakra someone possesses. He could also make out my elemental affinities. These eyes of his are truly fascinating. Thank you, Hiruzen said to the doctor before signaling them to leave. Get some rest, Naruto. We'll talk in the morning, he said before leaving. Naruto removed his glasses, placing them on the nearby counter before surrendering to sleep. Naruto awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside his window. He changed into his clean clothes and grabbed his glasses before heading out. He walked to the hospital entrance to see Hiruzen waiting for him. He wondered what this talk would be about. Good morning, Naruto. Let's go on a little walk, shall we? Hiruzen said before leading the way. Where are we going, Gigi? Naruto asked as they walked out of the hospital. If it's to the report to the council, then you can forget it, he said, getting slightly agitated. Hiruzen laughed. I know how much you enjoy those meetings, but no. I was going to walk with you back to your apartment. I don't plan on telling the council of your recent developments. I wanted to talk with you on a more serious matter, he said sternly. That piqued Naruto's interest. A serious conversation with the old man. That was something new. Okay, but if we are going to have this talk, we should probably do something about the guy who's been following me, Naruto said. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he continued walking, avoiding any actions that might raise suspicions of the stalker. How long has this been going on? He asked. Since I was 4, I started to sense this weird chakra trailing me. It was cold and empty, but I never knew who it was. Naruto replied nonchalantly. I assumed it was someone assigned by the council to spy on me. Do you know where he is? Hiruzen. Ah. Naruto lowered his glasses below his eyes. He scanned the area, looking for the familiar chakra signature. He's about 10 to 15 meters away, wearing one of those umbu masks with a black cloak. I can't tell, but this feels like the same person. Understood, Hiruzen said. He signaled for 2 of his umbu, watching in the shadows, to take care of it. They received the signal and disappeared. After a few moments, the threat was neutralized. They reported to the Hokage that the man had been taken in for interrogation. Now that's taken care of, what did you want to tell me? Naruto asked as they continued walking. I'm sure you are aware of the attack of the nine-tailed fox 6 years ago on your birthday, Hiruzen said. Yes, how could I not? The villagers remind me every day, Naruto said bitterly. Yes, regrettably. But regardless of that, you know that the fox is made of pure chakra and cannot die. If killed, it would eventually reform after some time. So, the only other option is to seal the beast inside someone, making them a Hiruzen stated. A Jinchurik, yes. I know the fox is sealed inside of me if you were getting to that. Naruto interrupted. Hiruzen's eyes widened, showing a shocked and curious expression. How did you? I've been trying to find the fox's chakra signature since I was 4. I gave up after a year of searching, but last night, I met him in his cage, Naruto said carelessly. Are you sure that it was him? Hiruzen asked skeptically. A giant fox with 9 tails is pretty rare, so yeah, I'm sure it was him, Naruto replied sarcastically. Did he say or want anything? Hiruzen asked anxiously. No, he said I was strong and looked forward to seeing my progress, and that was it, Naruto replied causally. Hiruzen nodded his head, still processing the information. He wondered if there was something more to the fox than what they knew. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Naruto asked. Hiruzen nodded his head, feeling a mix of emotions. He hoped Naruto would take what he said next well. Yes, Hiruzen said. Now, Naruto, you must promise me to keep this a secret until the appropriate time. The knowledge I am about to tell you must remain between us. This is an S-rank secret, he said. Okay, Gigi. What is it? Naruto asked eagerly. Hiruzen took a deep breath before saying, You are the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto. Naruto's grin widened even more. He couldn't believe what he heard. The fourth Hokage, considered one of the strongest shinobi ever, was now his father. What about my mother? He asked. She was an excellent and strong kunoichi. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was from the Uzumaki clan. They were known for their large chakra reserves, healing ability, and specialty in Fuinjutsu, Hiruzen stated. Sadly, there aren't a lot of them out there anymore. But she was also the previous Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox before you. Humph. She must have been really strong, Naruto said with pride. Yes, she was, Hiruzen said sadly. On the day of your birth, the nine-tailed fox was taken out of your mother, causing massive destruction to the village. Your father left with no other option, decided to seal the beast inside you to protect the village. I hope you don't hate your parents, Naruto. They truly loved you and died for you. They wanted you to be a hero, not seen as a demon, he stated. Why would I hate them? Naruto replied. They were strong. Thanks to them, I have the power to be better. He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen, expressing gratitude and respect. The only people I hate are the villagers. They're pathetic insects clinging to life. Why should we protect them? He said, losing his composure. Naruto took a deep breath before saying, I can't wait to see their faces when they find out that the child they've hated is the son of their beloved fourth Hokage. Hiruzen sighed, understanding Naruto's anger and resentment toward the villagers. He pondered what his late sensei would think of the village's current state. The will of fire was dimming by the encroaching darkness. However, his concerns extended beyond the village's condition to Naruto's safety, both from internal and external threats. No, Naruto, this revelation must remain a secret until the time is right. Disclosing this information would only make you a bigger target, especially now with the recent development of your eyes. You'd face endless pursuit if your true heritage were to be exposed, he cautioned. You need to be careful. You're no fun, Gigi, Naruto pouted. So what's the plan then? He asked. As you continue to grow and develop, hide your abilities from the public eye, fellow shinobi, and superiors, even me. From what I can see, there is a breach in security, so anything you tell me may be at risk. So do so at your discretion until I resolve these matters, Hiruzen said. So what, become the dead last? Naruto said. That may be a good idea, but you do not have to do so. Hiruzen chuckled. Keep your true power secret until you are strong enough to protect yourself from these potential threats. Naruto took one hand out of his pocket before looking at it. He felt a surge of excitement. Things have gotten a lot more interesting. He looked at Hiruzen. Thanks, Gigi. I appreciate you telling me all this, even though you didn't have to. I mean it, he said sincerely. Of course, I want you to feel comfortable to come and talk to me. Even though we are not blood related, I view you as my grandson, Hiruzen said softly. Thanks, Naruto responded. Also, Naruto, don't let the hate in your heart consume you. I've seen too many talented shinobi fail to conquer the darkness in their hearts. I would ask that you reconsider your deposition towards the villagers. Not all of them are bad, Hiruzen said. Yeah, sure, Naruto said, brushing off the old Kage's comments. Hiruzen simply sighed. When they finally arrived, the sun had risen over the horizon, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange. The rays of light pierced through the clouds, signifying the start of a new day. You've got a little while before the academy starts, Hiruzen said as they arrived at Naruto's front door. Let me know if you need anything, Naruto. Yep, see ya, Gigi, Naruto said. Goodbye, Naruto, he responded before Pufanji in a cloud of smoke. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto jolted awake, realizing that he had overslept. Exhausted from his conversation with Hiruzen, he had opted for a nap before the academy but forgot to set his alarm. He quickly put on a black long-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, grabbed his glasses and left his apartment. He was about to start running, then realized that it would be a waste to do so. Naruto chose to take the scenic route to the academy and did so at his own pace. He walked through the academy gates whistling, indifferent to his tardiness, strolling through the corridors, occasionally stopping to chat with kids in the hall. Upon reaching his classroom, he slid the door open. As soon as he entered, he felt all eyes on him. He looked around and saw the shocked and curious expressions of his classmates. He wondered what was wrong until he remembered that he was wearing his new glasses. They completely hid his eyes, giving him a mysterious and cool look. He also looked more mature and handsome as the glasses heightened his facial features and snow-white hair. The girls in the class were especially stunned by his new look. They felt their hearts skip a beat and their cheeks flushed. They couldn't believe this was the same Naruto they had ignored and mocked since entering the academy. They suddenly felt a new attraction and interest in him, wondering if he had a girlfriend. Naruto decided to have some fun with this. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his stunning blue eyes. Naruto-kun! The girls squealed in delight, captivated by his stunning looks. Sit next to me, Naruto-kun. No, sit next to me, they chorused. Naruto! Irika's voice thundered across the room. What the hell are you doing? And why are you an hour late? Naruto casually lifted his glasses, meeting his sensei's stern gaze. Take it easy, sensei. I'm just catching up on some beauty sleep. No big deal, he replied, waving his hands in a carefree manner. Irika sighed. This kid, he thought as his eyelids twitched. Just take an open seat, Naruto. As Naruto scanned the classroom, he couldn't help but notice the boys sharing surprised glances, their envy visible as he basked in the attention. Amused by their reactions, Naruto burst into laughter, finding the situation utterly hilarious. He got even more looks, with some of the students thinking he'd lost his mind. His eyes darted across the room, searching for an available seat, until they landed on someone in particular. Oh, Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed, striding purposefully toward the Uchiha. Inwardly, Sasuke groaned, a silent plea for relief echoing in his thoughts. Naruto reached Sasuke and slapped him on the shoulder. Fate has conspired to bring us together once more. It is destined for us to be best friends, Naruto declared with a grin. Sasuke shot him a glare, rubbing his shoulder where Naruto's hand had made contact. He chose to ignore him and focus on the board, hoping that Naruto would find another seat if left unbothered. He had hoped for this to be a peaceful day, but much to his dismay, Naruto sat beside him. Come on, Sasuke. Is this how you treat your besto friendo? Naruto teased, playfully poking Sasuke's cheek with a mischievous grin. Sasuke's eye twitched, his patience wearing thin. He swatted Naruto's hand away. Stop it, Dobe. You're not my friend. You're a nuisance. A feminine voice chimed in. Who's your new friend? Sasuke-san? Naruto turned around and saw a girl sitting behind Sasuke. She looked like Sasuke with the same features as him. Her hair was long and silky, reaching her waist. She wore a black short-sleeved dress with brown shorts underneath. She had a confident and graceful posture, her eyes beaming with curiosity. She had a friendly and cheerful smile on her face. She waved at Naruto. Naruto slightly lowered his glasses and looked at her. You're Kiyomi Uchiha, twin sister of Sasuke Uchiha and younger sister of Itachi Uchiha, he said. How does he know this? Sasuke thought, first with Itachi and now with her. You're strong just like your brothers. I can see it, Naruto said, getting excited. Kiyomi laughed. Itachi was right when he described you. It's nice to meet you. I heard that you tricked my brother the other day. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm the only one who can mess with him, she said, pulling on her brother's cheek. No, he's mine, Naruto said, playful as he pulled Sasuke's arm. Sasuke was caught in a tug-of-war between his sister and Naruto as they laughed at him, having the time of their lives. Things were not looking good. He already had to deal with Kiyomi's antics, but now adding on Naruto, it was going to get a lot worse. After the class ended, Naruto turned towards Kiyomi. How about the three of us get some ramen, he said. Ramen, that would be awesome. I love ramen, she replied enthusiastically. Have you ever had a Chiraku's miso ramen with pork? It's amazing, Naruto said. Kiyomi and Naruto continued to go back and forth about the different kinds of ramen until Sasuke interrupted. No, we can't go. Kazan said to be home early, he said. Please, Sasuke, pretty please. Can you do it for your Wani-chan? Kiyomi said with puppy dog eyes. No, he shouted, irritated. Also, you're barely older than me. Come on, Sasuke. Let's get some ramen. Pretty please. Naruto chimed in with the same puppy dog eyes. Kiyomi and Naruto sat on their knees, begging Sasuke. They were there for 5 minutes before Sasuke finally caved in. He sighed. TCH, we can get ramen. Just make it quick. If we get in trouble, I'm blaming you, he said, annoyed that they succeeded. Yes, ramen, 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 Naruto and Kiyomi shouted while walking in a circle around Sasuke. Let's go, they said as they grabbed Sasuke by his shirt collar and dragged him to Ichiraku Ramen. From a distant rooftop, Itachi watched them. Happy to see his siblings and Naruto getting along, he knew they would need his cheerfulness in the coming time. Sooner rather than later, Itachi thought sadly. Tears formed in his eyes as he thought about the future. 1 year later, October 9th, Uchiha Compound. Sasuke was in utter darkness. Everywhere he turned and stepped was pitch black. He walked for an eternity until he heard a growl in the distance. Turning his head towards the growl, he found 2 wolves staring at him. One with black fur and the other with white fur. They had these strange seals on their foreheads. They growled at him, baring their fangs, ready to attack him at any moment. Sasuke tried to run away from them, but they followed after. He ran in the darkness until he stumbled across an enormous cocoon. The cocoon was suspended in the air by string and contained some massive creature within it. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine as pure horror and dread filled his heart at this sight. What is this? He thought as he turned around to see the 2 wolves and other creatures staring at him. He saw a giant snake, a monstrous toad, and an owl with a white mask, to name a few. They surrounded him. As they approached, the cocoon started to burst open, revealing an ungodly sight. A creature with no eyes, instead having 4 wings protruding from its eye sockets and a tail-like appendage extending from the back of its head. It had an 8-handled wheel, a dharma chakra above it. The creature grabbed Sasuke by the throat, squeezing hard. Sasuke's consciousness was fading. He tried to fight, trying to cry out for someone to save him, but no one came. Sasuke! 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 A voice cried out, echoing through the darkness as he sank into unconsciousness as everything went black. Sasuke awoke to see his sister shaking him. Sasuke, she shouted. It's time to get ready for school. I've been trying to wake you for the past 5 minutes. Are you fine? She asked with concern in her eyes. Sasuke sat up in bed, putting a hand on his head. It's nothing, just a bad dream, he said. We're leaving in a few minutes. Just letting you know that Okasan made breakfast, she said. Sasuke nodded. He got dressed, still processing the nightmare, wondering what it meant. He headed downstairs, running into Itachi, who was about to head out. Ni-san, I thought you'd be gone by now, Sasuke said. Itachi turned to face his younger brother. I was about to leave. I have a busy day ahead. Itachi responded coldly. Can you help me with shuriken training after school today? Sasuke asked. Itachi got up and walked towards Sasuke. He poked his brother's forehead, a gesture he commonly did. Sorry, Sasuke. Maybe another time, he said before leaving their home. Sasuke, a little irritated at Itachi, walked into the kitchen, where he saw his sister and father eating breakfast while his mother was washing the dishes. He sat down at the table and grabbed a plate of food. He ate as he listened to his sister talk with their father. Hey, Tusan. When do you think Sasuke and I will unlock the Sharingan? Nissan unlocked his at 8, but we haven't done so yet, Kiyomi asked. Fugaku sipped his tea before responding. If you train hard enough, you can unlock it faster than your brother. But remember, Itachi is extraordinary, a prodigy among prodigies. He paused. He became a Genin at 6, a Chunin at 10, a Jonin at 12, and recently got promoted to Umbu captain. Wow, and Ai-san is amazing, Kiyomi said. Sasuke just nodded his head. Tusan, can you help me with shuriken training after school? He asked. Fugaku closed his eyes. No, Sasuke, I have important matters to attend to. As clan head, there is a heavy burden on my shoulders, especially regarding our current relationship with the Leaf, he said as he got up and left the room. Why don't you ask Naruto to help you? He's been helping me a bunch, Kiyomi said. Naruto, Uzumaki? Their mother, Makoto, asked curiously. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki, snow-white hair, black glasses. You know him, Okasan? Sasuke asked. No, I never personally met him, but I knew his mother, Makoto said with a smile. She was kind-hearted and loyal to those who called her friend. Can we meet her? Kiyomi asked innocently. Makoto saddened. No, it wouldn't be possible. There was a long silence in the room. But it's nice that you all seem to be getting along, Makoto said, breaking the silence. I think it's time for you to head out so you're not late. She grabbed 2 bags and handed them to her children. Here's your lunch, she said, kissing them on their foreheads. And Sasuke-kun, I can help you with your training after school. Kyo-chan, make sure to watch over him. I love you both, she said. Love you too, Okasan, Kiyomi replied, hugging her mother. Sasuke said nothing as he held his lunch. So, you don't love me, Sasuke-kun? She said, teasing her son before going up to him and tickling him. Say you love your Okasan, she said playfully. Sasuke eventually gave in. I love you, Okasan, he said tenderly. Oh, look at Sasuke-chan holding his sweet Okasan, Kiyomi said, teasing her brother. Sasuke ignored her as he hugged his mother, still thinking of the nightmare he had. The two headed out the door, waving to their mother as they journeyed to the academy. Konoha Ninja Academy. All right, everyone. It's time to settle down, Irika shouted from the front of the classroom. Today we have a math test. You'll have an hour to complete it. You may start once you receive a test from instructor Mizuki. Mizuki handed out the exams to the students. Where's Naruto? Kiyomi asked as she looked around for her friend. Probably slept in again. He's always late to class, Sasuke replied. They received their exams and got started. With 10 minutes left of the exam, Naruto finally showed up. Irika promptly yelled at him as Naruto ignored his words. He then grabbed a test and went to take a seat. This idiot, Sasuke thought as he watched Naruto sit down. This exam was difficult. It took him the entire time to finish 13/15 questions. He had to hurry if he wanted to finish. However, what Sasuke did not prepare for, or anyone else in the class, was for Naruto to fill out his test in 2 minutes, get up, hand the test back to Irika, and leave the room. Ha! Was the collective thought of everyone in the class as they watched Naruto walk out. He didn't look stressed at all. It was as if the test was a joke to him. There's no way he got any of them right. These problems are too long. He must have given up, Sasuke thought. He pushed these thoughts away and continued with his remaining time. All right, pencils down. The exam is over, Irika said as Mizuki collected the exams. You'll have a short break as we grade these exams. We'll resume class after we finish grading. Everyone proceeded to head outside to decompress after the exam. Kiyomi ran up to her brother to talk with him about it. How do you think you did? She asked. It was tough and pretty long. I don't remember learning about the stuff on the exam. I'm lucky if I got a 70 on it. It was rough, but I think I did fine, Sasuke replied. You thought that was hard? A voice called out from above. The twins looked up to see Naruto lying on a tree branch with his hands behind his head. "That was easy," Naruto said as he got up and jumped down to face the siblings. "I honestly should have showed up later," he yawned. Sasuke glared at Naruto as he stood before them. He wondered how someone so lazy and irresponsible could be so arrogant and bashful. He had spent the whole hour struggling while Naruto had breezed through it in minutes. How was that possible? "There's no way you passed that test, Naruto," Sasuke snapped. "You probably did terrible. You couldn't have finished that quickly. We didn't even learn most of the stuff on there." Naruto laughed aloud, an annoying sound that echoed in Sasuke's ears. "We'll see, Sasuke. I am the smartest in the class after all," he responded mockingly. Sasuke deadpanned at Naruto's statements. He was delusional as always. Naruto rarely showed up to class. The only times he did was if homework was due, an exam, or a class trip. Before their conversation could continue, Mizuki called the students back to class as they had finished grading the exams. He followed Naruto and Kiyomi back to the class. He was sure that he had done well despite the difficulty of the test. He was confident in his intelligence and skills. He was certain that he had got the highest score in the class. "All right, everyone, settle down," Irika said, holding a stack of papers. "We've graded your tests. The purpose was to see how you would do when confronted with challenging topics. We haven't addressed more than half of the concepts on this exam, but by the time you've graduated from the academy, these questions should be easy. Most of you did poorly, but a few did good," he said. Mizuki passed the graded exams back to the students. Students of note who did well were Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, and Ino Yamanaka. Sasuke looked down at his test as he got 75%, not bad, as the closest score to his was 65%. Kiyomi looked at her test, seeing a 60%. I thought I did better," she said, saddened by her score. "Cheer up, Kiyomi," Sasuke responded. "We hadn't learned most of this and you got a score in the top 10, he said encouragingly. Kiyomi brightened up a bit from her brother's words. She turned to Naruto and asked, "What did you get?" Naruto said with a grin, "I got a 100, loud enough for the entire class to hear. I told you, I alone am the smartest one." Everyone in the class started to murmur. "Naruto, a 100? There's no way, he's dead last and never shows up on time," they said. "He must have cheated." "No, he didn't," Irika said, dispelling the murmurs. "Congratulations, Naruto. You got a perfect score. You did an amazing job." Sasuke couldn't believe it. He looked at Naruto, who was grinning from ear to ear, waving his test in the air, celebrating his victory. He looked at Kiyomi, who was clapping and cheering for her friend, proud of his achievement. The whole class was confused. How could this be? "All right, that's enough, everyone. We still have work to get done today," Irika said. "Who is he?" Sasuke thought as he watched Naruto continue to boast about his achievement. After the academy ended, Kiyomi, Naruto, and Sasuke headed outside. "Hey Sasuke, do you want to train with us?" Kiyomi asked her brother. "No, I'm going to go practice by myself," he responded. "You sure you don't want instruction from the greatest student?" Naruto chimed in. "I don't want your help, Dobe," Sasuke responded. "See ya, Sasuke-san," Kiyomi said as she waved goodbye to her brother before heading off with Naruto. Sasuke observed the two engaged in conversation with irritation etched across his face. He disliked how close the two were getting. He couldn't stand Naruto's antics, and the sight of him with his sister made his blood boil. Suppressing these thoughts, he headed off in the opposite direction to practice his shuriken jutsu. Sasuke aimed and threw another shuriken at the wooden target, this time hitting the bullseye. A proud smile crept onto his lips, relishing this small achievement. As he reached for another shuriken from the ground, the silver glow of the moon captured his attention, signaling that night had arrived. Wondering why no one had come to get him, he swiftly packed his shuriken into his bag and dashed toward the Uchiha district. I hope Kiyomi made it safely, he pondered as he sprinted through the village. As Sasuke neared the entrance of the Uchiha district, an abrupt chill sent shivers down his spine. He glanced upward and caught sight of a mysterious figure perched on a nearby utility pole, staring intently at him. Sasuke blinked, and in an instant, the enigmatic presence vanished into thin air. What? I thought I saw someone, he thought. That is when he noticed the corpses of his clan members lying on the streets. He smelled blood and fire, feeling a sudden surge of fear and confusion. What was going on? Was there an attack? Who was attacking his clan? He ran faster, hoping to find his family safe and sound. He kept coming across bodies that had been burned, stabbed, and even mutilated. He saw familiar faces twisted in pain and terror, but he also saw unfamiliar bodies. There were bodies with animal-like masks and black cloaks scattered around. He didn't know who these people were. Sasuke kept running. He saw blood splattered on the walls and the ground. He saw flames engulfing the houses and the shops. He saw destruction and death everywhere. He felt his heart sink and his stomach churn. He wanted to vomit. He wanted to cry. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't understand who would do such a thing and why. He ran faster towards his home, hoping his parents and siblings were still alive. He reached his house and saw the door was open. He rushed inside and called out for his family. Ka-san, Tu-san, Ni-san, Ne-san. Where are you? Are you okay? He shouted, his voice echoing with a mix of worry and desperation. He heard no answer. He felt a pang of despair. He ran to the living room and opened the door. However, he found a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He saw his father on one knee, badly beaten, bloodied, and bruised. Sasuke heard footsteps and looked up. A figure was standing in the shadows, a red eye glowing at him through the darkness. The figure moved closer, revealing more features. He was tall with long black hair, wore an orange mask with black swirls covering the face except for a circular opening on the right side, and had a sheathed katana hanging from his belt. In his left hand, he was holding Sasuke's mother by the throat, choking her to death. "Sasuke, stay back," Fugaku croaked. He tried to move to protect his son, but couldn't from his injuries inflicted by the masked man. "Ka-san," Sasuke screamed in terror. His legs turned to jelly, but he wanted to do something to save his mother. But he was frozen in place, watching helplessly as the intruder held his mother. "Foolish child," the masked man snarled as he twisted his mother's neck with a swift motion. Sasuke heard a sickening crack, followed by a dull thud, as his mother's lifeless body hit the floor. Blood dripped from her mouth and nose as he watched her body on the ground. Sasuke gasped and felt tears sting his eyes. He grabbed his head, screaming in agony as he collapsed onto the ground. "No, no, no, Ka-san. Why would you do this?" he said through sobs. The masked man chuckled and stepped over his mother's corpse. He looked down at Sasuke with contempt and pity. "You are naive child. Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes to plan in this accursed world." He spoke, his voice cold and cruel. "The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are pain, suffering, and futility." He stared at Sasuke, his red eye burning with rage. The Uchiha clan was once the most feared and respected in the village, but now they have been relegated to bottom feeders. They have fallen prey to the false peace of Konoha and lost their pride and power. How can you call yourself an Uchiha when you are nothing but a weak and foolish woman's son? They bring nothing but shame to the Uchiha name, and I will wipe them out. Weak? You monster. You'll pay for this, I swear. Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, rising to his feet with a defiant glare. Sasuke felt a surge of chakra in his eyes, and his vision became sharper and clearer. His eyes burned with a crimson light, revealing a 2-tomo Sharingan in his right eye and a 1-tomo in his left eye. He could feel his chakra coursing through his body. He also felt a strange connection to the shadows around him. So, you want to dance, no? The masked man said, mocking him. Well then, let's dance. Without thinking, he brought his hands together, forming a dog-shaped hand seal. Gyokukin, divine dogs, he cried out. He heard a low growl, followed by a howl, as two large shapes emerged from the shadows behind him. They were twin wolves, one with white fur and the other with black fur. They had red eyes and 3 dots forming a triangle on their forehead of opposite orientations. Now this is getting interesting, the masked man said as he sidestepped the incoming claw swipe from the white one. Sasuke rushed forward, throwing a punch at the assailant, but nothing happened. It was as if his fist phased right through him. You have fire, child, but still don't have what it takes to dance, the masked man said as he kicked Sasuke in the stomach, sending him flying through the wall and crashing onto the pavement outside. Sasuke rolled on the ground before hitting the compound wall, creating a crater from the impact. He coughed up blood and was severely injured from the attack. The wolves rushed to protect their master, rushing the masked man. But like before, their attacks seemed to phase right through him. I've had enough of this, the masked man said as he kicked the black wolf away and jumped to his left, avoiding another attack from the white wolf. He unsheathed his katana and with one swift vertical slash, he decapitated it. Its head rolled on the ground, leaving a pool of blood. He turned his attention towards Sasuke as he walked towards the boy who lay against the compound walls. Blood trickled down from Sasuke's head, blurring his vision. He felt his chakra fading away, along with his Sharingan. The black wolf whimpered and dissolved into his shadow, leaving him alone and defenseless. You are weak, child. You still have much to learn, the man said as raised his katana, the blade glistening in the moonlight, preparing to end Sasuke's life. Before he could attack, he was surrounded by a squad of Umbu wearing animal-style masks, black clothing covered with a light gray flak jacket over their back and torso, gloves with metal guards, sandals with reinforced toes, and a tanto on their backs. The captain of the squad, Dog, stood atop the compound wall over Sasuke as he stared down at the masked intruder. Through the left eye hole, a lone Sharingan shined. You're under arrest for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If you resist, you will be killed, Dog spoke. Humph, you're late as always. I'm finished here. It is not yet time I reveal myself. The man spoke before a swirling vortex appeared in his eye, sucking him into the hole. He vanished into thin air, leaving behind a faint ripple. They watched as the assailant disappeared. Search for survivors. I'll take the kid back to Hokage-sama. Move out, Dog spoke. Hi, Captain, they responded before dispersing. Dog grabbed the now unconscious Sasuke and headed towards the village. Konoha Training Ground 11. Naruto trudged through the dark forest, the moonlight barely piercing through the thick canopy. He carried Kiyomi on his back, her chest rising and falling softly. She had fallen asleep after their training, too tired to walk. Naruto felt her breath on his neck as he continued to walk. This was new to him. He didn't know what to think or feel about this. However, Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts as he sensed someone approaching at a rapid pace. It was a similar chakra to the man who followed him before. It was cold and radiated emptiness. Just before the unknown figure reached Naruto's position, he slowed down. It was as if he was toying with him, trying to scare Naruto and induce fear. Naruto had enough and called out to him, "Hey, you coward! Come out and face me! Or are you too scared?" A man in a black cloak with an animal-style mask stepped into the moonlight, a kunai in his left hand. "I'm here for the girl. Give her to me and I won't hurt you," he said emotionlessly. Naruto laughed. "Hurt me? You?" he said before glaring at the man. "How can you hurt me when you're already dead?" The cloaked man barely had time to register Naruto's words before he felt a sharp pain around his neck. He gasped, dropping his kunai and clutching his throat. As he fell to the ground, he saw a tall figure with black hair and blood-stained clothes standing over him. The figure's eyes glowed red. Why you?" he said before choking on his blood. The figure without turning his head spoke to Naruto, "Protect my sister," before vanishing into the night. "I will, Itachi," Naruto said. Chapter 3. Konoha Hokage Office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair overlooking the tranquil village. From this view, everything seemed so calm and peaceful. However, Hiruzen knew that this was far from the truth. The last couple of days have been pure hell for the old Hokage. It had been a week since the devastation of the Uchiha clan. An attack from a masked intruder and an unknown secondary force had eliminated 95% of the clan. He sighed. Just when the relations between the Uchiha and the village had turned a new leaf and things were looking bright, tragedy had to strike. Not only was the Uchiha nearly ended, but the village also lost a big part of its military police force and strong shinobi available. As for the Uchiha that did survive, most of them were heavily injured. Women and children were strategically targeted. The only Uchiha children that remained were Sasuke and his sister, Kiyomi. The clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, had survived his injuries, so there was still leadership in what remained of the clan. However, Fugaku's chakra network had been completely disrupted, meaning that his days as a combatant were over. He was supposed to meet with him today, as he had been informed that Fugaku was now in a stable condition and could leave the confinement of his bed. They would have much to discuss. Hiruzen also had another issue to resolve: the issue of Danzo Shimura's death. He had a feeling his former friend was involved with the Uchiha massacre. Reports indicated that the bodies belonging to the unknown secondary force found near the Uchiha district had animal masks similar to Umbu masks and black cloaks. Through examination, it was found the unknown Shinboi were missing Konoha Nin, orphans that had gone missing when they were 4 years old. The bodies also possessed a cursed seal on their tongues. Danzo was anti-Uchiha, a trait he had gained from their sensei, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He was responsible for the tension between the Leaf and Uchiha after the attack of the Kyuubi, putting blame on the Uchiha and spreading rumors to the villagers. Hiruzen knew of Danzo's root shinobi but hadn't thought it was this big nor capable of launching such an attack on the Uchiha. There was also Itachi Uchiha. Reports indicated the only person in the vicinity was Itachi, as the time and location of his sighting matched the possible time of Danzo's death. No one has heard of or seen Itachi since the tragic event. Due to these factors, Itachi has been labeled an S-rank rogue ninja in the bingo book and labeled as an accomplice to the Uchiha massacre and in league with the masked intruder. Hiruzen did not believe Itachi would slaughter his clan. Itachi did value the village over his clan and was prepared to take action if a civil war were to break out, but Hiruzen believed he could solve the issue without death. Hiruzen wanted to wait until Itachi returned for a trial and explanation for his actions. However, the Konoha Council had already voted to brandish him a traitor. It was the quick and easy option as opposed to launching a lengthy investigation into the matter. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. He needed to find a successor, so he didn't have to deal with these problems or politics. However, Hiruzen was taken out of his thoughts as he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," Hiruzen responded curiously. He wasn't expecting any visitors at this time. An older man, the same age as Hiruzen, walked through the doors. The man had mid-length, gray that was slicked back, reaching to just behind his neck. He had onyx eyes with thick long eyebrows with thick edges. The older man also had a long and thin mustache that extended to both sides of his cheeks. He wore a light gray haori over a dark blue yukata with a black hakama, white tabi, and brown scandals. "Na Bito. It's been a while, my old friend," Hiruzen said. "A lot has happened since I last saw you." "Save it for later, Hiruzen. You can catch me up over a drink," Nabito chuckled. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the drinking habits of his old friend and knew it would end badly for his wallet. "I'm assuming you are not simply dropping by to chat with an old friend," he said. "No, the news of the Uchiha massacre has traveled fast and far. I wouldn't be surprised if it has reached the other great shinobi nations," Nabito responded. "I also heard about Danzo." Nabito took a seat, putting his arms across his chest. That bastard finally got what he deserved. But the main reason I'm here is regarding the Uchiha clan. How many are left? As of now, 10 remain, Hiruzen responded. What about my daughter? Nabito asked. She sadly perished on that night, Hiruzen said, lowering his eyes. I see, Nabito replied somberly. Is Fugaku still alive? Yes. I received news from the hospital that he has recovered but has sustained permanent damage to his chakra network. He may never be able to use ninjutsu again, Hiruzen said. I was planning to head over there before you arrived. We can go now and I'll explain the situation on our way there. Nabito nodded and the two left Hiruzen's office. When they arrived at Konoha Hospital, they were greeted by the receptionists, who led the way to the isolated ward of the hospital where all the Uchiha were. Hiruzen placed a large number of umbu to guard the entrance and the corridors. Outside of Fugaku's room were 2 umbu. Hiruzen greeted them and asked them to open the door. They complied, and Hiruzen and Nabito entered the room. Fugaku sat upright on his bed as nurses were moving around him. He looked at Hiruzen and Nabito as they entered the room with a neutral expression. Hokage-sama, he said with a monotone voice. Fugaku, how are feeling? Hiruzen asked sincerely. Nabito said nothing and simply leaned against a wall with his arms crossed. He gave a big yawn and looked uninterested. I'm fine, Hokage-sama, he said as he got up. We have more important matters to discuss. Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt and regret. He believed that if he had been more vigilant as the Hokage, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. He cleared his throat. Yes, we do. Silence filled the room until Nabito spoke. If you two are done, here is our proposal. The remaining Uchiha will be moved to a compound closer to the village and the police force building, preferably near the Hyuga clan compound. This way, the Uchiha clan can be seen by the villagers rather than being this mysterious group of people who arrest them. Additionally, due to the proximity between the two clans, we can establish a relationship between the two. Hiruzen chimed in. What about the political power of the Uchiha? Our image and strength have taken a massive hit, Fugaku inquired. Yes boy, we know. That is why I will be replacing Danzo on the Elder Council. This will balance out the political power and build back good favor in the village, Nabito said. He'll sit on the Elder Council until the Uchiha population increases to a healthy amount, Hiruzen added. So do you agree to this proposal? Fugaku thought for a moment. Yes, I agree, he said. Splendid, we can discuss more if you would like. I know you're going to grab your children from the academy and I'll come with, Hiruzen said. Before we go, I need to talk with him alone, Nabito said. Give us a few minutes. Certainly, Hiruzen said before exiting the room with the nurses. Nabito waited for the door to close before speaking. So, are you certain that he possesses it? Fugaku nodded. Yes, he formed a dog-shaped hand seal which summoned 2 wolves. Nabito rubbed his chin. After 100 years, the Takusa no Kage Bujutsu, 10 Shadows technique, has returned to the Uchiha clan. Who else knows? Outside the 2 of us, the man who killed Mikoto has seen it. He may come after Sasuke, Fugaku replied. Nabito's stern face morphed into a smile. Things are sure getting interesting, he said. Fugaku simply nodded, thinking about all that had transpired. Konoha Ninja Academy. Okay class, today we will be doing combat exercises and evaluations. Meet me outside, Irika said. As everyone was getting up, Naruto walked in. He grinned and waved at his classmates, but no one smiled back. They all looked tense and nervous as if they were walking on eggshells. Yo, Irika-sensei, I heard we were doing some training today, he said excitedly. Irika's eyelid twitched. Yes, Naruto. Now head outside, he said. The students headed outside but stayed silent, whispering among themselves. Naruto noticed the change in atmosphere. He had no idea why the mood was so dreadful. He knew of the tragedy and hated to see such a strong clan get reduced to a small amount. But it had nothing to do with him or anyone Nada Uchiha. There was no point in being this gloomy. He thought everyone would have moved on by now, but apparently not. Naruto looked around the room for this source. He spotted a gloomy chakra radiating from the Uchiha twins. He could see it permeating off Sasuke. It had affected everyone in the class. It also plagued his sister. Naruto frowned. He did not understand why Sasuke was acting like a baby. He decided to head towards the Uchiha twins and get a better read of what was happening between them. "Hey Kiyomi-chan, Sasuke. How are you doing?" he said. "Hey Naruto, we're doing all right," she said. Sasuke said nothing and walked past Naruto. Naruto watched Sasuke as he walked away from them. "I guess he's still sulking around," he said as he turned towards Kiyomi. "Yeah, he doesn't speak to anyone anymore. Not even me." Kiyomi hung her head. "He's shut me off. I can't even talk to him. I want to help. He's not the only one in pain," she said with tears forming. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy for her. He reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. "I'll knock some sense in him. Don't you worry," he said with a grin. Giving her a thumbs up, he put his hands in his pockets as he walked towards Choji and Shikamaru. A smile appeared on Kiyomi's face. "Thanks, Naruto-kun," she said. When everyone made it outside, Irika and the other instructors went around to ensure they had the correct number of students. "All right, out here is where we'll be doing combat exercises. These exercises will be on the graduation exam. We will track your performance and improvement as you progress through the years," Irika said. "There will be ninjutsu training, ninja tool training, taijutsu training, and individual battles against your classmates. Hokage-sama will also be watching your performances. Be sure to do your best today." "Got it," Irika added. "Hi, sensei," the students replied. "All right, that's the spirit. Now get into 4 equal rows in single file order," he said. The tests began, and the students showed their skills and abilities. Naruto, however, had other plans. He saw an opportunity to sneak away when the teachers were busy with the other students. He wanted to have some fun and take a nap since he was feeling sleepy. He quickly ran towards a nearby tree and sat down on a tree branch hidden. He watched the students go through the various tests. He took mental notes of who did well. As expected, the Uchiha twins were exceptional in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Sasuke did well on the shuriken throw, while Kiyomi struggled to hit a single target. Hinata Hyuga looked promising so far but looked timid and not assertive. Shikamaru half-assed his way through the exams, barely giving effort. Shino Aburame looked impressive across the board as well. "We've got some talent in this class," Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Irika was calling Naruto's name for the shuriken throw. "Naruto Uzumaki, come forth," Irika said. "Nothing." "Naruto Uzumaki, come forth," Irika repeated. No response again. Everyone looked around. They had just seen him a few minutes ago. Where could he have gone? Irika called Naruto's name one more time, but nothing. He sighed and wrote a 0 for the remaining tests and training. Naruto chuckled to himself from the tree as he continued to watch. After completing the exercises, the students took a lunch break. Kiyomi went to Sasuke and tried to eat with him, but he shrugged her off and went to sit by himself. She watched him walk off with a pained expression and took an open seat near her best friend, Hinata Hyuga. "Is Sasuke all right?" Hinata asked shyly. Kiyomi followed her gaze and felt a knot in her stomach. She hated talking about Sasuke, even though she knew Hinata meant well. He had ignored her ever since the massacre, leaving her alone and broken. She forced a smile and met Hinata's eyes. "He'll be fine," she lied, hoping her voice didn't betray her. Hinata nodded, but a pang of doubt stabbed her heart. She noticed the dark circles under Kiyomi's eyes and the way she hunched her shoulders. She wanted to say something more, but her words got stuck in her throat. She wished she had more courage and confidence. She bit her lip and averted her gaze. "Oh, okay," she stuttered, feeling something was off. Kiyomi caught Hinata's uncertain glance, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She didn't want to make her friend feel bad. She just had a lot going on. She didn't know how to let her in and open up. She coughed and shifted the topic. "So, how are you doing?" she inquired, faking nonchalance. Hinata gave Kiyomi a faint smile. She nodded and lied, "I'm fine," hoping her voice didn't tremble. She cared for her friend and didn't want to overstep. They ate in awkward silence, avoiding each other's eyes. Kiyomi felt a lump in her throat, wishing she could say something to break the tension. Hinata felt a flutter in her chest, wondering if she should say something to ease the pain. They both wanted to reach out but held back, afraid of making it worse. Suddenly a voice spoke, "Hey ladies, what's cooking?" They both jumped, startled by the intrusion. They turned to see Naruto, with his signature glasses, sitting at the table, munching on dango. "And Naruto?" Hinata gasped, her face turning red. "Naruto?" Kiyomi said, getting a little flustered. "Where have you been? Where did he come from? I could have sworn no one else was sitting here," she thought. "Around. I got bored and decided to take a quick nap." Naruto yawned. "So what are you two doing? Having fun?" he asked, taking another bite of his dango. He acted like he was oblivious to the atmosphere, but he was aware of it. He sensed the sadness between them but also saw an opportunity. He wanted to shake things up and make them talk. He had a plan and he was ready to execute it. "So Hinata, I saw you at Ichiraku the other day. You've got good taste," he said. Hinata blushed. "Titi Hanks and Naruto," she said. "Wait, you like Ichiraku ramen, Hinata?" Kiyomi asked, getting excited. "Why yes, it's my favorite place to eat," Hinata responded. "Oh my gosh, I love Ichiraku ramen," Kiyomi said with stars in her eyes. They proceeded to get into a conversation about their favorite ramen. Naruto quietly slipped away, whistling to himself. On to the other, he thought. Naruto walked over to where Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba were sitting. "Hey Naruto, where have you been? I tried to find you when Irika called your name. Sadly, he gave you all zeros," Choji said, shaking his head. Naruto brushed him off with a dismissive gesture. "Don't sweat it. I'm fine," he retorted. He got closer to Shikamaru, who had his back facing him. "Oi, Shikamaru!" Naruto shouted as he slapped Shikamaru's back hard. Shikamaru choked on his food and sprayed it all over Ino, who was sitting next to him. Choji and Kiba burst into laughter, while Ino glared at them. Shikamaru wiped his mouth and sighed. "Naruto, you're troublesome as always," he said, rolling his eyes. "So you finally decided to return?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I got bored after my nap. Thought I'd come back and see how you did," Naruto said, grinning. "Well, maybe you wouldn't be so bored if you paid attention in class," Shikamaru said. "Why would I do that, huh?" Naruto said, raising his voice. "Everyone's so dead and dull here, walking around like zombies. Who cares if a bunch of people died? It's not my problem," he said loudly. The room went silent as everyone stared at Naruto in shock and disbelief. Naruto turned his head and looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger and his fists tightened. Hey Naruto, I think you should stop talking so loud," Choji said nervously, tugging at his sleeve. Naruto ignored him. "All this moaning and groaning over the dead. How pathetic," he said, sneering. Sasuke had enough and headed straight towards Naruto. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling anger and frustration. He couldn't stand Naruto's arrogance and disrespect. On the other side of the yard, under a cherry blossom tree, Hiruzen, Nabito, and Fugaku stood. They had just arrived and were observing the scene with interest. Irika came over to greet them. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha-sama," he greeted, bowing respectfully. "Irika," How are the students performing? Hiruzen asked with a smile. He felt a sense of pride and curiosity, watching the young ninjas in training. He wanted to see their potential and talent. He hoped they would grow up to be strong and loyal shinobi. They are performing quite well. We truly have an exceptional next generation. However, Naruto skipped class again. Irika replied, frowning slightly. Isn't he over there? Hiruzen pointed at Naruto and Sasuke, standing a few feet from each other, glaring intensely. Irika turned to see Naruto and Sasuke, and his eyes widened. He felt a wave of shock and panic, realizing that this wasn't going to end well. Apologies Hokage-sama for their behavior, Irika said, bowing again. He felt a flush of embarrassment and guilt. Hiruzen waved at him. It's fine, my boy. No need to apologize. He's just being himself, he said, chuckling. I should be the one apologizing to you. I'll break this up immediately, Irika said, moving to intervene. A hand stopped him. Wait, let's see what happens, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling. This is getting interesting, he said. Meanwhile, Sasuke reached Naruto's position and stared at him intensely. He could feel the anger and pain boiling inside him from Naruto's words. What did you say, dope? Sasuke said angrily, as he got into Naruto's face. He spat the word like venom, trying to provoke him. I said you're pathetic, Naruto replied, smiling wickedly. He put his hands in his pockets, which infuriated Sasuke even more. You're moping around like a big baby who wet his diaper, he said, taunting him. Get your act together. Sasuke had enough. He hated how Naruto was diminishing his pain and suffering like it was insignificant. How dare you? Sasuke screamed as he threw a punch at Naruto, who easily dodged it. Wow! Come at me then, Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Sasuke threw a barrage of punches and kicks at Naruto, trying to nail him, but he couldn't land a single attack. Naruto evaded effortlessly. Sasuke went for a sweep kick, but Naruto jumped back, looking at the tired Uchiha. If you fought this hard, maybe you could have saved your clan, Naruto said, egging Sasuke on. Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustrated that he didn't land a single punch. I wonder who you lost? Your brother, maybe? Naruto put his hand over his mouth. Oh wait, he killed your clan, so it can't be him? I know. You lost your mother, right? Sasuke went silent and fell to his knees. Judging from that reaction, you must have seen her die. Here I thought you were strong, I guess I was wrong. You're just weak, Naruto said. You're weak, child. You still have much to learn, Sasuke heard in his head. He picked up a nearby rock and rushed at Naruto. I'll kill you, he shouted. Naruto smiled. We need to stop this, it's gone too far, Irika said, preparing to rush in. Naruto stopped him again. No, that kid with glasses has something up his sleeve. I want to see what happens. Sasuke hurled the rock towards Naruto to create an opening. Naruto tilted his head to the left and was surprised to see Sasuke in front of him with a fist raised. You've got spirit, but you're still too slow, Naruto, as he causally moved out of the way. He put his foot out, tripping Sasuke. Sasuke stumbled over Naruto's foot, losing his balance. He was now falling and was going to crack the back of his head on the rock he had thrown. Sasuke closed his eyes, bracing for the incoming pain, but it never came. He opened his eyes to see Naruto holding him by his shirt collar. This mopey mood you have, you need to let it go, Naruto said seriously. What? Sasuke said. Believe me, feeling sorry for yourself and meandering around isn't going to change anything. Naruto continued. I used to be like you, feeling sorry for myself and wallowing in self-pity. Shut up. What do you know? What makes you think you know anything about me? Sasuke said, slapping his hand away. This caused him to hit the ground due to the transfer of energy. He fell on his butt, staining his shorts. I know that you blame yourself for your mother's death. I know that you feel like you failed her. I know that you feel weak, Naruto said. Sasuke sat there in silence, replaying her death in his mind. He hated himself for not being stronger. Naruto bent down to his level. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his blue eyes. "You know, I've been orphaned my entire life," he said, shocking Sasuke. "I never knew my parents, and I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. I've had to fight for everything I own. Nothing was given to me. To rise above my troubles, I had to become strong, just like you need to become strong." Naruto smiled as he watched Sasuke's face. He knew his words were getting through to him. He got up satisfied and turned away from him. "It's not good to stay like this. If you do, you'll never get stronger," Naruto said, walking away. "So do your best, Sasuke. You may need to push yourself, though. Get stronger to avenge your clan and your mother. And get stronger to keep up with me," Naruto thought. He walked back into the academy building, whistling as if nothing happened. Sasuke remained on the ground, looking at his hand, deep in thought. The weight of Naruto's words lingered in his mind. From under the cherry blossom tree, Nobito grinned maliciously. "This boy is special. Who is he?" he thought. "You never cease to surprise me," Hiruzen thought. He turned towards Irika. "It seems the situation has resolved itself," he said. "Hhai Hokage-sama," Irika replied. The students returned to class, buzzing with curiosity about what happened. They exchanged glances and whispers, trying to piece together what they had seen and heard. After that incident, Sasuke sat in the back of the class, keeping his silence. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He just wanted to be left alone to think. He felt a storm of emotions raging inside him. Anger, sadness, confusion, shame, guilt, fear, and something else. Something that he couldn't name, but that burned like fire. He couldn't fathom why Naruto had confronted him. It baffled him that someone as arrogant and self-absorbed as Naruto would concern himself with his behavior. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day and taking Sasuke out of his thoughts. He packed up and slung his book bag over his shoulder. Kiyomi came over to him. "Sasuke, are you ready to go?" she asked, her voice gentle and concerned. Sasuke gave a curt nod and followed her outside the academy building, keeping his distance from her. Outside, they were greeted by their father, the Hokage, and an older man they had never seen before. "To-san," Kiyomi shouted, running to hug her father. She buried her face in his thighs, trying to hide the tears that threatened to spill. Fugaku gently rubbed the top of her head. Sasuke just glanced at his father and looked away, feeling a surge of resentment and indifference. "You two did well today. I'm excited to see your development into fine shinobi," Hiruzen said before departing with his Umbu guard. "Let's head back," Fugaku said. They walked in silence, an undeniable tension hanging in the air. Sasuke sensed his sister's gaze fixed on him, but he refused to meet them. He knew she was concerned, but the last thing he wanted was her pity. He did not want her to see how weak he was. He hated himself for what had happened that day. He hated how Naruto had mocked him, how he had failed to land a single hit, how he had fallen to his knees. He hated how Naruto made him feel things he did not want to feel. His resolve to avenge his clan and exact vengeance for his mother's death had driven him to this point. Thoughts of Itachi had been buried deep since that fateful night, leaving Sasuke grappling with conflicting emotions. Sasuke found no issue with his mood. He thought strength was only about power, abilities, and prowess. But Naruto had challenged him on this. It wasn't just about physical strength. It was about overcoming pain. This revelation left him perplexed, unsure of how to navigate his emotions. He did not know what to make of these feelings or what to do with them. He glanced at his sister, walking beside him with a cheerful smile. She seemed to have accepted their loss and moved on with her life. She had stayed kind, happy, and hopeful after their tragedy. He wondered if her composure was genuine or a facade, performing an act of forgiveness as some form of a noble gesture. Anger and resentment surged within him, feeling as though his sister betrayed their clan, their mother, and him. He believed she was abandoning their pain, suffering, and sacrifices. Felt like she was disregarding everything he was feeling. He did not want to hurt his sister. His love for her surpassed everything. She was not just his sister but also his twin, his other half. He just wanted her to be angry just like him and eager to get back at those who hurt them, the ones responsible for their pain and suffering. However, she diverged from this and discouraged his harshness, advocating for kindness. Her actions disgusted him, but he would never outright say it. They reached their new home, a two-story modest home in a quiet part of the village. The house had a large window with a blue awning on the left side. The entrance door is on the right side with two small Uchiha crests on each side. "This is our new home," Fugaku said. They walked inside the house. There was a large living room with a kitchen. There was one bedroom on the first floor and no bathrooms. Upstairs there were 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Tusan?" Kiyomi asked. "Yes," Fugaku replied. "Who is that?" she said, pointing to Naobito, unaware of who this was. Fugaku smiled. "That's your Ojaizen," he said. "Ojaizen," she said, turning to face Naobito. She looked him up and down before running to him and hugging him. "Ojaizen," she said, her voice full of enthusiasm. Naobito picked her up. "You're beautiful. You look so much like your mother," he said, placing her back down. "He'll be living with us for the time being," Fugaku said. "Kiyomi, go to your room upstairs. It's the first one on the right. Sasuke, I need to talk to you." Kiyomi nodded and went upstairs, leaving Sasuke with the 2 older Uchiha. "When you fought that man, you summoned something. Show us," Fugaku said. Sasuke formed a dog-shaped hand seal. "Gyokukin Kan, divine dog," he said. Sasuke's shadow started to extend. However, instead of 2 wolves, a large bipedal werewolf-like creature arose from his shadow. The werewolf had black fur besides a white undercoat, feet, and forearms. It had a strange symbol on its forehead similar to the 2 wolves, but this symbol seemed like a combination of the 2 ones before. The werewolf was also massive, almost standing the same height as Fugaku. However, the werewolf did not stay for long as it dematerialized as Sasuke collapsed to the floor, extremely exhausted. Fugaku caught him before he hit the ground and set him on the nearby couch gently. "You said there were 2 before and 1 died, right?" Naobito asked. "Yes," Fugaku replied. "There was one with black fur and the other with white. The white one was decapitated and died." If I remember correctly, that is an innate trait within the ability. If one of his Shikigami persists, its traits would be fused into a remaining one," Naobito said. "Gyokukin Kan, divine dog, totality I?" The 2 waited until Sasuke regained consciousness. He woke up half an hour later. He opened his eyes to see his father and Naobito deep in a conversation. He sat upright on the couch, rubbing his head. "Here's some water, Sasuke," Fugaku said, giving his son a cup of water. Sasuke drank it in quick succession. Naobito spoke up. "You have a powerful technique, boy. A Kekkai Genkai not seen in the Uchiha clan for over 100 years. Sasuke said nothing. "You've something on your mind, boy? Speak," Naobito said. He looked up at Naobito. "Will it help me kill that man?" he said. Naobito closed his eyes. "Possibly, but you're still too weak to use it to its fullest capabilities. That brat from earlier was right. You are too dreary." Sasuke clenched his fists, getting angry again. He was about to lash out, to unleash his fury and pain, but he felt a gentle touch on his shoulder. He looked up and saw his father's face, calm and sincere. "But you can be strong, Sasuke. I believe in you," Fugaku said softly. Sasuke blinked, stunned. Was this the same man who had always been cold and distant? Who never praised or comforted him? Who always compared him to Itachi? He felt something wet on his cheeks. Tears. He tried to wipe them away to hide his vulnerability, but they kept falling. "I know you must hate me for letting your mother die," I hate myself too for not being strong enough. But she wouldn't want you to be like this. She'd want you to be strong, strong enough to look over your sister. You two may not get along, have fights and have disagreements, but at the end of the day, she is your twin. As her brother, you must protect her. Fugaku continued. Sasuke's tears turned into sobs. He couldn't hold them back anymore. He couldn't hold anything back. He felt a wave of emotions crashing over him. Grief, guilt, anger, fear, love, longing. He felt them all and he let them out. I know I haven't been the best father, but I promise you from this point on, I will do everything in my power to protect you and your sister and make you two the strongest Uchiha. Even stronger than your brother, Fugaku said. Do you understand me? Sasuke nodded, unable to speak. He buried his face in his father's chest, feeling his warmth and his heartbeat. He hugged him tightly as if he was afraid to let him go. Fugaku smiled and wrapped his arms around his son. I promise you, Ka-san, I will avenge you, and I'll protect Kiyomi, Sasuke thought. 7 years later, Uchiha compound. 7 years had passed since the Uchiha massacre, and the morning sun cast a warm glow upon the Uchiha residence. Sasuke stirred in his bed as the light pierced through the window curtains. Today marked the academy graduation, where he would become a genin and take one step closer to accomplishing his goals. He sat upright on his bed, pulling his covers back and slipping into his house shoes. He went outside his room and walked down the hall to his sister's room. Kiyomi, wake up, he said, knocking on her door. He heard mumblings indicating she got up, so he carried on downstairs. He found Nabito on the couch, snoring loudly and drooling on the cushion. He reeked of sake and sweat. Sasuke ignored his grandfather and proceeded to the kitchen where his father, Fugaku, was engrossed in clan documents. Even with the compound rebuilt, there was a lot he needed to handle and plan for the future. Sasuke exchanged a nod with his father, a silent acknowledgement of the day's significance, and went to prepare a light breakfast. Sasuke had 3 eggs, a sausage, and toast with no jam. After his meal, he took a quick visit upstairs for his oral hygiene and skincare rituals. Returning to his room, Sasuke donned his new attire, examining his physical changes reflecting his growth and the passage of time. Examining himself in the mirror, he observed his sharper angles, facial features, and spiky, shortened hair. He wore a dark blue top with a high collar, buttons, and the red and white Uchiha crest. He also wore loose gray pants with black shinobi sandals. He stood at an impressive height of 5 feet 9 inches, taller than most boys his age. Satisfied with his appearance, Sasuke grabbed his bag and headed to see if his sister was ready to leave. Before he could knock, the door creaked open, revealing a room transformed over the years. Posters adorned the walls, each showcasing Kiyomi's eclectic taste. There were Ichikaru ramen vouchers, homework, and empty boxes littered around. The room had an air of organized chaos, reflecting her vibrant personality. Kiyomi, we're leaving, Sasuke called. The door opened wider, revealing an older Kiyomi. Her once childish features had given way to a graceful maturity, emphasized by the confident glint in her eyes. Her long black hair cascaded beyond her waist, framing her face and drawing attention to the Uchiha crest earrings. She wore a stylish ensemble, a black top paired with a dark blue skirt featuring straps over her shoulders. 2 bands adorned each of her arms, and thigh-high black socks seamlessly connected to her black sandals. She stood at 5 feet 8 inches, quite tall for a girl her age. "Oh, Todo-chan," Kiyomi exclaimed, embracing Sasuke in a tight hug. "Are you excited? Today is the day we become genin." "Yes, I know. Can you let go of me?" he asked, irritated. Kiyomi frowned as she released her brother. "Do you always have to be such a buzzkill? Can you try being a little more positive?" she said. Sasuke said nothing and headed downstairs with Kiyomi following him. They came across Nabito still passed out and blissfully unaware of the world. Looks like someone had a good time last night, Kiyomi remarked. Naruto snorted in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. Should we wake him? She said, mischief in her eyes. Sasuke shook his head. No, he'll be in a poor mood, and we don't have time to deal with his antics. As they were about to head out, their father came out from the kitchen. Good morning, Tusan, Kiyomi said. Do you know who our sensei is going? She asked. Fugaku shook his head. You will know who your sensei is after the exam. That is if you two are on the same team. Kiyomi got a little nervous. She had been expecting to be on the same team as Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he also expected them to be on the same team. Wait, so there's a chance Sasuke and I won't be on the same team? She asked. Yes, it is possible. Genin squads are typically constructed with to be well-rounded and versatile for any mission, he said. Depending on your skill set, you may be a team with a sensor, medic, or even ceiling-type shinobi. With the Sharingan, we are naturally better at taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Your teammates will be able to counter your deficiencies, Fugaku added. Kiyomi's head dropped. Well, that's a bummer, she pouted. Fugaku smiled. Don't worry. I believe whatever team you two are placed on you'll do well and represent the Uchiha with pride. Kiyomi brightens up at her father's comments. Hi Tusan, we'll do our best, she said with a smile. The two departed their house, waving goodbye to their father, and journeyed to the academy. As they walked through the new compound, they spotted some Uchiha hanging around. There was Tekka, Yakumi, and Naka Uchiha, who were the other remaining Uchiha males outside of Fugaku, Naruto, and Sasuke. Naka married a female Uchiha survivor, Naori, and they had a son on the way. They were headed to the hospital. Tekka was getting ready to go on patrol. He was young and single, but he primarily worked in the Konoha military police force as a lieutenant. Yakumi, on the other hand, had married a village girl and moved away from the clan compound. This was due to an incident involving him and Sasuke where Sasuke nearly beat him to death for trying to make a move on his sister when she was 13. As they headed towards the compound gate, they heard a familiar voice cry out to them. Hey Sasuke-chan, Kiyomi-chan. The twins turned around to see Izumi Uchiha, a 20-year-old with long brown hair going past her shoulder. She wore a long-sleeved, high-collared purple shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, baggy blue pants, a shuriken hostler on her right leg, a red armband on her left arm, and a long purple fingerless glove that ran nearly the length of her arm. She also had on a jonin flak jacket. Izumi-chan, Kiyomi cried out, hugging her. Off to the graduation exam, I assume? She said. Yes, Sasuke replied. Are you going to be our teacher Izumi-senpai? Izumi was one of the few remaining Uchiha who liked the twins. However, she was also avoided by the remaining clan members due to her close connection with Itachi. Luckily, not many villagers knew of her connection, so she avoided hate and glances from them. Who knows? She said playfully. It was nice seeing you too, but I have a meeting to attend to. Good luck, Izumi said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. After they reached the gate of the clan compound, they spotted Hinata heading out as well. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan compound gates met at an intersection. Hinata was being escorted by branch members of the Hyuga clan. Hey Hinata-chan, Kiyomi called out, waving to her best friend. Hinata smiled and waved back to her friend. She also saw Sasuke give a brief wave towards her, causing her to blush and turn red. Sasuke was confused by this action, while Kiyomi just sighed. In a short while, they reached the academy gates and saw their classmates and parents crowding the entrance. Everyone was excited to finally become a real shinobi and take on missions. Sasuke stood still, looking at the entrance, bracing himself for the next steps in his journey. Kiyomi turned to her brother. Are you ready, Sasuke? She asked. Sasuke looked at her. Yeah, let's become shinobi, he said, walking towards the entrance. Chapter 4. Konoha Ninja Academy. Okay, everyone, settle down. I know you're all excited to become genin, but I want to take some time for a few words of encouragement, Irika said. Regardless of how you do on the written and practical examinations, I want to say that I am proud to have been your teacher for these past years. Seeing your growth and development has been an amazing experience. Regardless, if you did not pass, don't worry. There will be more opportunities for you to become a genin in the future. With that out of the way, let's begin, Irika said before being interpreted by the opening of the classroom door. I'm hurt, Irika-sensei. How could you start without me? A voice said. Irika turned to see a tall figure, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, wearing a pair of black glasses that hid his eyes. He wore a sleek, all-black outfit that accentuated his slender frame. His jacket had a high collar that fastened with a gold button and had a red swirl on the back. He wore loose black pants and black sandals. He kept his hands in his pockets, projecting a casual confidence. His white hair was spiky and unruly, contrasting with his dark attire. Irika sighed. Naruto, I'm glad you decided to show up on time for once in your life. You're lucky. With the number of days you've missed, I should disqualify you from the exam. But since you've never missed an assignment, I'll let your previous transgressions slide. Now take a seat so we can begin, he said. The students snickered at Irika's comments and made fun of Naruto. There is no way Naruto will pass the graduation exam. He's the dead last, they said. Naruto, upon hearing their comments, smiled and ignored them. This would be fun. Naruto took an open seat next to Kiyomi. Hey Naruto, are you ready? She asked. I hope we get put on the same team. It would suck if I was with some randoms. I don't really know anyone else in the class. Yeah, I'm ready, he said confidently. But there's no need to worry. The teams have already been made. He put his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair. Wait, what do you mean they've already been made? Kiyomi asked. Won't they make them after we take the exams? Naruto chuckled. Most of the students in here are clan heirs. I doubt any of the higher-ups or clan heads would allow them to fail. Even if they did fail, Irika-sensei would be pressured to overturn his decision. He leaned back in his seat. It would bring shame to a clan's image if their heirs failed a measly academy graduation exam, he added. Kiyomi nodded at the logic, unsure of how to feel about this new revelation. Sasuke listened closely as well. He wasn't surprised by this. He just underestimated the power clans held in the village. Quiet down, everyone. We will begin the written exam now. You'll have 1 hour to finish. You may start once you receive an exam, Irika said. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi received a test and began. After 1 hour, Mizuki came around and collected the students' exams, placing them on the desk. Okay, everyone, that concludes the written portion of the exam. Now we'll move on to the practical examination. We'll head outside for this portion, Irika said. Once the students made it outside, Irika told them what they would be doing. We'll be doing a shuriken test and ninjutsu test. For the shuriken test, your goal is to hit as many wooden targets as you can. There will be 8 targets in total. For the ninjutsu test, you need to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu, and the Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Irika said. I believe you also make sure to do your best. Hi, sensei, the students shouted. Naruto rolled his eyes. These were low-class E-rank jutsus. These should be the bare minimum, not the bar. He couldn't do anything flashy with these. But maybe he could do something with the Henge no Jutsu. Naruto smiled. He had an idea. The students passed the shuriken test with ease. Sasuke got 8 out of 8 while Kiyomi got 7 out of 8. Next up was Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, step forth, Mizuki said. Irika held up a clipboard to write down his results. Naruto walked to the line with his hands in his pockets, cool and unfazed. You sure look smug for the dead last, Kiba called out. Naruto smiled, not turning towards him. You sure love to run your mouth for someone so weak, he said. Now be a good dog and sit. Kiba flinched at his comments, taken aback by his retort. He mumbled something unintelligible under his breath. "Naruto, you may begin when ready," Irika said. Naruto picked up 2 shuriken and looked at the targets. There were 2 wooden posts with 4 targets on each. Time to show off a little, he thought. He put 1 in each hand and threw them at the targets. "Ha! What are you doing?" Kiba barked. "You missed." "I thought I'd told you to be a good dog and sit," Naruto responded. As the shuriken approached the targets, they suddenly shattered mid-air, separating into 8 individual blades and hitting all the targets. Everyone was stunned. How did he do that? What caused the shuriken to break? Sasuke's gaze lingered on Naruto, a contemplative expression crossing his face. There's more to him than meets the eye, he thought. Kiyomi watched Naruto's shuriken technique, a subtle gasp escaping her lips. Is he that skilled? Why hasn't he shown this off before? The conflicting thoughts swirled in her mind. With his back still turned, Naruto spoke. "I'll say this once. I am the strongest and don't you forget that," he said. Naruto put his hands into his pockets and got back in line. Next was the ninjutsu test. Similar to the previous tests, the students passed with ease. A couple of students could only do 2, but 2 was the minimum. Naruto made 3 clones quite easily. Now onto the Henge no Jutsu. Naruto was up. As Naruto confidently stepped forward to perform the Henge no Jutsu, the air was filled with anticipation. His chakra flared up and with a dramatic shout of Henge, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, an older, more sophisticated Naruto stood before them, complete with a stylish button-up shirt and lowered glasses. Naruto, with a mischievous grin, playfully pointed at Irika. Irika-sensei," he teased, sending a ripple of amusement through the crowd. The girls in the class were struck dumb by his transformed appearance, unleashing a chorus of admiration and fangirl exclamations. "Naruto Keiyun, you're so hot. Marry me. I want your babies," they enthusiastically shouted, their voices echoing through the air. "Oh my, don't worry ladies, I'm all yours," he responded. The fangirls shrieked even louder. Kiyomi's eyes fixated on Naruto's transformed figure, causing a pink tinge to appear on her cheeks. She felt her heart pounding with a mix of irritation and something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She averted her gaze, pretending not to care, but her fists betrayed her, clenching involuntarily. Meanwhile, Sasuke and the other male students exchanged incredulous glances, completely bewildered by Naruto's theatrics. Sasuke, sensing something amiss, turned to his sister Kiyomi, who was clenching her fists with an intensity he had never seen before. "Kiyomi, are you all right?" Sasuke inquired, concerned by the ominous aura emanating from his sister. "Naruto," Kiyomi roared, her hair defying gravity as a massive tick mark formed on her forehead. She marched towards Naruto looking like a goddess of death with her eyes set ablaze with fury. The atmosphere shifted as everyone turned to witness Kiyomi's wrath. Naruto, feeling a chill down his spine, quickly returned to his normal state. Relax. I'm just having some fun," he stammered, confused by her anger. Kiyomi, however, was having none of it. She stomped towards him, her rage reaching unprecedented levels. "What the hell are you doing?" she said. Naruto, for the first time in his life, felt genuine fear. Attempting to escape, he pleaded, "WW8, Komi-chan, it's just a jock," but it was too late. With lightning speed, Kiyomi grabbed him by the collar, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that pounded him into the ground. The male classmates, witnessing the spectacle, felt a mix of sympathy and awe. The onslaught continued for what felt like an eternity, until Kiyomi finally relinquished her hold, leaving behind a bloodied and beaten Naruto in a crater. As the dust settled, Irika awkwardly announced, and that concludes the graduation exam. We'll take a short 30-minute break. When we come back, we'll hand out forehead protectors and team assignments to those who passed." Irika and Mizuki exchanged glances before picking up the broken Naruto and carrying him off to Konoha Hospital amid the stunned silence of the onlookers. Konoha Hokage's office. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, gazing thoughtfully at the assembly of Jonin senseis standing before him. In this elite group lay the responsibility of sculpting and guiding the next generation of shinobi. Through the lens of Hiruzen's crystal ball, they observed the graduation exams unfold. The teams were already decided, a result of the Shinobi Council's heavy influence, manipulating connections and relationships. An attempt to halt Naruto from taking the exam had been swiftly quelled by Hiruzen himself. It annoyed Hiruzen how much involvement the Shinobi Council had when constructing the teams, using leverage to put certain students together. Hiruzen's eyes followed Naruto return to the class with an ice pack on his head. Naruto made the wise decision to sit away from Kiyomi, after pulling his provocative stunt, and chose the open seat next to Shikamaru Nara. Naruto, you always have to be the center of attention, as usual, Hiruzen thought. He cleared his throat. Does anyone have questions or concerns regarding the team assignments? Hi, Hokage-sama. A young black-haired kunoichi with red eyes said. Why pair the Uzumaki with the Uchiha? I understand tradition dictates he joins the team with the best male and female students due to him being dead last. But won't his presence stagnate their development? Understanding her doubt, Hiruzen responded with a reassuring smile. I appreciate your concerns, Kurenai, but rest assured, there's more to Naruto than meets the eye. With Kakashi as his teacher, he will be able to match their pace. Hopefully they can keep up with him, he thought. Kakashi nodded in agreement. His assignment wasn't a surprise. The Uchiha twins were now under his watchful eye. Consideration for Izumi Uchiha had been dismissed due to her complex history with Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi, due to his possession of their formidable bloodline and superior skill, was deemed a better fit. The file on the Uchiha twins was pretty extensive. Naruto, however, remained an enigma. Perfect scores, yet an academy life marked by absence, naps, and a reluctance to showcase his abilities. Kakashi would have to figure out his sensei's son. But Hokage-sama, a Jonin sensei with glasses began, their voice trailing off as they noticed Naruto staring at them through the crystal ball, offering a nonchalant wave. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy's actions. Naruto would surely him more pain and amusement as he continued as a ninja. Well then, any more questions? He inquired. Silence prevailed. Kakashi took a mental note of Naruto's detection skills. Is he a sensor? I'll have to wait and see, he contemplated. Konoha Ninja Academy. Shikamaru stared at Naruto with confusion as he saw him wave at the ceiling corner. Are you good? I think you got hit too hard in the head, he said. Ah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, Naruto said, getting comfortable in his seat. Man, what a drag, Shikamaru thought to himself. Irika and Mizuki returned with a box full of forehead protectors. If you hear your name called, come to the front and retrieve a Hitai 8. For those who did not receive one, make sure to come to class tomorrow to learn about future opportunities, Irika said. Once all the forehead protectors were distributed, Irika began to listen out to the teams. He finally reached Naruto's team. Next is Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiyomi Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hitaki, he said. The new team had varied reactions. Naruto smiled. He was glad to have strong teammates. Kiyomi fidgeted in her seat, feeling awkward after pummeling Naruto. Sasuke had a neutral face. Part of him was glad Kiyomi was on the team, but he knew how annoying she and Naruto could be when they were together. "New!" were the simultaneous shouts from both Naruto and Sasuke fangirls. Hinata looked at where Sasuke was sitting. So, I'll be in a different team from Sasuke-kun, she thought. Next is Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Your Jonin sensei is Kurenai Yuhi, he continued. Team 9 is already in commission. Next is Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your Jonin-sensei is Asuma Sarutobi, Irika finished. This is going to be troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto slapped Shikamaru's shoulder. Oh, lighten up, Shikamaru. Your sensei is cool, he said. And how would you know? Shikamaru retorted. Come on, trust me. When have I ever let you down? Naruto said with a grin. Shikamaru sighed. I want to reiterate how proud I am of you all and your resilience to make it to this next step, Irika said with a smile. Do your best, trust your teammates, and never give up. Your Jonin senseis should be arriving at any moment. I wish you the best of luck, he finished. Irika, Mizuki, and the students who failed the graduation exam left the classroom. After a few minutes, 2 Jonin entered the classroom together. There was a black-haired kunoichi, Kurenai Yuhi, with red eyes that had a ring in them. She had fair skin and a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. On top of this was a white material that resembled bandages with a rose thorn pattern on it. Her hands and upper thighs were wrapped in bandages as well, and she wore a Konoha forehead protector with black shinobi sandals. The second Jonin was a man Naruto knew well. He was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. He wore a standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled halfway up, a Jonin flak jacket, forehead protector, and black sandals. He had a sash tied around his waist with the kanji for fire, Hua, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. This was Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Team 8, come with me, Kurenai said before leaving with her team. Shino said nothing and followed his sensei. Hinata waved goodbye to Kiyomi, and Kiba, along with Akamaru, started down Naruto as they exited the room. Team 10, I'm your sensei. Let's head out and grab some barbecue, Asuma said. Choji got excited, Shikamaru groaned, and Ino was still struggling with the fact that she didn't get on a team with a cute boy. Yo, Naruto, Asuma called out to the white-haired boy. Yo, Asuma. Naruto turned towards Shikamaru. See, Shikamaru, I told you. Shikamaru just rolled his eyes. How does he know Naruto? Sasuke thought. So, you're friends with 2 of my genin? Guess I'll have to take them seriously, Asuma said with a grin. Naruto grinned. Yeah, don't hold back on them, he said, putting his arm around Shikamaru. Especially on this guy. This is going to be even more troublesome than I thought, Shikamaru contemplated. Good luck waiting on your sensei. He's notorious for being late, Asuma said. Sweat tickled down Naruto's face. You're joking, right? He said. Asuma just laughed before leaving with Team 10. It had been an hour since Asuma had left and their sensei still hadn't shown up. All the other Jonin senseis had picked up their new teams. Team 7 was the only one left in the room. Arg, what is taking him so long? We've been sitting here for over an hour, Kiyomi said, pacing back and forth. Sasuke was reading a book, preoccupying himself until their new sensei arrived. From the corner of his eye, he observed his sister, but he also noticed Naruto fake sleeping on the desk. This was odd as typically, Kiyomi and Naruto would be talking Sasuke's ear off. But they hadn't said a word to each other since earlier. The way they were acting was childish and started to annoy Sasuke. He generally stays out of others' conflicts, but this was distracting him from reading. He put his book down and looked at them. We should spend this time getting to know each other better. It'll help when we start taking missions. What about waiting for our sensei? What if he shows up when we're gone? Kiyomi asked. That's his fault for showing up late, Sasuke replied. He turned towards Naruto. Naruto, are you coming with us? Naruto lifted his head from the desk and looked at the Uchiha. Sure, this was getting boring anyway, he said as he stood up. They headed outside into the village, looking for something to do. Konoha Marketplace. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha, passing various shops and stalls, Sasuke couldn't help but observe his teammates. The trio chatted occasionally, but Sasuke noticed a lack of interaction between Naruto and Kiyomi. their unspoken tension still lingering in the air. The trio eventually passed by Amiguriyama, a popular sweet shop in the village. Amiguriyama, Kiyomi said, reading the entrance sign. I've heard about this place. Supposedly they've got the best dango in the land of fire. Oh, is that true? Naruto said, getting intrigued. He had never been here before. Yep, it's pretty popular, she replied. It doesn't seem too busy right now, Naruto said. You want to go? Their line doesn't seem too long. Yeah, it's not long, but sadly I don't have any money with me, she said, pouting. I can pay for you, Naruto offered. Are you sure? Kiyomi asked hesitantly. I can pay you back. Naruto waved his hand. No need, I'll pay. It'll be my treat, he said with a smile. Sasuke decided to head to a bookstore a few blocks down. Come find me once you're done, he said, leaving Naruto and Kiyomi at the shop entrance. The two entered the shop, becoming next in line. As they waited in line, Kiyomi sensed eyes on her, watching and whispering. It wasn't the usual glances she received as the daughter of the Uchiha clan head. She was accustomed to prying eyes, both friendly and hostile. But this was different. The hate, fear, and disgust radiating from these eyes was massive. The weight of this negativity was becoming unbearable. She was about to ask Naruto if he felt it too when a villager approached him. Look, it's the demon brat, the older man sneered. I don't want you here. You need to leave now. I don't remember asking for your opinion, trash. Get out of my way or I'll move you, Naruto retorted coldly. Confused by the sudden hostility, Kiyomi attempted to intervene. Naruto, I think we should. Did you hear me, demon? I said get out. The villager interrupted, noticing Kiyomi beside Naruto. Oh, it seems the demon has a bick. Suddenly, the man's nose started bleeding profusely. Blood flew out, and Kiyomi, perplexed, saw Naruto seemingly unaffected. The blood was suspended in the air and clumped together as it hit a wall. It did not touch Naruto. I thought I told you to move, Naruto said, grabbing the man by the face and slamming him into the ground. He then put his hands in his pockets and placed his foot on the man's face. A crowd had formed from the commotion, met with the daunting sight of Naruto standing over the man. Everyone was both applauded and frightened. Naruto's showcase of power, strength, and speed left them in awe and terror. You don't look too great, Naruto said, stepping down harder. Apologize, he demanded. PPLE's IIM accessory. The man sobbed. Come on, I didn't hear you, Naruto said manically, applying even more force. The villager screamed out in pain as his face was being flattened. A young girl emerged from the crowd. To-san, she cried out. Kiyomi, noticing the distressed girl, tugged at Naruto's sleeves, causing him to turn towards her. As he looked into her eyes, worry and concern were visible. Naruto removed his foot from the man. The young girl raced to her father, crying and calling for medical aid. Naruto walked out of the shop with Kiyomi following, but her eyes were focused on the sight of the bloodied man and the crying girl. As they were leaving, the shop owner emerged from the back of the counter and approached them. Wait! She cried out, causing them to turn around. I want to apologize for this customer's actions. Please accept this as a token of forgiveness, she said, bowing frantically. With sincerity in her voice, she handed 2 boxes of dango to them. Naruto said nothing, his expression unreadable, as he took a box. Kiyomi bowed back, a mix of gratitude and unease in her eyes, as she accepted the other box. The young girl continued to weep by her father's side, and Kiyomi couldn't shake the heaviness in her chest as they left the scene. Outside the shop, the two ate their dango in silence. Kiyomi looked over at Naruto, his eyes hidden behind his glasses, but she could sense shame and guilt emanating from his face. She decided to break the silence. Hey and Naruto, she said. Naruto looked up from his dango box. Kiyomi fidgeted with her hands. I want to apologize for hitting you earlier. I don't know what possessed me, she said. Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You don't have to apologize. I was trying to have some fun, but I might have overdone it, he said. They briefly locked eyes before returning to their dango. Kiyomi spoke up again. Naruto, why did that man call you a demon? Because he hates me, Naruto replied. Yes, but why? Did you do anything to him? She asked. Naruto put his dango down and turned towards her. Do you know what happened to the village 14 years ago? Kiyomi pondered before answering. I believe the village was attacked by something. Yes, it was attacked by the Kyuubi, he said. The giant fox with 9 tails? She said. Yes, that's the one. The Kyuubi attacked the village, destroying many homes and buildings. Many people, shinobi and civilians, died that night. Even the 4th Hokage. However, before the Kyuubi killed him, the 4th sealed the beast inside a newborn infant to save the village, he said, taking a pause. I was that newborn infant. Kiyomi's eyes widened at this revelation. So, that's why everyone was staring at you, calling you a demon and monster, she said. But why did you attack him? He didn't hurt you. Naruto took a long pause before he spoke. When I turned 4 years old, I was kicked out of the orphanage and had to defend myself for a long time, he said. Someone must have leaked my status to the people because before then no one treated me poorly, without any reason. But after I got kicked out, everyone seemed to hate me. Everywhere I went, the villagers would call me names, throw garbage at me, and beat me. They would raise the prices in their shops and block me from entering their stores altogether. I had to fend for myself, getting what I could and barely making it by. They hated me and I learned to hate them back. These weak and pathetic people would blame a child for so much death and destruction. To be such a coward that you would take your pain out on someone who couldn't defend themselves. Naruto laughed. This village loves to preach about the will of fire and all that other crap. It's a bunch of nonsense. Why should the strong risk their lives for the weak who care nothing for them? He finished. Kiyomi thought on his words for a moment. I can see why you acted like you did, but I still don't understand why. Naruto, you don't need to be like them, full of hate and anger. She paused, looking at Naruto with a smile. You've always been there for me, supporting and caring. That's what makes you the coolest person I know. Naruto's eyes widened at her comments. Her words stirred lingering thoughts that had been long forgotten. If I have the time to hate someone, I'd rather spend it thinking about those precious to me, she said. Forgiving people isn't necessarily a bad thing. Naruto remained silent, his mind processing her words. A brief pause hung in the air, filled with the weight of his thoughts. It felt like an eternity for Naruto, but only a couple of seconds had passed in the outside world. After a brief moment, he looked at her. Maybe, he said, his tone thoughtful. Let's find Sasuke. Hopefully, our sensei has arrived. He stood up, putting his hands back in his pockets. Let's go, Kiyomi. Hi, she said, smiling. What's funny? He asked. You, she said, flicking his forehead. Ow, what was that for? He said, rubbing his forehead. Oh, nothing, she said. Just making sure you're still you. The two walked away from the shop, the atmosphere lighter, as they teased each other and had a carefree conversation. Unbeknownst to them, behind a curtain, sitting down in the shop was their Jonin sensei, Kakashi Hatake. The joys of being young and in love. How sweet, he thought. He flipped to the next page of his favorite book, giggling like a child every so often. They eventually found Sasuke. He was paying for his book after he handed the cashier the money, and he walked up to them. It seems you two settled your differences. You were starting to get more annoying than usual, he said. Kiyomi blushed slightly at his comments, a tinge of pink spreading across her cheeks. Let's head back. Hopefully, our sensei is there, Sasuke said, walking in the direction of the academy. We're too far away. I don't want to walk back, Kiyomi said. How else are we supposed to get back? Sasuke said. You two are in luck as I am on your team, Naruto said, striking a pose. Sasuke looked at Naruto. What are you talking about? He asked. I can get us back to the academy in a few short seconds, Naruto replied. I just need you two to touch me. Kiyomi placed her hand on Naruto's right shoulder. Come on, Sasuke, she said. I don't buy it. Also, why are you just going to believe what he says? Sasuke said. I don't want to walk back, and if he says he's got a way to get there in seconds, I'm all in, she replied. I'm hurt, Sasuke. I'm your best friend, Naruto said, fake crying. I would never trick you. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Yeah, sure. He did not trust Naruto. Come on, Sasuke. I won't bite, Naruto pleaded. TCH, Sasuke said. He had a feeling he was going to regret this. He put his hand on Naruto's right shoulder. See, that wasn't so bad, Naruto said. Sasuke closed his eyes. Just hurry up. You may experience a slight discomfort, or your body may get ripped apart and you'll die slowly. This is my first time doing it with other people, Naruto admitted. What? The twins yelled. Here goes, he said. Wait, Naru, Sasuke said, but it was too late. Naruto clasped his hands together, and the three vanished from their position. A short few moments later, they appeared in their classroom. See, that wasn't so bad, Naruto said until he saw Sasuke throwing up in a trash can while Kiyomi rushed to find another bin. She frantically rushed to the door, trying to find a place to empty her guts. Just as she reached the door, it slid open, revealing a tall man with gravity-defying silverly white hair, a mask covering most of his face, and a Konoha forehead protector covering his left eye. Yo, I'm your new Jonin sensei. Sorry about the wait. A black cat crossed my path. Before he could finish his sentence, Throw Up shot out towards Kakashi, getting all over his body and hair. Kiyomi wanted to apologize but moved past the still Kakashi, confused about what was happening, as she continued on her journey to find a trash bin. Kakashi scanned the room through his visible eyes, slapping off chunks of dango from his clothes. He saw Sasuke in the corner, hurling his lunch in the corner, and Naruto laughing at him, hunched over and holding his stomach. This group was going to be interesting, he thought as he picked up some dango in his hair. Konoha Ninja Academy roof. After everyone got cleaned up, the team met on the roof for proper introductions. Kakashi had his hand on his chin, standing before the three genin who were seated on the steps. How should I put this? He closed his eyes. As for my first impressions of you guys, well, I hate you. Hey, don't blame us. You should have moved out of the way, Naruto said. Man, I wish I could have got a picture of that. It was glorious, he said. Sasuke and Kiyomi said nothing as they sat trembling, holding their stomachs, still feeling the effects of Naruto's teleportation. Kakashi observed his new team. He had heard a lot about the Uchiha twins. Kiyomi was vibrant and cheerful while her twin was more stoic, calm, and rational. However, he observed that Sasuke could be rather aloof and distant from people. It was hard to get a good read on him. He'd have to spend more time with the two of them for proper analysis. And lastly, there was Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at the white-haired boy with dark glasses. For those who knew Minato, it was easy to see that Naruto was his son. They had the same facial and body structure. The only difference was hair color. Not much was known about Naruto besides the typical. His profile was that of a loudmouth, arrogant, and bashful kid who made fun of everyone. However, information regarding his abilities and skills was limited. Heck, Kakashi couldn't even find out why Naruto wore those glasses. Kakashi never saw his eyes, and this piqued his interest. What was Naruto hiding underneath them? Anyway, why don't you introduce yourselves? He asked. Say your likes, dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Why don't you go first, sensei? Kiyomi said. Well, I'm Kakashi Hatake. My likes are my likes, my dislikes are my dislikes. My dreams for the future. Kakashi trailed off. As hobbies, I have a few. Weird old man, Sasuke thought. He didn't say anything besides his name, Kiyomi thought. Naruto just smiled. Now you guys are up, Kakashi said. We'll start with you, he said pointing to Kiyomi. My name is Kiyomi Uchiha. My likes are my family and close friends. I don't dislike anything really, but my dream is to support my family and represent my clan to the best of my abilities. As for hobbies, I like to eat ramen, watch sunsets, and hang out with friends, Kiyomi said. That's nice, Kakashi said, giving her an eye smile. Okay, for eyes you're next. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like candy, cakes, dangos, and anything sweet. It helps stimulate my brain. As for dislikes, I hate cowards and the weak, he said. As for hobbies, don't have any. I'm too good at anything I pick up. But my dreams. Naruto paused for a moment, his gaze drifting to the horizon. I don't have any dreams. Who needs them? He said, regaining his normal attitude. The only thing that matters is strength. Kakashi observed Naruto closely, sensing there was more beneath the surface. He could see a flicker of something in Naruto's eyes, a hidden pain that contradicted the cheerful exterior. This boy, he's seen more than he lets on, Kakashi thought. He knew Naruto was an orphan similar to him and experienced hardships. At least Kakashi had his father for the beginning of his life. He couldn't imagine the loneliness Naruto dealt with. Kakashi decided to share a piece of his own experience. You know, Naruto, even in a world filled with pain and suffering, connections with others can be a source of strength, Kakashi said, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. Sometimes, it's the bonds we form that give us the strength to face the darkness. Naruto looked at Kakashi, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and yearning. Kakashi continued, You don't have to navigate this world alone. As you grow, you'll meet people who will care about you and who will be there for you. These people can be invaluable and lift you at your lowest moments. So don't underestimate the power of having close ones. Naruto's facade wavered for a moment, and then, with a determined smile, he shrugged off the sentiment. Yeah, I get it. Friends and loved ones are important, yada yada. Kakashi gave him an eye smile at him. I guess he isn't all jokes, after all, Sasuke thought. Naruto, she thought. Well, Kakashi said, clasping his hands together, breaking the tension. You're next, Emo. Kiyomi let a laugh escape her lips. Ha! Emo! Naruto joined in on her laughter as well. Sasuke ignored them. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like rice, chicken, and ginger. I dislike red bell peppers, he said. That was random, Naruto thought. Kiyomi facepalmed. He couldn't have thought of anything better to say. Noted, Kakashi thought. For my hobbies, I like to read. But my dream, he said, taking a more serious tone. No, my goal is to avenge my clan and to kill a certain man. I assumed, Kakashi thought. Kiyomi lowered her head. Naruto nodded his head in approval. Okay then, that was nice. It's good that we all know each other. Hopefully, you three will be good friends after getting sent back to the academy, he said, his tone carrying an air of nonchalance. Wait, what do you mean, sensei? Kiyomi asked, her confusion evident. Didn't passing the graduation exam make us genin? Sasuke and Naruto exchanged intrigued glances, equally puzzled. You're technically not genin. The graduation exam is just to sort out those with the potential. Your Jonin sensei has the final say on whether or not you become an official genin. You three will have a survival test to determine if you'll be on my squad. Kakashi explained, a hint of mystery in his tone. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy and have to try again to become a genin. There's no way. You have to be joking, Kiyomi said nervously. Kakashi shook his head. So, with that all said, meet me at Training Ground 7 at 5 in the morning. Also, you'd best skip breakfast. Otherwise, you'll throw up. Bye, Kakashi added before vanishing in a poof of smoke, leaving an air of mystery behind him. Well, this will be fun, Naruto said, getting up from the steps. I'd recommend you two to ignore his advice. What makes you sure, Naruto? Kiyomi asked. Sasuke chimed in. He was messing with us. Also, he was 3 hours late today. What makes you think he'll be there at 5 in the morning? Oh, I see, she said. I'm off, Naruto said. Do you want me to drop you two off at home? No, the twins replied, still feeling the effects of his teleportation. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Suit yourself, it's your loss, he said. He clasped his hands and vanished, leaving behind a small ripple. It was almost as if he was being sucked away by some invisible force. Let's go, Kiyomi, Sasuke said to his sister. Kiyomi nodded and followed him home, worried about if she could pass the test. Chapter 5. Konoha Training Ground 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. Kakashi was crouched down in some bushes overlooking the field. He had been waiting since 5 a.m. for his team to arrive, but no one had shown up. His statement of starting that earlier was a ruse. He wanted to see if these genin possessed the ability to see underneath the underneath. It was a good plan, however. He probably should have shown up on time yesterday, so it wasn't so obvious that he was messing with them. He heard voices approaching from the distance. He peeked through some foliage and saw the Uchiha twins walking to the open field. Kiyomi was messing with her brother, while Sasuke paid her no mind and was locked into his book. Kakashi did not see or sense the white-haired boy. Kakashi sighed. What a shame. He had heard Naruto had so much potential but never applied himself. Little did Kakashi know, Naruto sat half a kilometer away, watching his sensei and the Uchiha. Kakashi decided that it was time to reveal himself and begin the exam. He walked over to the two with a casual stride. He tilted his head and raised an eyebrow as he asked, I see you two finally showed up. Now where's Naruto? Kiyomi glanced around nervously, looking for her friend. She shrugged and said, I don't know, Sensei. We haven't seen him since yesterday. We'll have to begin without him, Kakashi said, pulling out 2 bells from his back pocket. He held them up and jingled them slightly, making them shine in the morning sun. Your objective is to take these bells from me before noon. When you hear that alarm go off, he pointed to an alarm clock on top of a wooden post. Come back here. Any questions? Sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Kiyomi asked. Kakashi, I smiled at her. For those who fail to get a bell before noon, you will be sent back to the academy. If you two can get these bells, you'll have passed, but since Naruto isn't here, he'll be sent back to the academy, he said. However, that doesn't mean you automatically pass. He clipped the bells on his left hip and crossed his arms. Whoever gets a bell before noon passes, but if only one you do, the other will be sent back along with Naruto. Kiyomi looked nervous. She wanted to become a genin, but she didn't want to be sent back to the academy, nor did she want Naruto or her brother. She looked over at Sasuke, studying his reaction. Sasuke had a neutral expression. He didn't like Naruto, but he also didn't want him to be sent back to the academy. It was Naruto's fault as he did not show up, but Sasuke had this unnerving feeling in his gut. As much as he hated to admit it, he didn't want Kiyomi to be sent back either. He met his sister's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating that they would work together. Kakashi, satisfied with their reactions, continued. Come at me with the intent to kill. You may use traps, shuriken, kunai, or whatever you may like. We'll begin on my mark. Sasuke put his book away and assumed a ready position. He felt a rush of adrenaline and determination. He was determined to acquire those bells. Kiyomi gulped, then positioned herself as well. She felt both nervous and scared, but she was ready at the same time. She was going to get a bell. Ready, go, he spoke. The twins vanished from their previous spot and took refuge in the forest. Good, it is essentially for a shinobi to conceal their presence and hide effectively, Kakashi thought. They're hidden pretty well. Now, what's your next move? While he waited for them to attack, Kakashi pulled out his favorite book, Ika Ika Paradise, and began to read it. He giggled like a schoolgirl as he flipped through the pages. "Oh, so you're a pervert, eh?" Naruto thought, laughing out loud to himself. He focused his attention back on the Uchiha twins. "I wonder what they'll do." He hoped they would put up a good fight. From a tree overlooking the field, there perched Sasuke and Kiyomi, looking at their sensei, giggling to himself. "What's he doing?" Kiyomi whispered. She felt confused, irritated, and insulted. Was he mocking them? "He's reading and has his guard down," Sasuke said, looking at his sister. "Let's make a plan of attack before we jump down. We can't beat him one-on-one without a strategy." Kiyomi nodded as they devised a plan to take the bells from their sensei. Kakashi stood in the middle of the field, still reading with a hand in his pocket. That was until a storm of shuriken was flung towards him from within the forest. He dodged the shuriken with ease, grabbing two with his free hand, and spinning them on his fingers as he continued to read. Behind him, he heard a poof and saw from the corner of his eye Kiyomi, standing by the river weaving the dragon, tiger, and hare-hand seal. "A C-rank water release technique?" Naruto mused. Water release? That's odd, especially for a Uchiha, Kakashi thought, intrigued by her unusual elemental affinity. As he watched Kiyomi, he heard feet touch the ground behind him. He turned to see Sasuke finishing the hand seals for a fire release technique. "Attacking me at the same time. Smart." He was impressed by their strategy and coordination. Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave, Keton, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, fireball jutsu, they shouted. A wave of water spewed out of Kiyomi's mouth headed towards Kakashi, and on the other side, a giant stream of fire was headed towards him as well. He jumped out of the way as the two attacks collided with one another, causing a cloud of steam to envelope the field. A diversion? Kakashi thought. He sensed a presence behind him and turned around, catching a punch headed for his face. Upon impact, the steam dispersed oddly. Sasuke was confused. He wasn't that strong, and the steam should have stayed for longer. That was good, using the steam as a cover. "I wouldn't have expected anything less from the Uchiha clan," he said, praising Sasuke. He smiled and looked down at Sasuke, making contact with the boy's two Tomo Sharingan. "Two Tomo?" Kakashi said. He was impressed that Sasuke had been able to awaken the clan's dojutsu and reach this stage at a young age. As he was preoccupied with Sasuke, he felt a presence running behind him, trying to grab the bells. "Good try, but you're too slow," he said. Using his other arm, he blocked Kiyomi's advancing hand. Kakashi attempted to jump away and reposition himself. However, he realized he couldn't move. He looked down to see a purple tongue holding his leg. "What is this?" Kakashi looked to his left and his surprise saw a green, human-sized toad with marks around its eyes and a strange symbol on its stomach, outstretching its tongue. "Oh, this is interesting," Naruto thought. "A toad shikigami that allows him to restrain opponents." He smiled. "You keep getting more and more interesting, Sasuke." "Kiyomi, grab the bells," Sasuke shouted, using his free hand to grab Kakashi's arm. Kiyomi reached out her hand, grasping her fingers on the bells and taking them. She felt a surge of joy and relief. "I got them," she said. However, before she could celebrate, the bells disappeared with a poof. She felt a shock and confusion. "What? So close, but not bad," Kakashi said sarcastically before disappearing with a poof and turning into a log. Naruto put his hand on his chin. "Our sensei is crafty. He used Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, to replace himself and bells with a clone and log." The twins looked around for him, but they couldn't find him. They felt a mix of frustration and fear. "Where did he go?" Kiyomi said. "Down here," a voice cried out from under the earth. A hand popped out and grabbed Kiyomi by the leg. She felt panic and tried to kick the leg away, but the grip was too strong. "Wah?" Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu, Kakashi said, pulling her down into the ground, leaving only her head visible. An assassination-type jutsu, Naruto commented. It traps the opponent and leaves an opening for interrogation or decapitation. Arg, I can't move, she said, trying to move her submerged body. So, Sasuke, what will you do now? You should probably just give up. It won't be long before it's noon, Kakashi said, jumping out of the ground. TCH, Sasuke said. He dissolved the toad back into the shadows. He made a hand seal resembling a bird. New. Sasuke's shadow started to expand and take shape, revealing a large owl-like creature with orange feathers and a white mask-like skull. It had large wings, 2 sets of talons, and human-like teeth. Naruto smiled. So that's how his technique works. He can summon unique Shikigami using his shadow as a medium. They can aid him in battle. It looks like he can summon up to 10. All with unique abilities. I wonder what else he can do with this. Another one of those creatures. I'm assuming it's made out of his chakra, Kakashi thought. He was amazed and curious by Sasuke's shadow technique. Sasuke rushed at Kakashi, throwing a barrage of kicks and punches, while Nu flew at Kakashi, trying to snag the bells. Kakashi avoided the creature's swan dives, moving his head and body out of its way. Sasuke went for a sweep kick, but Kakashi jumped back into the river behind him. I got you now, Sasuke said, making a one-handed seal with index and little finger extended, and the ring and middle finger held down by his thumb. Nu, Inazumajeki, lightning strike. Nu's wings started to conduct purple lightning and it dived towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Nu divided into the water, discharging its electricity into the river, stunning Kakashi. Kakashi cried out in pain before falling over, face first, onto the surface. Sasuke panted. He was exhausted from using the Sharingan and his Shikigami in tandem. He released Nu, deactivated his Sharingan, and walked over to Kakashi's floating body. He wasn't dead, just unconscious. He felt triumphant. He had done it. He had beaten their sensei. Just as Sasuke was about to pick up the bells, the body disappeared with a poof. Wait, another clone, Sasuke said, looking around frantically as he tried to pinpoint Kakashi. Sasuke, behind you, the head of Kiyomi shouted. That was good, but sadly not good enough, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Sasuke and kicked him into a tree. Sasuke hit the tree hard, getting the wind knocked out of him. He struggled to get back up, and just as he did, the alarm clock went off, signifying the end of the exam and their failure. Sasuke was on his knees and slammed the ground, disappointed in himself. Kiyomi lowered her eyes. You two put on a good show, but unfortunately you didn't get the bells, Kakashi said. He looked at Sasuke and Kiyomi with a serious and stern expression. He wanted to teach them a lesson and make them reflect on their mistakes. But with that, you pass, right? A voice spoke. Everyone turned toward the voice's direction. They were shocked to see Naruto with the bells in his hand. So we pass, right? Naruto said, dangling the bells in front of the shell-shocked Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. I got the bells. Kakashi looked down at his hip, still seeing the bells. He was amused at Naruto's confidence, but the boy still had much to learn. He picked up and held them, but not for long, as they disappeared with a poof. How did you? Kakashi said, flabbergasted. Snag these, Naruto replied, his grin widening. Caught you off guard in the steam and chaos. Swiped the bells right from under your nose. I replaced them as I wanted to see your fight carry on a little longer. That's why the steam cleared so fast, Sasuke thought. Wow, Naruto, I knew you were smart, but not this smart, Kiyomi thought. But how far away were you? And how did you slip in and out unnoticed? Kakashi inquired, leaning casually against a tree. Ah, sensei. A true shinobi never spills secrets prematurely. Perhaps I'll let you in on the mystery one day, he said, grinning playfully. And speaking of mysteries, your reputation precedes you, Kakashi Hatake, the infamous copycat ninja. Kakashi's posture straightened, his visible eye narrowing in response. Kiyomi and Sasuke exchanged curious glances, intrigued by the reference to Kakashi as a copycat ninja. You're quite the enigma, Naruto, Kakashi mused. His interest in him deepened, knowing there was more to uncover about his skills and psyche. He needed to get a good read on the boy. It wasn't going to be good if he didn't know how Naruto reacted to certain situations. Kakashi pushed these thoughts aside. He would have ample time to figure out how the boy clicked. It's going to be interesting as I discover what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. Kiyomi's eyes widened from his last comments. Wait, so are you saying we pass? Kakashi gave her a thumbs up. I wanted the objective of this test to be for you three to work together as a team. The bell was a decoy to make you be at each other's throats, but that didn't happen. Partially due to you being siblings and also because Naruto did not join you this morning. You two pass because of your teamwork, while Naruto passes because he got a bell. Kiyomi and Sasuke couldn't help but breathe a collective sigh of relief, while Naruto simply tossed the bells back to Kakashi in a carefree manner. Naruto strolled over to where Kiyomi's head protruded from the earth. I'm here to save you, Kiyomi, he announced with a grin. Leaning down, he teasingly asked, Are you crying? Kiyomi's frustration turned into pure indignation. I'm not crying, she snapped, determinedly trying to free herself. Where the hell were you? We were fighting for our lives trying to pass, and you were just watching. Naruto chuckled. Didn't I already tell you? The teams were already made. You weren't going to fail. The only one here who could have failed was me. The higher-ups and clan heads despise me. Will you shut up about that? I was fighting with everything I had, she retorted, irritation etched across her face. I didn't have time to think. They went back and forth until Kakashi intervened with a sigh. Will you stop arguing like an old married couple? As much as I enjoy your camaraderie, I have something to show you three. So, Naruto, help her up and follow me, he said, turning and walking in the opposite direction. They exchanged glances before Naruto pulled Kiyomi from the ground. Sasuke noticed that Naruto didn't grab Kiyomi's shirt, but just put his hand on her head. Strangely, the rocks seemed to levitate around them. He kept this to himself and walked in the direction of Kakashi. After a fair bit of walking, they reached a memorial stone in the middle of the clearing. Look at this. There are many names engraved into this stone, Kakashi said with his back facing them. Many shinobi have died and many more will. You did get the bells, but the purpose of this exam was to show you the importance of teamwork. In every mission, you put your line on the line. Yes, a ninja must indeed develop their skills individually, but teamwork is much more important, especially for you genin. Kakashi turned towards them. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called scum. That is true, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Remember this as we begin our journey as Team 7. He gave them a thumbs up. We start missions tomorrow. I'll walk with you back home. The genin nodded and followed Kakashi back to the Leaf Village. As Team 7 made their way back to the village, the high sun painted the sky in warm hues, casting long shadows across the familiar streets of Konoha. They made their way through the streets and could barely see the entrance gates of the Uchiha compound. Kakashi led the way, reading his book as his team conversed amongst themselves. Wait, Sensei. Let's stop here, Naruto said, turning towards Sasuke. I've got something to say. Kakashi, lifting an eyebrow in mild confusion, nodded, indicating that Naruto had the floor. Sasuke, why did you hold back? Naruto's voice was direct, filled with curiosity. The sudden question left everyone momentarily stunned. Kiyomi was the first to speak up. What do you mean he held back? Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke. When I watched you two fight Kakashi-sensei, something felt off. Sasuke has the potential to surpass Itachi, but the way he fought was just average. Tension filled the air as the mention of Itachi and any comparison to him was a sore topic that affected the twins differently. Kakashi, sensing the undercurrents, observed quietly, "Naruto brings up an interesting point." Kiyomi's confusion was visible as she turned to Kakashi. "Is this true, sensei?" Kakashi nodded, his one visible eye assessing his team's dynamics. "I agree with Naruto. I expected more. I did mention to come at me with the intent to kill." Sasuke interjected. "But sensei, trying to kill you would be irresponsible. Our goal was to work as a team." Kakashi acknowledged, "Yes, teamwork is crucial. However, understanding each other's capabilities is equally important. Just because I stress teamwork doesn't mean you shouldn't bring out your best in every situation." Naruto grinned. "Sasuke, I know what your problem is. It's your mindset. You don't know how to bring out your best, do you?" Sasuke, visibly irritated, retorted, "What? You think I'm not giving it my all?" Naruto's tone slightly shifted but still laced with playfulness. "I'm not saying you aren't giving it your all. I'm saying you can't. Take, for example, the bell test. Why let Kiyomi go for a bell instead of chasing one yourself? If she had succeeded and I did too, you would have failed. Did you want her to pass even though you'd fail? That's a noble attitude." Kiyomi chimed in, but Kakashi-sensei emphasized the importance of teamwork. "Wasn't that the point of the test?" "True, teamwork is well suited for the average shinobi," Naruto remarked, his tone becoming serious. "But Sasuke, you have the potential to surpass that. Consider the fourth Hokage, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, or even the legendary Sannin. Do you think their strength was solely dependent on how they worked in a team?" Naruto continued, his gaze unwavering. "No matter how many allies you have, when you die, you'll die alone." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "You dream of killing a certain man, but at your current level, it's an unattainable goal. You can't fathom a stronger version of yourself, perhaps due to your trump card, right?" Sasuke's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and realization. "How do you know about that?" Naruto lowered his glasses ever so slightly. "Let's just say I have good eyes. You believe sacrificing your life will resolve everything when you confront this man. But at that point, winning becomes a distant memory. At this rate, you won't even measure up to a low chunin." Naruto drew closer to Sasuke, the gravity of his words setting in. "Dying to win and risking death to win," he flicked Sasuke's forehead, "are entirely different concepts." Sasuke, normally composed, seemed thrown off balance. Naruto's words lingered, a weight settling on him. "If you want revenge against that man, give it your best. Be greedier," Naruto advised before returning to his carefree demeanor. "Okay, I'm done. We can continue." Kakashi, who had been silently observing, closed his book with a faint smile. For someone carefree, Naruto surprisingly holds valuable wisdom. "Let's keep going." He gestured for the team to continue their journey, the air thick with contemplation. Konoha Uchiha Compound. Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Nobito sat within the walls of the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters, located just outside of the new Uchiha compound. Hiruzen and Nobito occupied chairs in front of Fugaku's desk, while the subtle presence of Hiruzen's personal Umbu guard lingered in the shadows. In addition, two vigilant police force members stood watch outside the office door. "How is the police force?" Hiruzen asked with a pipe in his mouth. "What is crime looking like in the village?" "Ever since the massacre, we've rebuilt our force to 70% of its original strength. The Fuma clan, our distant relatives, have been invaluable in filling vacancies. I've been collaborating with Kotaro Fuma to address our deficiencies, but our security, especially near the barrier, needs reinforcement." Hiruzen nodded attentively. "As for crime, we've seen a 25% reduction in crime over the past 7 years. However, we are still facing resistance from villagers, especially those who were drastically affected by Kyuubi's attack so many years ago," Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded. He looked at Nobito, What about the relationship with Hyuga clan? Have there been any attempts at cooperation? Naruto chuckled, leaning back in his chair. The relationship with the Hyuga is almost non-existent. Those Hyuga bastards are almost as arrogant as the Uchiha. However, Kiyomi is best friends with Hayashi's daughter, creating a window of opportunity. There's a prodigy in the Hyuga, a genin with extraordinary abilities. We considered an arranged marriage between Kiyomi and him, but declined when learning that he was a branch member. He took a pause. I don't think that would have worked out anyway, especially considering that girl has her eyes set on the Uzumaki. Hiruzen wasn't surprised at this. The two had been close ever since they were young. It was only natural for one to develop feelings for the other. He hoped this didn't end in tragedy like most love stories. As for the Hyuga, he needed to have a serious conversation with Hayashi about the continued mistreatment and use of the Kago no Tori no Juin, caged bird curse seal. Speaking of the Uzumaki, why was he placed on their team? Fugaku inquired. His academy file indicated no combat record. Are you not worried he will get killed when they start doing missions? Fugaku was never friends with Minato. Unlike their wives, the two simply had mutual respect. He was curious about his son and wanted to see his abilities, especially after he learned about Kiyomi's infatuation. This means admiration. Sorry for using a big word. With him. Hiruzen understood Fugaku's concerns. I believe he can offer a challenge and push them to great heights. Naruto is extremely gifted, with higher academy scores than even Itachi. Hiruzen smiled. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Oh my! That is impressive. This brat must be something special to have outdone Itachi in test scores. Fugaku nodded. He truly is that man's son. However, he lacks real connections with others and can be very self-centered at times. Your children can help Naruto. Putting him on this team will foster friendship and a sense of family among the team. You'll have a chance to see him if you desire. I told Kakashi to bring them to the compound gates after he finished their test. Hiruzen said. As their discussion seemed to conclude, Hiruzen leaned forward, glancing out of the window. The Uchiha compound lay just beyond the horizon, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He felt an eerily familiar chakra signature in that direction, one he hadn't felt in a long time. What's happening at the Uchiha compound right now? I wonder, Hiruzen thought, contemplating what potential challenges awaited. Ah, we're finally here, Kakashi said, looking up the compound entrance, taking in the somber and quiet atmosphere. There weren't many out, just a few Uchiha here and there. It's still pretty dull, but give 10 years it'll be bustling again, he said. I'll see you 3 tomorrow. Naruto put a hand up. Wait, he said. Someone's coming. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi became alert. Kakashi, in particular, focused his senses. After a couple of tense seconds, nothing happened. Just as Kiyomi was about to speak, they felt it. Guess it's show time. Naruto's voice cut through the tense air. As the colossal chakra enveloped them, a sudden scream echoed from above. A high-pitched shriek was heard which sent shockwaves through the air. Team 7 looked upward, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Kakashi, his one visible eye focused, barked a quick order, "Move out of the way!" The team scattered, leaping to safer ground as the monstrous being landed. The shockwave rippled through the area, creating a crater where the figure touched down. The ground groaned in protest, as it began cracking open like a spiderweb. Dust and debris billowed into the air, obscuring their vision. The echoes of the crash were accompanied by distant cries and screams. As the settling dust revealed the creature, Team 7 was beheld to a frightening sight. Towering before them stood a monstrous being, its wild orange hair framed against darkened skin. Feral yellow eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, and bone protrusions adorned its form, forming menacing horns, spikes, and claws. Muscles strained against a purple shirt and black pants, giving an impression of raw power. The creature roared, a sound that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down their spines. "Who are you?" Kakashi asked. However, the creature ignored him and charged at Naruto, the closest one. The beast raised his right hand, leaving his index and middle finger extended with the other fingers into the palm. A small flesh pod formed on the compound wall to the left of Naruto. Naruto turned his head as he looked at the flesh pod. Pure chakra started to converge and build up tons of pressure. "Look out, Naruto!" Kakashi's desperate shout was drowned out by the deafening blast as the flesh pod erupted. The explosion consumed Naruto, leaving nothing but smoke and destruction in its wake. The pavement shattered, and panic spread through the compound. The wailing alarms echoed the distress of the situation. Team 7 stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the devastation before them. Kiyomi sank to her knees, overcome with grief, while Sasuke clenched his fists in silent rage. Kakashi, haunted by guilt and sorrow, felt the weight of his failure to protect his student. "Forgive me, Minato-sensei, I have failed you," he thought. From the office, Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Nabito felt a massive unknown chakra spike. The three stood up from their seats. They could hear an emergency alarm going off in the distance, signaling an intruder. "What was that?" Fugaku asked. "It seems to have come from the Uchiha compound entrance," Nabito spoke. "I suppose this meeting is over Hokage-sama." Hiruzen ignored Nabito's sarcasm and barked order to the nearby shinobi. "Assemble a squad and head there now. That's an order." "Hi, Hokage-sama," they replied before moving at quick speeds to gather men and find out what was happening. "I hope we're not too late," Hiruzen said, concerned with their safety. That chakra signature was large and would be too much for the average genin. The beast laughed and looked at the remaining members of Team 7. That was easier than expected. Sasuke got angry upon hearing his words and moved forward, but he was stopped by Kakashi's arm blocking his path. "I'm not going to lose any more genin today," Kakashi said, putting his left hand underneath his headband about to lift it. "No more holding back." Before Kakashi engaged with the man-beast, a voice cut through the chaos. "Who are you? Calling easy." The smoke cleared, revealing Naruto standing tall, his right hand forming a half-tiger/ram seal. The beast, surprised, growled, "Brat." Naruto's thoughts raced. He can talk? That blast was pure chakra. It also had something else in it, sage chakra maybe? It wouldn't be unlikely. This guy is pulling in a lot of chakra from the surrounding nature. Kakashi, torn between relief and confusion, spoke up. "Naruto, step aside. I'll handle this. You can't win against him." "Nah, sensei. I'd win," Naruto replied with a confident smile, turning to face the man-beast. "Let this be my makeup since I missed the bell test this morning. Plus, I'm starting to find this fun." He stretched his legs out and then cracked his knuckles, ready for the unexpected battle ahead. Kakashi looked attentively at Naruto. He loosened up and put his hand down. "All right, Naruto, show us what you got. If it looks like you're in danger at any moment, I'm stepping in." "Wait, Naruto, it's not safe," Kiyomi said with dried-up tears. "Don't worry, Kiyomi-chan. I will win," Naruto replied. Kakashi ordered Sasuke and Kiyomi to take a vantage point nearby to observe the battle safely. "Hey, ugly!" Naruto cried out. "What's your name?" The man-beast started at him before replying. "Yugo," he said. "But that will be the last name you'll ever hear." "Now die!" he said, charging at Naruto. Why did he choose to attack here? It's not as if this place isn't guarded. Maybe he's here to collect some Uchiha, but what for and why now? I wonder who sent him, Naruto thought. Yugo's right arm began to transform, gaining jet booster type appendages. Terran Fujizuho, Cursed Seal Chakra Blast. Concentrated balls of chakra shot out at astounding speeds towards Naruto. "I'm afraid this is the last thing you'll ever do," Naruto said, forming the same half-tiger/ram seal. The blasts made contact with some sort of wall protecting Naruto, stopping the attacks right in front of him. The force of the balls making contact created shockwaves behind Naruto. From their watching position, Sasuke asked Kakashi a question. "Sensei, what technique is that? I don't understand why the attack stopped before hitting Naruto." Kakashi observed Naruto's defensive technique with intrigue. "I couldn't say," he muttered, sharing Sasuke's confusion. "I've never seen anything like it." Kiyomi started at Naruto from the distance, in awe and worry for her friend. With Naruto, he stood there observing the chakra balls that hit his wall. I wonder why there wasn't a detonation." Just then the balls started to oscillate. "Sound?" Naruto questioned. The chakra balls then exploded, causing Naruto to teleport onto the compound walls to avoid the attack. "A two-stage attack of sound and explosions? That's clever," he stated. Yugo jumped up to where Naruto was standing atop the walls. "There's more," he yelled. "Kasakuken, Ichishiki, Piston Fist, Style 1. Yugo's left arm was transformed into the same jet booster appendages and blasted Naruto again, releasing a massive chakra blast. Debris and smoke filled the air, leaving Team 7 momentarily uncertain about Naruto's fate. Kiyomi, on the edge of panic, turned to Kakashi. "Sensei is Naruto?" "No, I don't believe so," Kakashi reassured, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt at Naruto's resilience. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, studying the battlefield with a focused intensity. The red glow reflected his determination to comprehend the unfolding events and understand Naruto's technique. Yugo looked at the spot where Naruto had been, now covered with smoke. "That's all it took," he scoffed. He was just as fragile and weak as the rest of these shinobi. As he turned to leave, confident in his presumed victory, Naruto's voice echoed through the smoke. "We just went over this a moment ago," he teased, dispelling the haze with a wave. "This smoke is so annoying. What's the meaning of this?" "I know I hit you," Yugo stated, confused about what was happening. Naruto smiled. "Well, to put it simply, you didn't actually hit me. You touched the infinity that exists between you and me," he said, pinching his pointer and thumb together. "This is a result of my Mukujin no Jutsu, limitless technique." "Mukujin no Jutsu?" Sasuke asked. "So that's the name of his technique? But what can it do exactly?" Kakashi thought. Yugo still looked very confused. Naruto chuckled, raising his right hand. "Here, I'll show you," he said, inviting Yugo to extend his. "Put your hand out." Yugo stood still. Come on. I won't bite," Naruto said, waving his hand with a mischievous grin. Yugo hesitated but decided to approach Naruto, curious about the mysterious ability he had just witnessed. He sensed no killing intent from Naruto and assumed it would be fine. "What's he doing?" Kiyomi asked, confusion etched on her face. She didn't know what Naruto's plan was. Kakashi sighed and put a hand on his head, being himself sadly. Sasuke watched with anticipation, trying to decipher Naruto's intentions. Yugo reached Naruto's position and extended his left hand. As he got closer to Naruto's hand, he felt an invisible barrier preventing him from making contact. The realization struck him. His hand couldn't touch Naruto no matter how hard he pressed forward. It stopped just before making contact. "Is this infinity?" he wondered. "See," Naruto explained. "You're not exactly stopped, but the closer you get, the slower you go. So what now?" Naruto playfully pressed his hand closer to Yugo's. "We could shake hands like this, you know?" "I refuse," Yugo replied, getting annoyed with Naruto's antics. "Come on now, don't be shy." Naruto locked his hand with Yugo's. "You're making me embarrassed too, you know?" Yugo couldn't tolerate the situation any longer. "You damn brat. Let go," he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Without warning, Naruto delivered a swift and powerful palm strike to Yugo's abdomen. The impact caused Yugo to stagger back and hurl up blood. However, Naruto did not let go of his hand. The sudden attack left everyone, including Kiyomi, Kakashi, and Sasuke, in shock. What was that? Yugo thought as his mind raced trying to understand this brat's abilities. He's fast, Kakashi thought. That wasn't a regular blow or a blow enhanced by chakra. No, that was something else. I could barely see that, Sasuke stated. Naruto's attack was so quick that his Sharingan was having issues keeping track. Kiyomi looked in awe at Naruto. She couldn't even tell what he just did. There's still more, Naruto said. He hit Yugo 3 more times with quick succession. In the gut then he followed up with a spin kick, knocking Yugo off the wall and leaving him suspended in midair. Naruto put his left hand into his pocket and extended his right index and middle finger out. Infinity exists everywhere. My Kekkei Genkai just brings it forward into reality. Blue light started to form on his fingertips, the chakra converging to one concentrated point. Convergence, divergence, what do you think happens when one touches this void? He pointed his fingers toward Yugo, making a spirit gun, Mukujin no Jutsu. AO, limitless technique, blue. A blue orb sprang forth and launched itself at Yugo, who tried to evade but couldn't. As the orb traveled, it picked up debris and chunks, almost as if it was sucking mass into itself. On impact with Yugo's body, he seemed to vertically stretch and horizontally compress. His body was being pulled into a long, thin shape. This caused immense damage to Yugo, but the blue orb was also causing damage to the Uchiha compound due to its gravitational force. However, before any serious damage was done to the compound, the orb dissipated, leaving Yugo in the air. Naruto felt blood trickle from his nose. I guess I still can't use these two in tandem, he thought. Naruto clasped his hands together and teleported to Yugo's position. He pulled back his left fist and delivered a powerful punch to Yugo's face, sending him flying into the ground. On impact, his body formed a crater pushing up rock and dust. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi had to brace themselves due to the amount of force generated. After the dust settled, they found Yugo on the ground, badly beaten. They averted their eyes upward to see Naruto, levitating in the air, with his hands in his pockets as debris particles were suspended near him. Naruto lowered himself to the ground, releasing his technique, as the debris suspended in air came crashing down. He wiped the blood from his nose and took a moment to examine the destruction he caused. A section of the compound wall was destroyed, the road had missing chunks, and some nearby houses had their roofs partially destroyed. Thankfully, no civilians or bystanders had been hurt. After taking in the aftermath, Naruto spoke. Maybe I overdid it? He said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Team 7 came down from their viewing area to Naruto and the beaten Yugo. Kakashi was the first to speak. You're full of surprises, aren't you, Naruto? Sasuke said nothing. He simply looked at Naruto with awe. Wow! Naruto, that was amazing! Kiyomi shouted before getting pissed. She slapped Naruto onto his head. Why didn't you tell anyone about this? I mean we thought you died. Naruto rubbed his head. Well, I'm glad you were worrying about me, he said, smiling at Kiyomi. She blushed before mumbling unintelligible words. Naruto, did you kill him? Sasuke said, interrupting the two. Oh yeah, him. He's not dead. Yet. Most of his organs have been crushed and he has a lot of internal bleeding. Naruto turned towards Kakashi. Sensei, what should we do with him? Before Kakashi could respond, dozens of shinobi arrived on the scene prepared for a fight, including Hiruzen, Nabito, and Fugaku. They were shocked to see the destruction. Hiruzen ordered the men to attend to the civilians, apprehend the assailant, and clean up the damage. Kakashi turned around and bowed. Hokage-sama, Uchiha-samus, he said. Kakashi, it seems our meeting will have to be pushed back. Hiruzen chuckled before getting a serious expression. What happened here? What took you so long? Naruto interjected. I guess old age is finally catching up to you. Nabito laughed at Naruto's comments. I like this kid, he said. Naruto, don't be so rude. Kiyomi spoke. Sasuke said nothing, as he was too invested in his book. Apologies, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. He would have to correct Naruto's behavior and attitude. Hiruzen smiled. No need to apologize. Now, he said seriously, what happened here? Kakashi told Hiruzen what had transpired, while the rest of the shinobi dealt with the damage and checked up on nearby civilians. I see, Hiruzen said. So, you engaged a mid-chunin intruder and successfully defeated him. It seems Team 7 is already up to great things. Kakashi nodded. He had wanted to tell Hiruzen about Naruto's abilities, but the old Kage gave him a look indicating that they would talk later, in private. I shall put this as a C-rank mission and give out the appropriate amount of Ryo as compensation. Well done, you three. Let this be a solid foundation for the future, Hiruzen said before leaving with his Umbu guard. Kakashi turned to his team. Well, that was pretty exciting. Not really, it was pretty boring, Naruto replied with a yawn. That guy was weak. He walked away from the group, heading back to the village. Wait, Naruto. Where do you think you're going? Kakashi asked. Naruto kept walking. Home. I'm gonna take a nap. It's been a long day. He lifted his right hand and gave a slight wave to his team. However, before Naruto could leave, he looked up to see Nobito in his path. Boy, I wish to speak with you, Nobito said. I have an offer for you. I believe I have information that you would find interesting. Information regarding your clan. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's your offer? He wondered what this old man wanted. I propose an alliance between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clan. Nobito crossed his arms. I believe this will help both the clans. Sasuke and Kiyomi were shocked upon hearing this information. Uzumaki clan? I wonder if the technique is common among them, Sasuke thought. Wait, Uzumaki is clan? I haven't met anyone with that name besides Naruto. What happened to them? Kiyomi asked, visibly confused. Kakashi spoke up. The Uzumaki clan was a feared clan from Uzushiogakure, the village hidden in whirlpools. They had a close connection with Konoha, but sadly their village and clan were destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War. This caused most of their members to be killed or displaced. Naruto laughed. I'm flattered by the offer and the recognition of my strength, but I'm only one man. Well, I guess since the Uchiha are still considered a clan with only 13 members, it makes sense. Naruto, can you count? There's only 10-inch, Kiyomi said. Naruto looked back at her. What do you mean there are 12, including Itachi? Some Uchiha girl just gave birth, making it now 13. But who's the extra person? She asked. We already knew she gave birth. But who's number 13? I thought. Naruto's voice trailed off. He looked at Kakashi and realized something. I thought he was Uchiha, but now I see. His chakra signature isn't similar to any of them. His left eye is the only similar chakra. He probably has a Sharingan underneath it. I wonder how he got it. This also explains why his chakra is so low. He probably has to use a ton because he isn't a Uchiha. Never mind. I miscounted, Naruto said, pushing this realization aside. Anyway, what's the catch to your offer? Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. By the way, Naruto was speaking. He concluded that the boy could see chakra. Naruto must have thought Kakashi was a Uchiha due to his Sharingan. I wonder what else those eyes can see. He mused. No catch, that is my offer. I wish to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Combining the clans would help both with their deficiencies. Nobito stated. I can get the Uzumaki clan to be recognized if you have more than 2 members. Where can I find my clanmates? Naruto asked. He didn't know of any Uzumaki survivors. I was getting to that. I've received intel that Uzumaki survivors were spotted in Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, and Amigakure, village hidden in the rain. When my spies get back to me and confirm the validity of these reports, I'll let you know. Nobito paused. Now what do you say? Naruto looked at Nobito for a moment, observing his facial features and body language. He put his hand on his chin, contemplating the information he received. After a few moments, Naruto looked up with a smile. "Why the hell not? I accept your offer," he stated. Nobito smiled and nodded. "After we've located the survivors, I'll inform you of their locations. Once you have successfully retrieved them, the clan will be re-established at Konoha, and you will be named clan head." Naruto grinned. "I can't wait to see the look on those bastards' faces when they hear this news." He knew this would cause much pain to the council members. "Well, I'm off then," he said, clasping his hands together and vanishing in a white blur. Kakashi looked at his remaining team members. "I'm off as well. We will take a break tomorrow and start missions in 2 days. Get some rest," he said before disappearing in a trail of leaves. "Kiyomi, Sasuke, let's head home," Fugaku said. "Hi," Tusan Kiyomi responded. She was still processing what she heard. Sasuke said nothing as he simply hoped the Uzumaki members were not full of people like Naruto. They walked home as shinobi around them worked diligently to repair the damage caused by the earlier fight. Yugo's lifeless body lay on the ground, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Unbeknownst to the nearby shinobi, a malevolent snake slithered away into the shadows, escaping their notice. It vanished into the darkness, burrowing into the ground, carrying with it the secrets of this encounter. A known location. From the shadows, a cloaked figure sat in a chair, gazing out of a window. A shinobi, donning a bear-style animal mask and a black cloak, materialized in the room, one knee on the ground. "My lord, Yugo has fallen to the Kyuubi's container," the shinobi reported. The figure leaned back, the dim light unveiling a bandage tightly wound around his forehead and right eye. "The longer that brat lives, the more he festers as a nuisance," he murmured with a tone that dripped with calculated disdain. "You are dismissed," he declared. The shinobi with the bear mask vanished. A chilling voice emanated from the unseen corners, resonating with a sinister curiosity. "That Uzumaki is starting to interest me, especially his Kekkai Genkai. He may be the perfect vessel for me," the shadowy voice stated. "Forget not, the Kyuubi's container is mine. In exchange for my assistance with acquiring the Sharingan, you will assist in the annihilation of Konoha," the figure with bandages responded. "I am also allowing you to kill Sarutobi." "Don't you think I've forgotten our little deal?" they said, menacingly. "I've given your men my curse mark for strength. You should be grateful, Danzo. Without me, you would be a dead man with no assets, infrastructure, or anywhere to hide." Danzo, seated at his desk, clenched his fists. His eyes narrowed with a combination of resentment and determination. He would protect Konoha and safeguard the village's best interests regardless of the sacrifices or death that needed to be made. And best believe many more sacrifices would need to be made to protect the village. "Everything will be ready for our invasion soon. Gather your forces. I'll retrieve you when the hour of attack is nigh," the shadowy voice declared before slithering away into the darkness. "Tch." Danzo balled his fists as he sat at his desk. He hated being under this bastard, however, he had no other options. He would wait and plan until an opportunity arose. It was his duty and responsibility to save Konoha from these fools, and he would do what was necessary, regardless of how many innocents he needed to kill. Chapter 6. 1 month later, Uchiha Compound. It had been a month since Team 7's surprise encounter with Yugo. Despite facing off against a strong foe and defeating him, Team 7 had been relegated to low-ranking missions. Mostly D ranks and an occasional C rank, but nothing special. They had to capture a cat many times, plant trees, deliver messages, and even help build houses on the outskirts of the village. The young Genin squad was hungry for better missions, especially Naruto, as he was extremely bored. However, Team 7 would soon receive a mission that would change everything. Now we go to one Kiyomi Uchiha who was sound asleep in her bed, reflecting on the last month. Her missions, her sensei, her clan, her brother, and Naruto. She often thought about him, especially recently due to them being on the same team. Kiyomi wanted to know if he thought about her or felt the same way she felt. She had had a crush on him ever since they were kids, but she was on the fence about revealing her feelings as she didn't know how he would respond. Naruto acted like a goofball most of them, but he would have moments of sincerity, tenderness, or seriousness, but those moments were rare. Another reason why she was hesitant to tell him how she felt was a fear of ruining the dynamics of Team 7. Kiyomi didn't want it to be any more awkward. She and Sasuke already had a strained relationship. She didn't see Hinata often, and her father wasn't the best to talk with on these subjects. Her mother was someone who she could confide in, but she wasn't here anymore. Kiyomi had already lost so many loved ones and was barely holding it together. She didn't want to lose anyone else. As Kiyomi wrestled with her thoughts, she was rudely awakened by the sound of footsteps near her bed. Groaning, she rolled over, ready to give Sasuke a piece of her mind about using his Shikigami or whatever they were, to wake her up. "I thought I told you to stop," Kiyomi began, but her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Naruto crouching beside her bed, peering at her through his glasses. "Oh, you're awake," Naruto said casually, as if it were perfectly normal to find himself in her bedroom. "Get ready. The old man summoned us for a mission." Kiyomi blinked at him for a moment before scrambling out of bed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto cocked his head, puzzled. "Huh? What do you mean?" "What do I mean? You just entered my room without permission, and you're acting as if everything is fine," she said angrily. "I don't see what the big deal is." Naruto shrugged, completely oblivious to Kiyomi's mounting frustration. Kiyomi's fists clenched at her sides, her patience wearing thin. "What do I see in him?" she thought, her mind racing with frustration. Before she could say anything else, a shadow started to emerge from the floor. After a couple of moments, a black dog emerged. "Woof!" it barked at Naruto. Naruto knelt to take a closer look. "I thought you were out of chakra, but it seems you are flesh and bones." He stroked the dog's fur, feeling its warmth and softness. The dog wagged its tail and licked his face, making him laugh. "Good boy," he said, scratching the dog's ears. Kiyomi was open to yell for Naruto to leave her room until the down slid open, revealing Sasuke. "Kiyomi, it's time to wake up." He stopped upon seeing Naruto petting his divine dog. "What are you doing here?" Naruto looked up at Sasuke. "Getting you too. The old man has summoned us for a mission." The two continued to engage in their conversation, while Kiyomi stood with a puzzled but angry look. "Don't they realize they're in my room?" she thought, her frustration reaching its all-time peak. However, at this moment, she gained true awareness of her surroundings, in particular what she was wearing. She looked down at her loose pajamas and her face started to turn bright red. Her embarrassment was now turning into anger. She clenched her fists and yelled, "Edgar!" Veins started to appear on her forehead, and an ominous glow started to radiate from her. "You two enter my room without my permission, interrupt my sleep, and continue to be a pain in my ass." "Huh?" said both boys, completely taken aback by Kiyomi's sudden outburst. "Get the hell out of my room," she shouted, her voice echoing through the house as she slapped Naruto and Sasuke in quick succession, causing the two to fall on the floor with their faces smoking. She glared down at the divine dog with narrow eyes. The dog whimpered before he pulled his master and Naruto out of Kiyomi's room, leaving her seething with anger as she slammed the door shut. Team 7 walked through the bustling streets of the village, Kiyomi leading the way with determined strides while Naruto and Sasuke trailed behind, still feeling the sting of her slap on their faces. Naruto rubbed his cheek sheepishly, shooting a glance at Sasuke, who was doing the same. "Man, she packs quite a punch, doesn't she?" Sasuke grunted in agreement, his expression a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "You could say that again." Kiyomi turned around. "What did you say?" Even though most of her anger had been subsidized, she was still pissed. "Oh, nothing," Naruto quickly said as Sasuke looked at him nervously. "I thought so," she replied, turning back around. Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke. She's been in a crappy mood lately? What's her deal? He said with a whisper, hiding his mouth. I couldn't tell you. She's been like this ever since the bell test with Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke responded. Naruto nodded. His eyebrows furrowed in thought. Oh yeah. He stopped whispering. Speaking of Kakashi-sensei, we need to get him before we head to the old man. Where are we supposed to find him? Sasuke asked. I'm surprised you don't know where he lives considering you love to appear at people's houses uninvited, Kiyomi interjected. Yeah. Anyway, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. I have an idea where he lives but haven't pinpointed exactly. Our sensei is crafty and uses a lot of deception to throw me off his trail. Even my eyes can't detect where he is. Kiyomi rolled her eyes. Why don't we just wait for him in the Hokage's office? That would be the boring option. Come on, aren't you a little bit curious about his personal life? He never shares anything, Naruto said. I mean, I have always wondered, Kiyomi confessed. Their sensei was laid back but also extremely secretive. She didn't even know what type of food he liked. Sure, let's go find him, she gave a genuine smile. Alright, that's more like it, he looked at Sasuke. So, what do you say, Sasuke? Sasuke looked at Naruto and Kiyomi before shrugging his shoulders. Why not? Naruto grinned. Alright, he said. Let's split and look for him. Don't bother trying to sense his chakra. He uses Kage Bunshins, shadow clones, to confuse you. Wait, how we will signal if we find something? Kiyomi asked. Sasuke made a dog hand seal summoning his black divine dog. This is how. He can alert me once you've found something. Once he disperses, I'll be alerted and head over to you. What about Naruto? She asked. Naruto put a finger on his glasses. You forget that I'm a sensor. When the jutsu is released, I'll track the chakra spike. If there's no more questions, let's do this, he said. Meet back here after an hour. With a nod of agreement, Team 7 split up, each member heading in a different direction. Naruto jumped from rooftop to rooftop, surveying the village, trying to find his sensei. He had come across a few shadow clones but couldn't find the real Kakashi. As the hour drew near, Naruto was about to give up until he saw something. One of the nearby Kakashi's shadow clones disappeared with a poof, meaning the clone had been dismissed. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what this meant. He drew a wide grin. I've got you now, he said, clasping his hands together and teleporting away. Naruto arrived at the meeting where he saw Sasuke and Kiyomi sitting around. I'm assuming you two didn't find him, he said. The twins nodded. Fear not, Naruto said, making a pose. I know where he is. How? Kiyomi asked, intrigued. When I was going around the village, I came across one of his shadow clones disappearing. How is that helpful? Sasuke asked. I was getting to that before I was rudely interrupted. Now, when a shadow clone disperses, the clone's chakra returns to the caster. Using my eyes, I tracked the clone's chakra and pinpointed the location of the source. Naruto pointed his finger in the direction of Konoha's residential zone. Let us journey onward. Yeah, let's do this, Kiyomi responded. Despite their excitement, Sasuke remained calm. Is it really necessary to hunt him down like this? He questioned. Kiyomi chimed in. Oh, come on, Sasuke. Don't you want to know what Kakashi-sensei does outside of missions? No, I highly doubt he does anything interesting, he replied, unimpressed. It's a waste to do this. I'm going to the Hokage office to wait for him to arrive. Sasuke turned and started walking away. Naruto scratched the back of his head, contemplating how to convince Sasuke to join them. Wait, Sasuke, he called out, his voice laced with mischief. Are you going to pass up this chance to gain some leverage over Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke turned around, intrigued by Naruto's words. Leverage? He said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, his grin widening. That's right. Imagine, Sasuke. Our sensei values his secrets, and if you get a hold of one, the possibilities are endless. Think of it as retribution for all the times he's messed with and embarrassed us. Naruto puts his hands out with his palms facing up. You would have so much power over him. Sasuke contemplated Naruto's proposition. After a moment of silent deliberation, he sighed and turned to rejoin his teammates. Fine, he relented, his tone begrudging. But if Sensei retaliates, you're on your own. Naruto flashed a thumbs up, his grin reaching ear to ear. You won't regret it, Sasuke. All right, let's discover the secrets of Kakashi-sensei. The trio walked until they came across a secluded house nestled amidst the trees. It was an old rustic house with wooden architecture and a dark, tiled roof, but it looked full of life. The house had two distinct sections, one with a slanted roof and another with a gabled roof. A wooden fence surrounded the property and a small garden outside. Is this it? Sasuke asked. Kiyomi examined the home with fascination. It's so quaint. She tried looking through the windows to see if anyone was home. She couldn't find anyone. It doesn't seem like anyone is at home. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. It looks like we just missed him. The residual chakra in the area indicates he was here. So, this was for nothing? Kiyomi said, starting to get annoyed that they had wasted so much time looking for him. Sasuke, sensing his sister's frustration, intervened before anything could happen. Let's just head back so we don't waste any more time, he said, walking away. Wait, Naruto said. I can see two chakra signatures in the house. They're similar to Kakashi-sensei. So, it's none of our business who's in his house, Sasuke responded. We've already found out where he lives. We don't need to investigate any further. Come on, Sasuke. What about the leverage? Naruto teased. I'm not going to invade someone's privacy for such a silly reason. Sasuke scoffed. Unlike you, I know how to respect the privacy of people. He turned to face Naruto. There's only one fundamental rule when interacting with others. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. Oh, what may that be then? He asked sarcastically. It's I won't kill you, so don't kill me either. You can replace kill with anything you like, but the point is that we all must draw a line where you agree not to infringe on the other person. Sasuke responded. Naruto laughed at Sasuke's comments. Ha! Sounds like an excuse to not get into confrontations. What are you, a scaredy cat? Scaredy why? Cat? Sasuke said, getting annoyed. How I am the scared one. You hide behind those glasses of yours, always infringing on others but never letting anyone in. You're the one who's scared of showing the real you because you know everyone only values you because of your strength. Naruto's smile waved for a quick second before returning. He gave a fake laugh. Kiyomi, noticing this, tried to stop Sasuke. Hey, we should. However, Sasuke continued, ignoring her. You are strong, but that's all you have. Sasuke closed his eyes and then opened them, revealing his Sharingan. My eyes can see everything. So let me ask you this, Naruto. Are you the strongest because you're Naruto Uzumaki, or are you Naruto Uzumaki because you're the strongest? Naruto's smile wavers for a moment before fading entirely. His posture stiffens, and he averts his gaze, hiding his eyes behind his glasses. It's a subtle gesture, but Sasuke catches the shift in Naruto's demeanor, the tension palpable in the air. Sasuke deactivates his Sharingan, realizing his words. His expression softened as he observed Naruto's reaction, and a pang of guilt settled in his chest. He let his emotions get the best of him. By confronting Naruto, he realized his hypocrisy. He had told Naruto not to infringe on others when he, himself, just did the same thing. Sasuke stood there in silence, thinking about his words, feeling shame and regret. No one spoke. The wind howled through the trees. The leaves blew past them as the two stood staring at each other. Naruto, Sasuke whispered, however, with sound stopped by the sound of the house door sliding open. Could you three quiet down? If you're looking for my Otusan, he isn't here. A voice spoke. Team 7 turned their heads in the direction of the voice. What they saw surprised them. They were greeted by a boy with the same spiky, silverly white, gravity-defying hair as Kakashi. He also had onyx eyes and looked to be about 7 years old. The boy stood at 4 feet, had gray shorts, and a long-sleeved black shirt on. The trio was stunned. They never imagined their sensei of all people to have a wife and no less a son. Kiyomi gasped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Kakashi-sensei has a son? She never thought any woman who marry a pervert like him. He looks just like him, minus the mask, Sasuke thought. The kid rubbed his eye. He looked like he had just woken up from a nap. Who are you? Also, what's with that weird face? He asked, pointing at Naruto. Sasuke and Kiyomi turned their heads to see Naruto's shocked face and wide-open mouth. Oh, nothing, Naruto said, regaining his composure. You just look like your Tusan. What's your name, kid? Sakuto Hataki, he responded. Now who are you? Naruto readjusted his glasses. Well, Sakuto, we are Team 7. And I am the great Naruto Uzumaki. Hi, I'm Kiyomi Uchiha. It's nice to meet ya, she said, giving Sakuto a wave. I am Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke replied. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei went? Oh, Sakuto scratched the back of his head. I believe he went to the Hokage's office for a mission or something. Kiyomi shot Naruto a glare upon hearing this information. Naruto acted like he didn't see her stare. She crouched down to Sakuto's level. Are you home alone? She asked. Where's your cousin? She's on a mission. It's just me and Maki-san, he said. Maki-san? Kiyomi asked. Two-san. Just then a 4-year-old girl came from out the door, headed straight towards them. She wore a black dress with red flowers on it. She had onyx eyes similar to her brother's, but her hair was short silverly white hair that extended slightly past her neck. However, there were streaks of violet scattered across her head. She ran to Naruto and hugged him. Two-san, she said, smushing her face into his leg. Aw, that's so cute, Kiyomi said. She thinks you're Kakashi-sensei. You two do look alike, Sasuke chimed in. Naruto was confused by the child's gesture, but after a quick moment, he softened up. He smiled at her and ruffled her hair tenderly. Ah, sorry about, Sakuto said. Maki-san, that isn't Two-san. Ha! She said, taking her head off his head. She looked up to see Naruto smiling down at her. Naruto bent down and picked her up, bringing her to eye level. So, you're Kakashi-sensei's kid, huh? He gave a small laugh. You do look just like him. The eyes at least. Maki was fascinated with Naruto's glasses. Hey, mister, can I see your glasses? Her small arms reaching forward. Sure, he responded. She reached forward and took Naruto's glasses off his face, revealing his blue eyes. Wow, Naruto said, squinting his eyes. It's been a while since I last had these off. Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Sakuto were amazed at Naruto's eyes, especially Sasuke and Kiyomi, who had never seen him without his glasses off. Whoa, his eyes are beautiful, Kiyomi marveled, gazing into them. They've got this peculiar glow to them. I wonder why he wears the glasses, Sasuke thought. Maki climbed on Naruto's shoulders and tried on his glasses. Hey, mister, your glasses are weird. I can't see anything through them. Naruto chuckled. Will there special glasses for people with special eyes? Ah, she replied. I wish I had special eyes. Naruto's smile softened, touched by her innocence. You don't need special eyes to be amazing, Maki-chan. You're already amazing. Maki's eyes lit up at his words, and she threw her arms around Naruto's neck in a spontaneous hug. Thanks, Mr. Naruto. You're the best. Naruto just laughed at her gesture. Kiyomi looked back at Sakuto. So how is Kakashi-sensei at home? What's he like? He doesn't say much and isn't super strict. The only thing he is serious about is his stash of books. He's always protective over them and told me to make sure I don't touch them or let Maki near them. Satoru put a hand on his chin. Now that I think about it, he and Kazan are always giggling every time they read this orange book. I don't understand what's so funny. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi deadpanned over his statements. So his wife's a pervert too, Kiyomi thought. Sasuke facepalmed his head while Naruto just laughed. Maki returned Naruto's glasses, and he gently set her down, shooting Satoru a mischievous grin. Hey, Satoru, Naruto began, his tone mischievous. You know that orange book your parents always seem to enjoy reading? Well, it's actually poor. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kiyomi swiftly elbowed him in the side, causing him to wince and halt mid-sentence. Oof, what was that for? Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his side and shooting Kiyomi a bewildered look. Kiyomi responded with a forced smile, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Oh, nothing, she said, her voice strained with urgency as she glanced nervously at the children. Just a little, friendly reminder to watch our language around the little ones. Satoru looked at Team 7 with a puzzled expression. These three are weirder than Tusan. Anyway, do you need anything else? He asked, oblivious to the exchange between Naruto and Kiyomi. No, Naruto responded quickly, his smile strained as he tried to recover from Kiyomi's interruption. It's time we head off. He patted the top of Maki's head. Bye, Maki-chan. As Team 7 began their departure towards the Hatake residence, Maki's sudden cry stopped them in their tracks. With her small figure racing towards them, her plea echoed in the quiet surroundings. Wait! She cried out, her voice filled with urgency. You three need to promise to protect my Tusan. Sakuto's sigh resonated with a sense of resignation, acknowledging the routine interruption. However, Naruto's response was swift and reassuring, his demeanor untroubled as he crouched down to Maki's eye level. Don't worry, Maki-chan, he assured her with a genuine smile. We'll protect your Tusan. Maki's smile in response was radiant, a reflection of her innocent trust, before she returned to her brother's side, waving goodbye as Team 7 resumed their journey toward the Hokage's office. Naruto's soft voice broke the silence, his words carrying a hint of sadness tinged with admiration. They're a nice group of kids, he remarked, his gaze lingering on the fading figures of the siblings. They haven't been exposed to the pain of this world. Kiyomi's agreement was accompanied by a wistful sigh, her thoughts drifting to a longing for simpler times. I wish I could go back to when I was younger, she admitted softly, and not know anything about reality or suffering. I honestly wish we could create a world without pain, without suffering. Sasuke's addition was measured and somber, his voice tinged with bitterness as he reflected on the harsh realities of their world. The difficulty in creating such a world is that suffering is a part of life, he acknowledged. We all suffer. So many innocents have been robbed of fairness by the actions of evil people. Yet these evil people run amok, and the innocents forgive them. It makes me want to vomit with how they go around forgiving them. Naruto and Kiyomi absorbed Sasuke's words, each lost in their thoughts as they contemplated the complexities of their existence. I don't believe that forgiveness is weakness, she responded, her voice full of hope and determination. She turned to face Naruto and Sasuke. It's an act of strength and compassion. When we forgive, we release ourselves from the shackles of hatred and resentment. We choose love over hate, and in doing so, we heal ourselves and others. Naruto's agreement was accompanied by a small smile, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Yeah, he murmured, his voice soft and contemplative. I can understand what you're saying. Sasuke remained silent, his expression unreadable as he pondered Kiyomi's words, his thoughts shrouded in contemplation. The journey back was shrouded in silence, each member of Team 7 lost in their reflections as they grappled with the weight of their conversation. After a couple of minutes of walking, Naruto spoke up. Wait a minute. Why are we walking back? Kiyomi and Sasuke's eyes widened as they realized what he meant. Oh no, we are teleporting with you again. I still get chills thinking about what happened last time, Kiyomi said, her spine shivering. I'll have you that I've fixed that issue. Naruto refuted. Come on, trust me. Pretty please, he begged. Don't do it, Kiyomi, Sasuke said. He had trusted Naruto too many times and suffered the consequences. Naruto got on his knees and grabbed her hand. Pretty please. Kiyomi's face turned slightly pink before quickly slapping her hand back. FFINE. However, if the same thing happens as last time, you'll surely regret it, she said ominously. Okay. Naruto quickly got up and began drawing kanji in a circle. Naruto's hands moved swiftly as he sketched the intricate symbols into the ground. His brow furrowed in concentration. Kiyomi and Sasuke watched with both curiosity and apprehension as the patterns took shape. Is this the Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique? Sasuke asked, recognizing the kanji from his studies. From what he could remember, it was a S-rank spacetime ninjutsu heavily used by the 4th Hokage. Not exactly, Naruto said as he continued to draw the kanji. It appears the same on the surface level, but at a closer examination it's different. Kiyomi's eyes widened with intrigue. What's the difference? She inquired. Naruto paused, considering his words. Well, you see, he began, his tone getting animated. Unlike the traditional Hiraishin, which creates a wormhole, a shortcut, that pops you out on the other side, my technique warps spacetime by bringing negative numbers into reality. In this case, a negative distance. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, impressed at Naruto's ability. That sounds complicated, he remarked. Naruto laughed. It is very complicated. I still don't get it, Kiyomi said. Basically, my technique creates negative space which the universe doesn't like, so it tries to fix this irregularity by pulling matter and space towards the gap, Naruto responded. For teleporting, this means creating a negative distance on myself which corresponds with the distance I need to travel. With this created negative space, the universe pulls space together, violently eliminating the space, effectively warping the space together. Kiyomi looked at him even more blankly. Come on, this isn't that hard. Did you even pay attention at the academy? Naruto responded. A tick mark formed on her head. Not everyone was gifted in math like you, Kiyomi responded, getting pissed at Naruto. Good grief. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Are you finished? He asked Naruto. Yeah, we're good to go, Naruto said. Sasuke and Kiyomi stood in the circle and braced themselves. Here goes. Naruto clasped his hands together as the three vanished, destroying some of the pavement beneath them. Konoha, Hokage's office. Kakashi ascended the steps of the Hokage Tower with a nonchalant demeanor. However, his attention was divided between the pages of his cherished volume and the familiar faces of the guards who stood outside the Hokage's office. As he reached the door to the Hokage's office, he paused, gently closing his book before knocking his knuckles against the wood. Enter, came the deep, authoritative voice from within. Pushing open the door, Kakashi stepped into the room, his single visible eye taking in the sight of the third Hokage seated behind his desk, signing forms and completing tasks befitting a Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze lifted from the documents before him, settling on Kakashi with a warm smile. Ah, Kakashi, Hiruzen greeted him, the lines of his face softening briefly with a hint of paternal affection. I've been expecting you. Kakashi inclined his head respectfully. Hokage-sama, I'm assuming you have a mission for us. Yes, I do. But where is your team? Hiruzen looked around for the other members of Team 7. I had sent Naruto out to bring you all back here. With showing up here, I thought it meant he had informed everyone. That's strange. I haven't seen them all Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, his team appeared from thin air, almost as if something had pulled them there. See? What did I say? Naruto said. Oh, look, it's Kakashi-sensei. Kiyomi stumbled, feeling a bit disorientated while Sasuke stretched out his shoulders. Kakashi turned around to his team. "Where have you three been?" Naruto and Kiyomi glanced at each other before a wide and mischievous grin formed on their faces. "Oh, nowhere special, sensei," they said. Sasuke remained silent as he wished to take no part in the retribution that would happen once their sensei realized what had happened. Kakashi simply shrugged his shoulders and turned back towards the Hokage. "Well, Hokage-sama, it seems Team 7 has now assembled. The reason I have summoned you all here is to debrief you on your next mission." The Hokage's expression shifted, his demeanor growing solemn as he motioned for Kakashi to take a seat opposite him. "I must warn you, this mission will test your capabilities as shinobi. I had wanted to give this mission to higher-ranking Nin, but this team are the only ones currently available." Kakashi's posture stiffened imperceptibly, his eye sharpening with a keen awareness of the gravity of his sensei's words. "What is the mission, Hokage-sama?" he replied evenly, though a flicker of concern passed through his gaze. "Your mission is to rescue Karen Uzumaki from Kusagakure," Hiruzen stated. A smile formed across Naruto's lips. "That old man works fast," he mused. "Uzumaki?" Kiyomi questioned. "She must be from Naruto's clan." Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. "From the intel that has been gathered, she is an extraordinary kunoichi with proficiency in fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu." "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but why are rescuing her? I'm assuming she was born in Kusagakure, so why would she come here?" Sasuke asked. "Spies in Kusagakure were contacted by her. She also possesses remarkable sensory abilities." Hiruzen leaned forward. "From what she has told us, the village has mistreated and abused her medical abilities. She does not wish to die the same way her mother did." Team 7 nodded, understanding her current living conditions. "That is why this mission was created. Having her in Konoha would add to a great kunoichi to our forces, especially one with high skill in medical ninjutsu and fuinjutsu." Hiruzen added, "This will be an A-rank mission?" "A rank, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked, concern in his voice. "I beg your pardon, but don't you think this mission is too high-ranking for such fresh genin?" "I understand your concerns, Kakashi, and believe me, I felt the same way." Hiruzen's gaze held Kakashi steadily, his voice carrying a weight born of both wisdom and responsibility. "This mission is not to be taken lightly. It carries a level of danger that demands the utmost caution and skill. That is why you and Naruto will be the ones taking on this mission." Kakashi slightly lowered his head, understanding the Hokage's logic. This mission would be dangerous, and at Sasuke's and Kiyomi's current level, there would be too much risk to bring them along. Sasuke was ahead of his sister and actually quite strong, but Kakashi didn't believe he had the conviction and drive for a mission of this caliber. Naruto, now he could understand, as even though he was just a genin, his skills in ninjutsu and sensory made him extremely valuable for missions such as these. Sasuke and Kiyomi's eyes widened. They were being left behind. Were they really that weak? Kiyomi lowered her eyes while Sasuke clenched his fists. Naruto, upon his teammates' frustration, spoke up. "Nah, Gigi, Sasuke and Kiyomi will be fine. Let them come on the mission." "Are you sure, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. "I'm confident. They may not look ready, but they are. Out of the available teams you have, we're the strongest." Naruto responded confidently. The twins were surprised by Naruto's words. "Humph. So," Hiruzen looked at the twins, "do you two accept this mission?" Sasuke and Kiyomi glanced at each other before looking back at Hiruzen. "Hi, Hokage-sama." "Well then, Team 7, you have your mission. You are dismissed." Hiruzen spoke. "Hi." Team 7 responded before leaving out of the Hokage's office. As the sun pierced through the clouds in the late morning, the rays of light coating the village, and the birds chirped, Team 7 emerged from within the Hokage tower. Naruto stretched his arms out as he walked out the doors into the sunlight. Sasuke covered his eyes to block out some of the light. Kakashi turned to his team, bringing his hands together. So, my little genin, it seems we have our first mission? Pretty exciting, huh? The genin looked at him with blank expressions. Okay, he said, rubbing his hands together to ease the tension. Gather your items and pack for the journey. It'll take us about 4 days to reach the village on foot. Any questions? It was silent for a moment until Kiyomi spoke up. And Naruto, did you mean what you said back there? That you consider us the strongest? She asked. Naruto put his hands in his pockets. I did mean what I said, he smiled. You're easily stronger than the average genin. You too may not be the strongest yet, but I believe in you and your potential. Kakashi smiled from underneath his mask as well. I second that. This mission will be challenging, but it will help you to grow, especially you, Kiyomi. Sasuke is already quite adept, but you still have a way to go to reach his level, he said, placing his hand on Kiyomi's shoulder. If there are no more questions, you're… As Kakashi was about to finish his sentence, a feminine voice interrupted him, calling out to them. Oh, there you are, the voice exclaimed. Team 7 turned around to see a young woman in her mid-20s, who was 5 feet 5 inches, and had a slender frame with light brown eyes and violet hair in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. She wore a shirt/fishnet with crisscrosses on it that were crafted out of a thin metal mesh that covered her neck to her thighs. She also had on a tan overcoat with a purple seam and pockets on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. Kakashi's visible eye widened in surprise, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks beneath his mask. Ah, Anko, what a pleasant surprise, he greeted, his voice slightly flustered. Naruto nudged Sasuke and whispered, Who's she? Sasuke shrugged, equally puzzled, but his attention was soon diverted back to the interaction between Kakashi and the newcomer. Anko grinned, her gaze on Kakashi. I heard you were heading off on a mission. Thought I'd come and wish you luck, and maybe steal you for a good time before you left. She licked her lips before leaning in closer with a playful smirk. Kakashi chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Ah, well, you know me, Anko. Always ready for a good time, he replied, his tone containing a hint of embarrassment. Kiyomi rubbed her chin. I can't put my finger on it, but she seems familiar. Yeah, I thought so too, Naruto said, making the same gesture. Also, what's with that weird chakra near her neck? He thought. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the two, but also couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity from the woman before them. After a couple of moments, Sasuke spoke up. She looks like Maki-chan. A light bulb appeared over Kiyomi's and Naruto's head. Kiyomi snapped her fingers. I knew it. That's why she looks so familiar. Naruto smiled. I can't believe Kakashi-sensei was able to bag such a hot… He caught a death glare from Kiyomi. I mean, such a respectable and graceful woman. Naruto corrected himself with sweat dripping down his face. Let's have some fun then. Oh, sensei, Naruto called out with a wide smile, interrupting their conversation. You mind introducing us to your friend? Kakashi cleared his throat, shooting Anko a warning glance before turning to his team. Right, of course. Team 7, this is Anko Mitarashi. A close friend of mine, he said, the last word coming out with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Anko flashed a mischievous grin at the genin, her violet eyes twinkling with amusement as she looked at the genin before her. So, you're Kakashi's little genin. Ha! She turned to Kakashi. It seems failing all those genin the years prior was worth it. Yes, these 3 have some rough edges, but they've been good students. And I'm proud to be their sensei. He turned back to Team 7. You 3 are dismissed. Meet me at the village gates at noon. You have a couple of hours before we leave, so I would advise you to get some rest. See ya, sensei. Say hi to Maki-chan for me, Naruto said before teleporting away. Anko and Kakashi's eyes widened. Huh? What did he just say? Kakashi asked the nearby Sasuke and Kiyomi. Nothing, Sasuke said as he frantically grabbed his sister's arm and sank into the shadows. The two looked at each other with a puzzled look before heading back home. Kakashi still had an uneasy feeling in his gut. Konoha, Hataki residence. "We're home," Anko announced as she swung open the door, revealing their cozy family home. Their daughter, Maki, immediately darted forward, her face lighting up with excitement. "Kazan!" she shouted, rushing into Anko's waiting arms for a warm embrace. Meanwhile, Sakuto emerged from the kitchen, catching sight of his parents as they entered. "Yo!" Kakashi greeted his son with a casual wave. "I wasn't expecting you two to be back so soon," Sakuto remarked, his tone betraying a hint of surprise. Kakashi kicked off his sandals, sinking into the familiar comfort of their living room. "It'll just be for a little bit. I'll be leaving in a couple of hours. New mission," he explained as he settled onto the couch, letting out a tired sigh. "Oh, I guess that's why your team came over here," Sakuto deduced. Kakashi's interest piqued instantly. "Wait, my team was here?" Sakuto nodded, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, an annoying white-haired kid with glasses, a loud girl, and an emo stopped by, saying they were looking for you." A sense of dread washed over Kakashi as he realized that Naruto and Kiyomi had likely discovered Anko's identity as his wife. He had wondered why they were giggling and gossiping amongst themselves. He had left a carefully guarded secret slip away, and now Naruto knew where he lived. This wasn't going to end well. "Tusan, are you all right?" Sakuto piped up, concern evident in his voice. Kakashi grumbled a vague affirmative, his mind racing with the implications of his team's visit. Anko entered the room, Maki in tow, her expression curious as she noticed Kakashi's dejected demeanor. "What's wrong with him?" Anko inquired, her confusion palpable. Sakuto shrugged, equally puzzled by his father's unusual behavior. "Kazan, I need to tell Tusan something," Maki interjected, her small voice breaking the tense silence. Anko smiled encouragingly at her daughter. "Of course, sweetie," she said, leading Maki over to where Kakashi sat on the floor, lost in thought. Perched on her father's lap, Maki hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Tusan?" she began, her tone earnest. "Yes, Maki-san?" Kakashi responded eagerly, his attention finally shifting to his daughter. "I want to marry Naru and I," Maki announced innocently, her words hanging in the air. "Enna are you and I?" Kakashi echoed, his mind struggling to process her unexpected declaration. Anko couldn't contain her laughter at their daughter's candid confession, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Finally, the realization dawned on Kakashi, and he bolted upright, a mixture of disbelief and panic flooding his features. "Narrru," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the Hataki household. Meanwhile, Naruto sat at Ichiraka Ramen, enjoying a bowl of his favorite dish, when suddenly he sneezed. "Achoo!" he exclaimed, startling Ayam, who was serving nearby. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ayam asked, her concern evident in her voice. Naruto chuckled, grabbing a napkin to wipe his nose. "Yeah, I'm fine, just had the weirdest feeling. Like someone was shouting my name," he mused, shrugging it off. "Must have been the wind," he concluded before diving back into his meal. Chapter 7. Land of Grass, Part 2 Departure. Konoha South Village Gate. Team 7 gathered at the village gate, prepared for their mission. The sun cast a warm glow as travelers bustled around them. Despite the promising start, their sensei was notably absent. Sasuke leaned casually against the gate, absorbed in a book. Kiyomi paced nervously, her anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, Naruto lounged on the ground, sipping a soda. "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" Kiyomi fretted, her nerves fraying. "He should have been here by now." "Relax, Kiyomi-san," Sasuke replied, not looking up from his book. "He'll show up soon enough." "You two are too calm," Kiyomi snapped, her frustration mounting. This is an A-rank mission, not some ordinary task. Naruto, facing away from them, took a leisurely sip. Chill, Kiyomi-chan, he teased. You're gonna blow a fuse. Easy for you to say. Kiyomi shot back, her agitation clear. This is serious. Now that I think about it, I may have to take this mission seriously. Naruto's grin widened mischievously as he turned around facing her. We might encounter a Biju, he said, faking seriousness. A Biju? Kiyomi's voice quivered. Naruto got up and gestured wildly at her. Oh yeah, a big, hungry chakra monsters who just love snacking on humans. Kiyomi's eyes widened in horror. They eat people? Naruto's grin widened even more. Of course, and to make it better, their favorite humans happen to be young women. Kiyomi's expression turned to one of pure horror, and she started shaking at this revelation. Sasuke, seeing that Kiyomi had fallen for Naruto's trap, approached the two. He swiftly struck the top of Naruto's head. You're not helping Naruto, Sasuke reprimanded, his patience waning. You're no fun, Naruto pouted, rubbing his head where Sasuke had smacked him. Kiyomi, realizing she'd been pranked, simmered with anger. Naruto, you jerk! Before she could retaliate, Kakashi materialized in a puff of smoke, finally arriving. Sorry for the delay, everyone, Kakashi apologized sheepishly. Lost track of time. Kiyomi rolled her eyes, skepticism evident. Naruto, however, noticed something amiss. Sensei, you're fly, Naruto pointed out with a smirk. Kakashi blushed, hastily adjusting himself. Ahem, family goodbyes. You know how it is, he muttered awkwardly. Naruto and Kiyomi exchanged amused glances, understanding the situation perfectly. Sure, Sensei, Naruto replied, stifling a laugh. Right, because family farewells take ages, Kiyomi added sarcastically. Sasuke sighed, closing his book. Can we focus on the mission now? Yes. Kakashi cleared his throat, eager to move past the embarrassment. Let's get started. And with that, Team 7 departed the village, their mission awaiting. Kusagakure, 4 days later. The path ahead stretched endlessly, winding its way through dense forests and rolling hills, as Team 7 ventured forth towards Kusagakure. Despite the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant calls of wildlife, their journey remained uneventful, the only interruptions coming from their own conversations and occasional breaks. With each passing day, the landscape gradually transformed, the towering trees giving way to sprawling plains dotted with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The sun beat down relentlessly upon them, its warmth a constant companion as they pressed onward. Team 7 made good time, their pace steady and determined. For days had passed since they left their village, and as the sun descended toward the horizon once more, Kakashi called for a halt. All right, team, Kakashi announced, his voice carrying across the vast expanse of the plains. Let's call it for today. We'll journey to her last known location tomorrow morning. Kakashi looked around for a place to set up camp. He spotted a collection of trees in the clearing. There, that spot looks good. We'll sleep in the treetops. Team 7 leaped to the trees and sat on their branches. They sat quietly as they consumed their food pills. Mid-chew, Naruto spoke up. These taste like shit, despite his disgust that didn't stop him from throwing 2 more into his mouth. Kakashi smiled from underneath his mask. My old teammate used to say the same thing, but you'll get used to it, eventually. Silence returned to the group as they sat there for a few minutes until Kiyomi spoke up. Sensei? She began tentatively, her voice soft yet filled with genuine interest. Why do you cover your face? To hide it, of course, Kakashi replied, messing with his student. Kiyomi deadpanned at her sensei. Okay. But why do you cover your left eye? Sasuke and Naruto leaned in to hear better. Sasuke more than Naruto, as he was 95% sure what was underneath their sensei's Hitai 8. He just wanted to hear the story. Kakashi's visible eye softened at the question, and a faint smile appeared on his lips from underneath the mask. He had assumed he would eventually get asked this question by these three, but it still didn't make answering the question any easier. "It's a long story," Kakashi replied, his gaze drifting off into the distance as the memories flooded in. "But when I was about 2 years younger than you three, I was on a 4-man team with my sensei being the 4th Hokage." Kiyomi's eyes widened. "Your sensei was the 4th Hokage. That's amazing. How was he?" she asked. "He was a wise, strong, and loving teacher. He considered his students to be a part of his family," Kakashi said somberly. "He was an amazing man that I looked up to and still look up to this day." Sasuke nodded his head. He thought the 4th Hokage was incredibly strong and powerful as well. He had immense respect for him and was impressed that their sensei had been trained by him. A grin spread across Naruto's face. "Ironic, isn't it?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" he asked confused. Kiyomi had a puzzled look as well. "Never mind me. Continue your story, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, waving off their glances. Kakashi looked at Naruto wondering if he knew of his heritage. He'll have to ask him privately at another time. "Our team was quite similar to this one, but regardless, during the Third Great Shinobi War, we were sent out on a mission to destroy Canopy Bridge. During that mission, one of our teammates, Rin Noera, was captured by IWA Shinobi. I elected to abandon her and complete our mission while my other teammate, Obito Uchiha, disagreed and went to save her." The three genin nodded attentively, listening closely to their sensei's story. "During the rescue mission, I lost my left eye and Obito got crushed by a falling boulder, intended for me. As a final gift, he gave me his Sharingan to watch over Rin and protect the village." Naruto leaned back against the tree, nodding his head in understanding. "So that's why you emphasize teamwork. What happened to Rin, your other teammate?" Kiyomi asked. "Is she still around?" Kakashi paused for a moment. "No. She died on a mission towards the end of the war." He trailed off with a pained expression. "I'm the only one left." The genin stayed silent, reflecting on their sensei's story, the mood turning somber. Kakashi, sensing this dreariness, tried to lighten up the mood before it got too depressing. "So, you've got any dark secrets, Kiyomi-chan? Since you're so interested in mine," he said, giving her an eye smile. "Or maybe you would like to tell us about the boy you like?" "Ha!" Kiyomi said, her eyes bulging as she turned bright red. "Wadash. I. Kiyomi stuttered. Kakashi got closer to her. "So, who is it?" he asked again, knowing full well who it was. "Ha! Kiyomi-chan's got a crush," Naruto teased. "I wonder who it is." Sasuke and Kakashi almost fell off their tree branches. Was Naruto really this dense? "Anyway," Kakashi said, regaining his composure. "Don't worry, Kiyomi-chan. Your secret is safe with me," he said, giving her a thumbs up. "Ah! Come on, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto begged. "Who is it?" "Let's say it's someone you know," Kakashi replied, letting out a small laugh. Kiyomi mumbled something unintelligible under her breath as she regained her previous composure. "But since you're so interested in her secrets, what's up with the shades for eyes?" Kakashi asked. "I just assumed you were trying to copy my look but failed miserably." A tick mark formed on Naruto's face. Kiyomi let out a laugh while a small smirk formed on the corners of Sasuke's lips. "As if," Naruto scoffed, "I could say the same for you." Mid-laugh, Kiyomi asked, "Are you two related?" "No," they replied in unison. "Oh, sorry for asking," she responded, turning her away in embarrassment. Kakashi turned back to Naruto. "Now, Naruto, don't try to dodge the question. What's with the glasses? Are you blind or trying to hide your ugly eyes?" "I'll have you know my eyes are beautiful," Naruto said. "And no, I'm not blind." He removed his shades, revealing his blue eyes. As I've said, my eyes are special. Are they a dojutsu, like the Sharingan or Byakugan? Kiyomi asked. Naruto smiled. My eyes are stronger than both. They are called the Rakugan, 6 eyes. Our Rakugan, Kiyomi said. But wait, why do you wear the glasses if your eyes are stronger than the Sharingan and Byakugan? Well, you see, unlike the Sharingan and Byakugan, I cannot deactivate my eyes. They are always on. Naruto responded. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. How come you don't burn through your chakra reserves from having them always on? Naruto touched his temple. My eyes don't require chakra to use, but they can cause fatigue from overstrain. When my eyes are not covered, I can see everything. Think of them as high-definition cameras. While the normal person has 20/20ths vision, I have 70/20ths vision. Naruto closed his eyes. But this does have a drawback, as due to my extrasensory perception, my brain is constantly fed information. So, to prevent my brain from frying, I wear blacked-out shades to limit the information I take in, he said, opening them. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kiyomi nodded in understanding of what he told them. So how do you see with the shades on? Kiyomi asked. You said the shades limit the amount of information you receive, but how can you see through them? Good question. I can see by examining chakra flow. All living things have chakra within them, so that's no problem. The hard part was trying to differentiate the non-living from the living. Naruto smiled. It was a pain, but eventually I got the hang of it. Wait, Kiyomi said. So when you have your glasses on, you can't see people? Like physically? Yes, glasses on, chakra flow, glasses off, everything. This is actually my first time getting a good look at you three since we became Team 7. Oh, Kiyomi said. Well, if that's the case, then, how do you think I look? Naruto rubbed the back of his head before answering. I think you look, quite good. Your physical features are, appealing, he said awkwardly. Kiyomi looked down with a smile on her face while Kakashi gave a thumbs up to Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes and flipped to the next page of his book. What's with the thumbs up? Naruto asked. Oh, nothing, Kakashi replied. He rubbed his hands together. As much as I enjoy seeing this awkwardness, it's time to get some shut-eye. We need to be ready for any threats tomorrow. We will rotate shifts every 2 hours. I'll take the first watch. And with that, the 3 genin got as comfortable as they could on their tree branches and drifted off to sleep. Kusagakure village entrance. After an hour of traveling, they reached what should be just outside the village gates. Instead, they were greeted with a black barrier expanding far and wide. As Team 7 approached the black barrier looming before them, a sense of foreboding settled over the group like a heavy shroud. The barrier, pulsating with an ominous energy, cast a shadowy veil over the landscape, obscuring any hint of what lay beyond. Waves of dark, crackling electricity danced along its surface, emitting an eerie hum that sent shivers down Kiyomi's spine. What is this? Kiyomi asked. She had never seen anything like it. Naruto walked to the black barrier, looking it up and down. It seems to be an advanced barrier. I believe it's S-rank Fuinjutsu. S-rank? This barrier is serious business, Sasuke thought. Naruto reached out to touch the barrier but was shocked by black electricity as he placed his hand on the surface. Ow! He said, recoiling from the shock. Naruto, are you all right? Kakashi asked. Yeah, I will be. Naruto responded, shaking his hand. But I believe I can't go inside this barrier. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. He wasn't terrible at Fuinjutsu, it just wasn't one of his strong suits. This was one of the reasons he never learned Hiraishin. Regardless, this barrier was beyond him. When I outreached my hand, the barrier recognized my chakra signature and reacted negatively. Whoever put this does not want me in. I must be a threat to their plans. Naruto smiled, which can only mean one thing. There's a traitor in Konoha. Sasuke finished. They must have fed whoever put this up information regarding your abilities. They may have orchestrated or watched the attack on the Uchiha compound. Bingo! Naruto put a hand on his forehead. This mission keeps on getting better and better. I wonder if anyone else is labeled as a threat. Kiyomi, Sasuke, and Kakashi put their hands to see if they could pass through. They were granted entry. Naruto chuckled. Wow, Kakashi-sensei. Whoever put this barrier up must really hate you. The disrespect is real. Kakashi ignored Naruto's comment and faced Sasuke and Kiyomi. It looks like it's going to just be us three. Shouldn't we turn back? This mission has already thrown in so many unknown parameters. Sasuke asked, caution in his voice. He didn't like this. When going on missions, shinobi must have the ability to adapt regardless of the circumstances. In this case, we'll have to continue without Naruto. Kakashi spoke. However, he did share Sasuke's skepticism. First, a Genin squad is assigned an A-rank mission and now encounters an S-rank barrier. Something was amiss. We have a mission to complete. All we can do is rely on our skills and communication to maneuver through these changes. Just when I thought this was going to be one boring rescue mission, Naruto sighed. Well, I guess this is where we go our separate ways. Good luck, he said to his team. Sensei, is this a good idea? Kiyomi asked. It's the only option we've got, Kakashi said. He turned towards Naruto. Make sure your earpiece is in. I'll contact you in case things go south. Naruto nodded as he sat down on the ground. I'll be here waiting. Kakashi turned towards Sasuke and Kiyomi. Are you two ready? We may not be able to leave once we enter. If you don't think you can handle this, you can wait here with Naruto. The twins looked at each other before looking back at their sensei with a determined face. Kakashi smiled at the determination and heart of his genin. Let's go. The three walked through the barrier as darkness enshrouded them, cutting off all traces of the outside world. When they reached the other side, they were greeted by a forest with tall grassy plains as far as the eye could see. The sky was filled with turbulent clouds as it turned gray with wind picking. Before them stood the village gate, however. There were no guards. Even stranger, beyond the village gates, the village seemed to be too quiet. You couldn't hear or see any commotion in the distance. Huts and homes were sprawled about, but no sight of any civilians or shinobi. The comms aren't working. It doesn't look like we can contact Naruto, nor can he contact us. There's also something throwing off my sense of smell as well. I wonder if it's the effects of the barrier. Kakashi weaved hand signs before saying, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, slamming his palm on the ground. A poof of smoke appeared, then gave way to a miniature pug wearing a blue shinobi outfit. Pakin, I need your help for a rescue mission. Kakashi pulled out a strand of red hair from his pack. I need to find Karen Uzumaki. Something is throwing off her trail inside this barrier. Pakin went up to the hair and sniffed it. I've got her scent, he said. It's in this direction, the pug said, pointing southwest. Wait, the dog can talk? Kiyomi asked. Pakin looked in her direction. You've got a problem with that, he responded. No, she said, not making eye contact. Lead the way, Kakashi said to Pakin. We've got no time to waste. Pakin nodded and Team 7 carried onward. After journeying across the grassy plains, they came across a tower in the middle of the village with barred doors, cracked pavement, and broken windows. There were dead bodies littered around the front of the tower. Kusagakure civilians and shinobi lay on the ground torn apart. Kiyomi around with horror. What happened here? She croaked. The surrounding area was devastated with burnt homes, blood trails, and broken pavement. Sasuke looked around, taking in the sight. This wasn't new to him. He had seen his clan destroyed when he was a child. This was nothing. A bloodied Hittite buried in the ground caught Kakashi's attention. He walked over to it and bent down, grabbing the forehead protector, wiping off the dirt. This explains it, he said sternly. What is it, sensei? Kiyomi asked as she and Sasuke moved closer to their sensei. Kakashi lifted up the headband, revealing the symbol of Kirigakure, Hidden Mist Village. Kirigakure shinobi have been through here. Kakashi stood up. This explains the dead bodies but doesn't explain the devastation. They've always been ruthless, but attacking this far from their borders, it doesn't make sense. He trailed off. As Kakashi was thinking about this revelation, Pakin alerted him, interrupting his contemplation. Kakashi, we've got a group approaching us. No 5 shinobi coming at rapid speed, he barked. Damn, this barrier is really messing with my senses. Kakashi looked at his genin. Quick, conceal your presence and hide in the bushes, he ordered before disappearing. As the twins went to hide, a grotesque hand grabbed Kiyomi's leg. Help MMA, the voice cried out. Kiyomi's eyes widened in horror as she looked down at a middle-aged man, his body ravaged by cuts and bruises, his legs severed at the knees leaving raw, bloodied stumps, and his right eye gouged out, leaving behind a gaping hole. Kiyomi froze from the sight she beheld. Sasuke, seeing his sister in this state of terror, summoned Gamma and acted quickly. The frog Shikigami arose from the shadows and pulled the twins into its mouth before hopping off in the brushes nearby. As soon as Gamma made it to the bushes, 5 shinobi arrived, katanas on their backs and hunter masks with the symbol of Kiri on them, indicating that these were ANBU members. This isn't good. ANBU out this far. Kakashi looked at Gamma's position. If it was just me, I could dispatch them quickly and continue on with the mission, but I've got to watch out for these two. One of the ANBU saw the bloodied man begging for life and unsheathed his katana. Please, I beg you. The man gasped out. His cry was deafened by the sound of metal plunging into his neck. The ANBU wiped the blood from his blade, looking to his comrades. Our priority is the girl. Find her and kill anyone who stands in the way. The remaining ANBU nodded before disappearing at high speeds. After a few moments of their departure, Team 7 emerged from their hiding spots. Gamma released Sasuke and Kiyomi from its mouth, and Kakashi moved to their location. This must be an invasion. We've got to find Karen quickly, Kakashi stated. Kiyomi, still shaken up, spoke. W8 Sensei, what about the people in this village? We can't abandon them. Kakashi looked at her silence, contemplating the best way to respond to her. Kiyomi was full of hope and naive, however. Sometimes you can't save everyone. Innocents died every day and many more would die. This was the way of the shinobi world. Before Kakashi responded to her, Sasuke interjected. Our mission is to locate and rescue Karen Uzumaki. Sasuke spoke coldly. What happens to this village is not our responsibility. What? Kiyomi looked at her brother. How can you say that? We have to save people. That's what shinobi do. Sasuke closed his eyes. Shinobi do not save people. We complete missions and that's it. He opened his eyes, staring into his sister's. I have no intention of risking my own life to save people I had no intention to save in the first place. Kiyomi grabbed her twin's shirt collar. What do you mean? These people are innocent. Sasuke looked at his sister calmly. Do you know why we were sent on this mission in the first place? This village has been abusing Karen, taking advantage of her medical ninjutsu and using her as a tool for their own personal and twisted gains. Kiyomi's grip softened a bit. I know you want to save them, but these people are not good. Kiyomi retightened her grip. It doesn't matter if they aren't good people. Everyone's made mistakes in their life, but we all can do good. To be forgiven for our crimes. If I turned evil, you would try to save me, right? She shouted back. The twins looked at each other intensely. That's enough, Kakashi commanded, feeling the tension between the two. We need to stay together as a team. We've already encountered things that were not a part of the original mission parameters. We need to stay vigilant for anything else unexpected. Kakashi's lone eye widened. At that moment, Team 7 felt a sinister presence. The killing intent, the bloodlust, and the pure evil they felt was immense. What is this? Kiyomi asked, her legs shaking as if they were made out of jello. Sasuke looked around. What the hell? He hadn't felt a presence like this since the night of his clan's destruction. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye as he stared intensely at the new figure that arrived a distance in front of Team 7. Ah, your sensei's right, you know? A slithery voice spoke. The twins turned their heads in the voice's direction. They saw a malevolent figure before them. You never know who you'll come across, the voice spoke, extending its tongue out and licking blood off his face. As long as darkness thrives, I will always be lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim what is rightfully mine, he said with a chilling smile, his snake-like eyes staring into their souls. And right now, you two are mine. Naruto impatiently kicked at rocks as he waited outside the barrier. The dense forest behind him pulsated with life. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor, while the rustling leaves and distant stream murmurs filled the air. His team had been gone for over 30 minutes, and his attempts to break the barrier proved futile. The seals were too complex for him. Whoever put this up was better than him at Fuinjutsu. Arg! Naruto shouted, causing nearby birds to fly out of the trees. This is so boring, he said, sinking back onto the ground with a pout. But just as hopelessness loomed, a subtle disturbance in the air caught his attention. His lips curled into a confident smile. Finally! Without warning, dozens of deadly projectiles hurled towards Naruto from all directions. Reacting swiftly, he formed a hand sign. Mukujin no Jutsu. Mugen, limitless technique. Infinity, he exclaimed, halting the projectiles mere inches from his exposed back. Suspended in midair, the lethal array of weapons formed a field between him and his unseen assailants. Rising to his feet, Naruto turned to face his attackers, getting ready for the fight. 3 Kirigakure Anbu materialized in the treetops before him. So you're Naruto Uzumaki? One spoke. We've heard you're strong. Let's test that, shall we? They said, drawing their katanas. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he confidently strode through the suspended field of kunai and shuriken. I'm down for that, he called out, excitement in his voice. But let's set a rule. With a casual flick of his wrist, he brushed aside stray kunai. The Anbu exchanged puzzled glances. A rule? I don't want to get yelled at by my sensei for making a ruckus. This is an infiltration mission after all. Naruto explained, his grin widening. If you cry and apologize for your pathetic attempt, I won't kill you, he said sinisterly. That's our rule. Tisich, this damn brat. The Anbu jumped down and without hesitation charged at Naruto, who chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Now this'll be fun, he responded giddily. Kusagakure Hospital. Hurry up and heal him, you brat. A tall Kusagakure shinobi yelled to a red-haired kunoichi not before sending a furious backhand. A loud thud was heard as brown glasses went flying and a body hit the floor hard. The girl looked up at the man with hate in her eyes as she reclaimed her glasses. She had long red hair that extended past her shoulders. She wore a brown jacket with a chainmail shirt underneath, black shorts, long black thigh-high stockings, and black shinobi sandals. The Kusagakure shinobi looked at her with disgust. You should be grateful, Karen. We took in an outsider like you and gave you home. Karen looked around the hospital. There were many injured. The village had been attacked by Kirigakure without warning. No one knew where they came in from or how they got in unnoticed. It was as if they were transported here by someone or something. She had secretly hoped the attackers were the Konohagakure shinobi that had been promised to rescue her, but much to her dismay it wasn't. It had been many days since she contacted their spies. She was starting to lose hope that she would be rescued and freed from this hell. Anywhere was better than here. Now heal him or your glasses will be the last thing you'll have to worry about, he spat. Karen stood up from the ground, her gaze flickering briefly to the injured man lying in the hospital bed. With a deep breath, she repressed her tears, steeling herself for what she was about to do. She extended her arm towards him, offering herself for him to bite, a grim acceptance of her role as a healer in this brutal village. But before the man could make contact, the door to their wing exploded inward with a deafening crash. Karen's heart leaped into her throat as the chaotic sounds of battle flooded the room. Screams pierced the air as the Kirigakure Anbu mercilessly cut down anyone in their path, their cold efficiency sending a shiver down Karen's spine. In the midst of the chaos, the tall Kusagakure shinobi was nailed with a kunai and dropped dead. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Karen scrambled underneath a nearby bed, her mind racing with desperation. She wasn't a fighter, but she knew she had to find a way to survive this carnage. If she did, she would be free. The stench of blood filled the air and lifeless bodies littered the floor as she hunkered down, seeking refuge in the shadows. But her brief respite was shattered in an instant as the bed she was hiding under was violently thrown aside. Karen shrieked and her heart pounded louder as she protected her ears from the sound of the metal frame hitting the wall. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat at the sight of the bloodied mask of a Kirigakure Anbu looming over her. A blood-stained hand reached out to grab her. No, not again. The hand inched ever so close to her face. Please, someone save me, Karen thought. She closed her eyes and tensed her body, preparing for the worst. But nothing happened. After a few moments, she opened her eyes to see a white-haired with black glasses staring at her. "Oh, you're alive? Thought I'd lost you there," the boy said, smiling at her. He slightly lowered his glasses, revealing his blue eyes. Karen's eyes widened. Her mind flashed back to a distant memory, a time when a kind soul had helped her. It was when she had been sent to the North Fortress during the bloody war with the Kagaya clan. On her way to heal Kusagakure troops, she had been captured by members of the clan who planned to have their way with her. But she was saved by a boy, 2 years older, with similar white hair. She couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu as she stared into the boy's blue eyes. There was a familiarity in his gentle gaze, a flicker of warmth that stirred a long-buried memory within her. Karen was taken out of her thoughts as a hand waved across her face. "Hello? Anyone home?" the boy said. Karen returned to reality before speaking. "Sorry, you just looked like someone I knew," she responded somberly, not before standing up and dusting herself off. "I'm assuming you're from Konoha?" "Of course, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto stated. "But there's no time for introductions as more ANBU are on their way." Uzumaki, Karen mouthed. She was shocked to know there were other members of her clan still alive. Heavy footsteps could be heard as 5 more Kirigakure ANBU barged through the open hospital wing. "There she is," one shouted. "Get her." "Yep, it looks like it's time to leave," Naruto said, placing his palm on Karen's back. Karen felt her body become weightless as she was lifted up by Naruto. "Huh? I'm floating." "Bye, losers." Naruto's taunt echoed through the room as he leaped gracefully out of the gaping hole in the ceiling he had created. With Karen securely in tow, he landed on the rooftop and swiftly traversed the terrain. "Where are we going?" Karen's voice cut through the rush of wind as they sprinted across the rooftop, her expression a mixture of fear and curiosity. Naruto spared her a quick glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "To meet my team," he replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the edge, descending graciously to another section of the hospital rooftop. As they touched down, Naruto's senses sharpened, alert to the presence of their pursuers. 5 ANBU materialized atop the surrounding rooftops, their stark black-clad figures contrasting against the bright sky. One positioned near Naruto's location, 2 flanking them further back, and 2 more directly in front, forming a barrier of opposition. "Geez, you guys don't know when to give up, do you?" Naruto's voice cut through the air, laced with a hint of amusement despite the gravity of the situation. The ANBU captain stepped forward, his demeanor unwavering. "Hand over the girl. If you don't, we will have no choice but to kill you," the ANBU captain said. The other ANBU braced themselves, their weapons at the ready, eyes fixed on their target. Naruto's smile widened, a glint of defiance in his eyes. "Like hell, I'll hand her over," he declared, his tone laced with determination. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, channeling his chakra into his technique. In an instant, the ANBU positioned north and south of Naruto were ensnared by an unseen force, hurtling towards each other with alarming speed. The sickening sound of their necks snapping echoed through the air as their bodies collided and crumpled to the rooftop, lifeless and unmoving. What was that? Karen thought in awe of the power displayed by Naruto. She had never seen anything like this. The ANBU captain tensed up. "What did you just do?" he asked, panic spreading through his body, but not shortly after he calmed himself. "Humph, we don't need an explanation to kill you," he spoke, signaling to the two other ANBU to attack. They jumped down from the positions, landing viciously, before moving at high speeds at Naruto with the intent to kill. "Don't be so sure of yourself now," Naruto responded, maneuvering Karen out of harm's way as she let out a cry of discomfort. The ANBU reached the boy's position, targeting his neck. However, their attacks stopped before they could deliver a crushing blow. "What the hell is this?" one of the ANBU asked as he tried to move his weapon closer but was unable to. "It's infinity. Achilles and the tortoise, to be exact." Naruto peered at them, confusion etched on their faces. "It's important to study, you know?" Two swift and precise punches connected with their faces, rendering them unconscious, as their bodies fell to the ground with a thud. With a graceful motion, Naruto brought Karen down from her elevated position, her eyes wide with astonishment at the speed and efficiency of Naruto's technique. "Wow, that was so fast. I could barely see those attacks," Karen thought. Naruto peered at the ANBU captain. "It's a shame, really. I can see that you possess a powerful Kekkei Genkai, Futon, boil release, but you're still weak." The ANBU captain gritted his teeth. "How do you know what my Kekkei Genkai is?" he asked, perplexed by this boy's abilities. This was beyond what information they had been given. Naruto removed his glasses. "Unfortunately for you, I have good eyes," applying his technique to suspend his glasses above his palm. "You see, my Kekkei Genkai is like a convergent series of infinite numbers. Anything that approaches me grows slower and slower, and ultimately, it fails to ever reach me. When I amplify my Mugikin no Jutsu, limitless technique, I get what you might call a natural negative number. It creates a single imaginary apple. Though it is surprisingly inconvenient," he added. "I can't create a reaction too large near myself, and if I start worrying about the vectors it becomes a mess." Three kunai sliced through the air aimed at Naruto. The ANBU captain had hoped to catch Naruto off guard, but they did not breach his Mugen. "TCH, he said, retreating in the opposite direction. "He's revealed how his technique works. It'd be best to withdraw and report this to the Mizukage." Naruto let the kunai drop as he placed his glasses back on, watching the captain disappear behind the adjacent building. "But that's all just the proper operation of the technique." Naruto, he's getting away," Karen asked, perplexed by his actions. "Why did you explain your technique?" Naruto smiled down at her. "You'll soon see," he said, turning towards the direction where Captain had retreated to and extending his right arm. "Cover your head." Karen hesitated but obeyed, placing her hands over her head. Suddenly, they were propelled through the building in an instant. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as they glided amidst broken window frames and splintered furniture. The unsuspecting ANBU captain found himself ensnared in the suspended field of debris. He looked bewildered, taking in the sight of a cowering Karen and a wide-eyed Naruto, his grin carrying a hint of mischief, his right palm still extended. "This next move is the Divergence of Infinity," Naruto announced, shaping his hand into a toy gun. "My reversed chakra technique, Jyakyutin Mugikin no Jutsu, aka Reversed Limitless Technique, Red." A crimson radiance filled the space as a concentrated red sphere, materialized on Naruto's fingertips. The glow intensified, casting its hue across the faces of those nearby. Its luminosity increased until the entire room was red. The ANBU captain closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. Still, as swiftly as the red glow appeared, it began to dissipate until it vanished entirely, leaving Naruto, Karen, and the captain suspended in midair. After a short moment, the captain slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought it was over," he muttered. "Ah, well, it was worth a shot," Naruto said, sounding disappointed. "But this isn't over." With that, he delivered a swift, powerful punch to the captain's face, sending him crashing to the ground along with the glass and debris that had been suspended moments before. Naruto grinned. "With that settled, let's track down my team." Karen glanced at Naruto, her eyelid twitching. He was one interesting individual. "Could you, set me down? Floating like this is making me queasy." "Can't do that, sorry," Naruto replied. "We need to head to my team. They stumbled into a barrier, probably baited with your scent to ensnare them while keeping me out." As Karen absorbed his words, realization dawned on her. "So that's why they had me set it up. I must have been exposed when trying to contact your spies, and they sprung a trap to draw your team in." Naruto furrowed his brow. "What are you going on about?" "Sorry, it's just..." Karen trailed off, gathering her thoughts. "I was ordered to raise the barrier by their village leader, but we need to act fast. They're in grave danger." "Why? What's waiting for them inside? Traps? Explosives?" Naruto asked, growing more concerned. Karen shook her head solemnly. "No, something far worse. A monster that's plagued this village for years." "A monster?" Naruto's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "Not what, whom. One of the Densetsu no Sannin, legendary Sannin," Karen revealed. "Arguably the strongest among them. This individual is..." Sasuke and Kiyomi stood in fear from the presence of the man in front of them. Kakashi stood firm in a defensive position, on guard as he moved in front and shielded his genin from the waves of pure evil crushing them. Before them stood a man with pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes and fang-like teeth resembling that of a snake. He had pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covering and framing his face, reaching beyond his shoulders. He wore plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, a dark gray flak jacket, blue tomo-shaped earrings, shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves, and a Hittite 8 with an unknown symbol brandished on the metal. Now it's starting to make sense. The mission, the barriers, and the dead bodies. It was you all along. Wasn't it, Orochimaru? Kakashi spoke. Orochimaru? Kiyomi stuttered. She didn't know who this was, but saying that name sent shivers down her spine. Sweat dropped from Sasuke's face as he looked anxiously at the looming figure before them. There's no way. If it's really him, we're in big trouble, he thought. He prepared himself despite his body's protest. Of course, it's me. You've made my job so much easier that I thought I'd show myself and reward you. Orochimaru spoke, his voice cold and menacing. And now that I've found them, I'm afraid your little life is forfeit. He chuckled darkly, taking a step closer to the trio. But before I end you, Kakashi, I have one thing to ask. He paused, letting the weight of his words seep. How is my dear Anko? I've known you two have grown closer over the years. His golden eyes bored into Kakashi's soul, reading his thoughts. Kakashi furrowed his eyes at Orochimaru and felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at the man before him with a fierce intensity. It's a shame, really, that she would choose to be with a man such as yourself, Orochimaru taunted, trying to provoke Kakashi. He could see his frustration and hate rising. I guess I'll have to pay her a visit, he said with a wicked smile. Kakashi violently clenched his fist, his nail breaking as blood trickled down his hand. He looked to his genin and saw fear and panic in their eyes. Their frightened sight and the way this bastard talked about Anko brought about an unprecedented anger. The fear he had was being replaced with rage. He would protect his family and his students, no matter the cost. Kakashi lifted up his headband as his Sharingan whirled to life, its 3-tomo spinning. He widened his stance, his arm falling downward as electricity started to converge in his palm. The ground beneath torn apart from the violent and unruly currents. The Sharingan stared deep into Orochimaru, burning with a crimson glow. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by Kakashi's bravado. "Oh, really? You're going to fight me? My, you have grown since our last battle," he sneered. "Humph. At least this time you've got the guts to stand up and fight," he said, releasing more of his bloodlust. The wave of killing intent almost brought the Uchiha twins to their knees. It felt as if there were hands squeezing around their throats. They saw visions of themselves being killed. Sasuke looked at this sensei and Orochimaru locked in their standoff. So this was what it feels like when two powerful shinobi are standing off. Their killing intent is off the charts. Can Kakashi-sensei win? Should I? Sasuke thought. He didn't want to stand by and let his sensei fight alone, but he knew joining in would only slow Kakashi down. Additionally, if he summoned him, it would make the situation worse. He looked over to his sister. Kiyomi's legs were trembling, and her breathing was ragged and uncontrollably as she felt the killing intent. This pressure, this bloodlust, it's enormous. I can't breathe. If I make one misstep, I'll die. She began to sweat profusely as her body began to move on its own. It believed the only way to escape this intensity was to kill herself. She unconsciously pulled out a kunai and raised it to her neck. "Kiyomi!" Kakashi called out, his voice breaking Kiyomi out of her trance. She looked in horror to see a kunai in her hands, inches from her throat. She went numb as the kunai fell to the ground with a metallic clang. "Don't worry, I will protect you too. I refuse to let my comrades die," Kakashi stated defiantly. "Pakin, get them out here." He turned to his team. "Sasuke, I'm assigning you as team leader. It's up to you to complete the mission and protect your teammates." Sasuke's eyes widened at his sensei's words. He clenched his fists in anger. He hated how weak he was. He thought he'd gotten stronger, but it still wasn't enough. Was Naruto, right? Could he simply not envision a stronger version of himself? Shaking these thoughts off, he looked at his sensei and nodded. "Kiyomi, we need to leave." Kiyomi tried to protest, but the look in Sasuke's eye told her everything. She looked at Kakashi, with worry in her eyes, but her sensei gave her a comforting smile. With this, Kiyomi joined Pakin and Sasuke as the three departed, leaving behind Kakashi and Orochimaru in the field near the tower. "Ah, you're going to make my heart melt," Orochimaru mocked with a sinister laugh. "This is pointless. You know what, I'm feeling generous today. If you step aside, I'll let you live," he stated with a smile. "I'm giving you the chance to return to your family, unharmed." Orochimaru did not fear fighting Kakashi. He just rather not at this moment. It would be more tiresome for them to fight. He had other business to attend to and wanted to speed this process along and get what he came for. He knew Kakashi was an intelligent and cunning man, who knew of his strength. Orochimaru concluded that this offer would be impossible for Kakashi to resist. For a split second, Kakashi considered the possibility. The crackle of lightning ceased, but then he felt the words of his former teammates flood into his brain. "Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Rin, and Obito, please, lend me your strength." "No, I don't know what you want from those two, but I would rather die than allow that," he responded, his resolve solidified. "I am Kakashi Hatake, the copycat ninja, and I know more than 1,000 jutsu, and now, I'm mad." He reignited his Raikiri as it blazed with greater intensity. Orochimaru's smile dropped as he looked upon Kakashi, who brimmed with an unwavering spirit. He got into a fighting stance, readying himself for Kakashi's attack. "Well then, show me your jutsu." Kakashi charged forward, his Raikiri crackling with raw power. Raitun, Reijutsuga, lightning release, lightning hound, he shouted. The electricity took shape, forming a hound that surged forward at high speeds, its red eyes growling at Orochimaru. Orochimaru met this advance with eerie calmness, effortlessly sidestepping the beast. In a blur of movement, he countered with a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs, but the copy ninja dodged, flipping over the kick and landing a distance away. Orochimaru heard the crackle of lightning as he turned to see the hound charging at him with more ferocity. He smiled, amused at Kakashi's attempt. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind was sent towards the hound, blowing it apart, as well as catching Kakashi in its path of destruction as well. Kakashi ripped through the forest as the nearby trees were obliterated and ravaged. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as he flew through many bushes until slamming against a tree trunk. Upon impact, a snake appeared from behind, coiling itself around Kakashi, immobilizing him. A whistle was heard through the air as two kunai flew, colliding with his shoulders and impaling him onto the wood. Orochimaru emerged to see if his aim had been true, discovering the pinned Kakashi. Tisk, TSK. I expected more out of you. He widened his mouth. A regurgitated sword rose from the depths. He lunged forward to deliver the final blow. The ground underneath erupted as Kakashi ascended, kunai in hand, in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, expecting this, swiftly slashed him in twain. The severed body gasped for air, but soon dissolved into mud. From above, Orochimaru heard a roar as he turned to see a dragon with glowing yellow eyes, barring down at him. Doton, Dear Yusho, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Surge. He used his sword to block the dragon's advance as it fell upon him, with great speed, as it propelled him through the grassy plains. The dragon then ascended to the treetops, sending him through branches and foliage. Orochimaru laughed hysterically as the dragon continued to pressure him. You're putting on quite a show, he said, redirecting the path of the dragon, flipping over the beast and tearing through it like butter. Lighting crackled, as Orochimaru effortlessly sidestepped a deadly stealth attack. In a blur of movement, he countered with a swift kick aimed at Kakashi's ribs, but the copy ninja deftly dodged, retaliating with a kunai slash in which Orochimaru parried. The sound of metal could be heard as their battle raged on throughout the submerged heavens. Sparks flew, the branches fell, the birds scattered in fear, and destruction was left in their wake. Moving too fast for the average shinobi, striking with extreme precision and skill. This battle was truly a tumultuous clash. The two shinobi emerged from the heavens in different conditions, landing on tree branches a distance apart. Orochimaru stood tall, proud and unscathed. He was starting to get bored as he glared at the pitiful man before him. Despite Kakashi's best efforts, he failed to land a single blow. Across the gap, Kakashi breaths came in ragged gasps, as if he were sucking air through a straw. His legs trembled, threatening to give way beneath him. The hilt of his kunai was slick with sweat, and his vision blurred at the edges. He'd lost his Hitai 8, his Jonin flak jacket, and parts of his blue long sleeve were destroyed. He had a long cut across his torso, a result of being too slow. He touched the cut and felt the blood flow past his fingers. How's it going, Kakashi? Orochimaru mocked. You don't seem to be doing well. He licked the blood from his sword, smiling wickedly at Copy Ninja. Kakashi panted heavily. I'm particularly out of chakra. I thought I could buy them more time to get away. He examined his blood-stained hand. But this will be my final attack, he thought. Orochimaru readied himself, not out of fear, but out of instinct. Throughout his life, he faced many strong shinobi, but Kakashi was different. Those he faced and killed died with fear itching across their body, but Kakashi had no such fear. The man before his very eyes brimmed with resilience and determination despite impending doom. Men staring down death in such a way were unpredictable and therefore extremely dangerous. The wind howled as the two shinobi locked eyes, Kakashi's Sharingan swirling as Orochimaru's slit eyes narrowed. The forest held its breath in anticipation as their feet grinded on top of the tree bark. The air shattered with the sound of metal tearing through flesh, startling Kakashi as if a lightning bolt had struck him. A searing pain erupted in his chest, stealing his breath and freezing him in place. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. With a gasp, Kakashi looked down. He saw a gleaming sword sprouting from his chest. Blood welled around the wound, staining his clothes crimson. A voice, dripping with malice, slithered into his ear like a serpent's hiss. "I've enjoyed our little game," it taunted, sending shivers down Kakashi's spine. "But I'm afraid playtime is over." The figure in front of him seemed to warp and shift, dissolving into a writhing mass of snakes. Kakashi's mind reeled, struggling to process the betrayal unfolding before him. "Any last words?" Orochimaru mocked, the metal of the sword twisting deeper into Kakashi's flesh with a sickening grind. Blood trickled from Kakashi's lips, his breaths ragged and labored. The metallic taste filled his mouth, mingling with the stinging agony in his chest. With each cough, crimson droplets splattered against the ground, staining the tree branch beneath him. Orochimaru savored Kakashi's suffering. "Oh, would you mind speaking a little louder?" he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "I'm having trouble hearing you." SSS'd. Kakashi managed to squeak out. He violently grabbed the sword sticking through him, his grip strong and true. "Bunshin Daibakuha, great clone explosion," he shouted. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty pierced Orochimaru's face. Instinctively, he recoiled, a surge of alarm coursing through his body. But before he could retreat, it was too late. The clone's body expanded with explosive force, engulfing the surrounding area in a blinding flash of light. The shockwave rippled through the treetops, shaking the very foundations of the forest. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru found himself hurtling through the air, descending to the ground. "That was a good try," he mused, his voice tinged with a hint of begrudging respect. However, his eyes widened in shock as the real Kakashi materialized in front, lightning coating his hand. "I can't dodge, he's too close," he thought. However, the lightning vanished from Kakashi's hand. "It looks like you're out of chakra," he mused. As soon as he hit the ground, he would kill Kakashi. But something unexpected happened. As Kakashi's hand cut through the air, space began to distort and bend. Orochimaru's eyes widened. "What is this?" he thought. Kakashi's hand burst and crackled with black and red lightning as he plunged through Orochimaru's chest, puncturing his heart and exiting through the back. Orochimaru's mouth burst open as blood sprayed over Kakashi as the two hurled to the ground, landing with a thunderous boom. They tumbled through the grass and dirt, rolling over each other, until Orochimaru laid on his back with Kakashi on top, his hand still lodged within his chest, crackling with red and black lighting. Kakashi ripped his arm out of Orochimaru as he fell over on his back. He took deep and ragged breaths, feeling the fatigue and hurt on his body. Two laid on the ground next to each as the sun peered through the foliage, shedding light on the devastation and destruction. Orochimaru looked down to see the gaping hole in his chest. He gasped for air, but only blood came out. He hacked and spluttered, trying to clear his throat, but the blood kept flowing. He could hear the wet, gurgling sound of his own breathing, and he knew he was dying. He couldn't believe it. How could he, one of the Sannin, be defeated by this mere copy ninja? He felt a surge of rage and tried to reach out and rip Kakashi's face off, but his fingers were weak and trembling. He opened his mouth to curse, but only blood came out. Kakashi slowly arose, wiping away some of the dirt on his clothing. He looked down at Orochimaru, glaring down at the man before him. He could see the hate in his eyes as he stared furiously at Kakashi, but then his eyes softened. "YYOU baited me into that last attack." Orochimaru spoke, coughing up blood with each word. "You used your Sharingan to apply your remaining chakra within 0.000001 seconds of hitting me. It was a Kokusen, black flash." Kakashi grabbed his left eye, feeling the throbbing pain intensify with each beat. He stumbled slightly, the exhaustion from using the Sharingan weighing heavily on his body. Thoughts of recuperation in Konoha flashed through his mind. He knew he'd be bedridden for at least a month upon his return. "Any last words?" Kakashi spoke as the leaves fell around him. "I'll admit it. You are strong, Kakashi." Orochimaru's words came out slow and labored, each syllable heavy with effort. "For a non-Uchiha, you have mastered that eye to a superb degree. You are worthy of the title Kakashi of the Sharingan. Through all the battles I've had with lesser men, you're the only one who faced me without fear. Stand proud," he acknowledged, his tone almost congenial. But then, without warning, a chilling interruption shattered the moment. In an instant, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as a katana burst through his chest, blood spraying across the ground. He staggered backward, his attempt to maintain balance futile against the sudden onslaught. "This fight is over." Orochimaru's voice echoed from behind, cold and final.